Championship. Yes! Gonna win the round. Perfectly done.
What a show.
How about that? That ball is crushed.
This is Turner Sports.
kill for JKS. They just can't handle this guy.
Team Liquid right now, they got to be hurt. I don't see how they're going to come back from it.
Renegades. What a day for them.
Got themselves that favorable seeding now. They're going to avoid Luminosity.
Cold lives up to his name because he's just cold-blooded.
Oh, coming through, getting a third kill.
6-0, a clean sweep here for Luminosity.
Skedoodle gonna be there. He hits the shot.
Fantastic work from Cloud9.
Hello esports fans and welcome back to ELEAGUE. There on your screen you can see Hiko from Team Liquid absolutely crestfallen after they went 0-6. We moved from crestfallen to plain-fallen. The captain of the Brazilian team, Luminosity, were perfect in the group stage. 6-0. We're going to kick off our semi-finals today at ELEAGUE. Hello everybody, welcome to the business end of ELEAGUE. I'm going to be your host, Richard Lewis, and joining me on the desk, we have got somebody that thought he'd dress up as a geography professor today. It's Moses, and a lot less geography professor on the end. We've got more used car salesman going on over there. It is, of course, Mo. How are you guys doing?
Doing really good. Doing excellent. Excited.
Same here, man. Not for this first match, but same here.
I'm very glad to hear it. Well,
I know who's excited for that one.
I'm pumped.
Well, look, if you want to comment on our guys' fashion sense, or maybe even talk about the games, you can do that by following us on social media. Go to Twitter, we're at EL over there, and you can use the hashtag ELEAGUE to get in touch with us. Or you can go to Facebook, and that's /ELEAGUE Gaming. And maybe you want to come and see us live in the studio, which you can do by going to e-league.com/attendees. Additional tickets just released for the first 3 weeks of programming. All right, then, let's have a look at the overall standings. First of all, just a recap of what's gone on before. There it is on the big screen. Luminosity absolutely flawless, 6-0 in the group stage. Cloud9 and Renegades both tied to 3-3, and Team Liquid in the bargain basement, 0-6, unable to buy a win right now, guys.
Yeah, that has been an abysmal week for Team Liquid. I mean, that's even putting it nicely.
Yep, and that sets up our semifinals today, the first of which, Luminosity versus Team Liquid. A little bit later today, we're going to have Cloud9 versus Renegades, and then, of course, it's the big one. We're going to make our TBS debut on Friday, 10 p.m. Eastern, for the finals. Can't wait for that.
Yeah, that's going to be a sick match as well, no matter who Luminosity goes up against, Renegades or Cloud9. Both of them we saw put up a little bit of a fight.
Hang on a minute.
We overlooked one match.
Yeah,
here.
you might have overlooked one of the semis that we've got going on here. Come on, Moses.
Come on.
Let's not lie to you. It's your best. It's your
I
favorite
know,
team.
these are my babies, right?
Yeah, well, you were saying that you felt these guys had an ace up their sleeve or something. I don't think we
They've
should
got some,
write anybody off.
They've got some tricks. Yeah, probably not. Probably shouldn't. But let's be.
Can't teach our old dog new tricks.
I mean, why does Mo get to do it? I don't ever get to do it.
Okay, well, if you want to play bad cop today, you're more than welcome to. You know, maybe bring that up in the rehearsals. Okay, but no, I mean, I think it's going to be a different ball, but it has to be for Team Liquid.
They do. I mean, talking to them this morning, let's not say that they came in like super confident saying we're just going to wreck them, but they do have some things in store that they think can give them at least a little bit of an advantage in terms of just surprising Luminosity, something that they can try and build off of.
The only surprise would be if they try to. Well, that scared me. The only surprise here if they like turn off one of their computers or send someone to beat one of them up. Do you think they could take them in a real fight?
Well, I'll tell you what,
No.
while you pick amongst yourselves, why don't we talk to the other people we got on the team? It is, of course, our fabulous casters, Anders and Semler. We're coming around to see. I don't even need to move my head anymore. This is great. I just got a whole desk to move.
And you know what? You don't even look nervous anymore, Richard. You look like you've steadied it up there. I do like this interrogation technique, you know? You got bad cop, worse cop.
Yeah. All right, guys.
I'll take worst cop.
It made me jump that one time.
I can just watch that desk
time.
do that all day and never get bored. I'm just so happy seeing that desk. You guys come over here, but I'm particularly happy with the geography professor over there, right? You know, so geography professor, he tells you where the map lay. You know, he's talking to his students. He's saying, hey, you know, look over here. This is where North America. Actually, we're just going to completely ignore that. Well, look at Brazil. Brazil's down here. It's really lovely on this map. It's A grades if you can actually name the capital Brazil.
You've been working on that all morning, haven't you?
Brazil.
I completely failed the delivery, but it's early. I'll get into it.
You're looking forward to the games, though, guys.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this game as well. I'm not just going to write it off. I'm interested in what Liquid has to show here. I mean, I'm just gonna be in their corner a little bit here. I think they could show us more
I don't
than
know
they have.
how this is possible still. How are you guys still in this corner?
The thing is, Anders is like, he's, the Astralis fan, he's a Danish fan, he's used to disappointment, so he can come down in the pit of despair.
Well, I mean, you guys both hold each other at night in the hotel, like they're there. Astralis, someday they will win, and then you're over there, North America, Anders.
As much fun as it's been talking to you, I talked to somebody else before you.
Oh.
I actually did an interview with Hiko about the disappointment that they've been experiencing in Team Liquid. Hello, Richard Lewis for ELEAGUE here, and I'm here with one of the stars of the league. It is Hiko, who plays for Team Liquid. A lot has changed since we last talked, including your lineup and your coach. So just take us through those changes and what necessitated them.
So felt like it wasn't really working out. He had a lot of problems with commitment and dedication issues. So team decision to get rid of him. I reached out to Simple. Simple was between teams. It happened really fast. I messaged him on like a Friday, and by Saturday he was like, all right, let's go. I want to go. I want to join. Obviously things didn't work out there. He went home, decided he missed his family too much and he wanted to stay. So before...
But there were some frictions within the team as well.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, okay, good.
I mean...
Just to get the straight dope, right?
Even though he went home and didn't come back, like, even if he did come back, I could see a future where some of my players would have refused to play with him much longer than he actually stayed.
I was surprised it fell apart so quickly after what was a great tournament for you guys.
He was a very hard person to get along with. He was very adamant about everything he said needed to be done, his way. Nothing could be done a different way. The other team definitely didn't get along with him. There, a lot of nights you had to bring in Steve, the owner of Liquid, and Joka Steve, who is the league manager. Everybody had to keep coming in and trying to help, and unfortunately, it never got better.
What does Peacemaker bring to the table that maybe James did?
We figured we would need somebody who had more say in-game, who had more of a tactical background that could help us. In our minds, like, the coach should have a much more active role than James was doing. So we were looking for somebody, and luckily for us, Peacemaker just got removed from Tempo Storm. The plan with him is transition him to be the in-game leader, to be somebody who is much more active during the round and making calls for us and making calls for the team while the round is actually live, because he can see everything. He actually has like very hard experience in CSGO, and he was on a team that was actually very good. Hopefully he can actually translate that to us.
Obviously you're one of the older players in the league. Are you starting to feel like maybe we need to start getting some big wins on the board, get some trophies in the cabinet, because retirement might be lurking in the not too distant future?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. If I end my career without winning a big tournament, we'll see my career as kind of like a waste of time.
So there you have it. That was what I got out of Hiko when I sat down and talked to him, and there's his stats. Now we're going to go to a break in just a second, guys, but before we do, is he the star player on this team, yes or no?
He better be.
Okay.
Not so much.
Well, we're going to find out after this break. See you soon. So we talked a lot about Team Liquid. This is the team they got to beat. It's only the best team in the world, Luminosity, who went 6-0 in the group stage. Fearsome opponents, guys.
Absolutely fearsome, and they're going to be supremely confident today. They had no issues coming through the group stage. That one match against Liquid was a little bit sketchy, but that comeback is fine. But I mean, they're just going to be so confident in this match.
I agree 100%. It was so fantastic to watch this team play this past 2 days, and now they have even more control because they get to pick the maps.
So this is the Liquid lineup. We've talked a lot about them. We saw that interview with Hiko. Who's kind of the next in line to the throne in Team Liquid, Moses?
For me, it's always been Nitro. The guy is just so talented, and it's so much potential, and he hasn't realized it yet. We've been saying it for so long, but he's got to come up huge for this team. He's got to go off for them.
Yeah, and you can see we're not exaggerating. Liquid got all kinds of problems. There you go, Liquid leaking all over the place. Just some of their recent chokes. Believe me, there was too many to fit on the graphic.
There actually was. There's more than this.
There's
That's the
plenty
sad
more.
part. That's what's sad.
That's only their land. They're doing it online as well. This has become like a really fundamental issue.
What they're
with this
known
team.
for now.
Yep.
Well, why didn't you tell us about Luminosity, Mo?
This is the best team in the world. I don't see one player on here that's not an all-star right now, including Taco, who got a little bit of hate early on. Now people understand roles. They understand how this team works, and the team stood by him the whole time. This is the best team in the world.
Well, they certainly are, and not just because they've got talent, they've also got tactics. And as one of our commentators talked to the team captain, Fallen, yesterday.
All right, well, I'm here with the captain of Luminosity, Fallen. First of all, congratulations on that win. What was it like playing against Cloud9 on these two maps?
Yeah, it's always great to play Cloud9. They're a super good team and one of the contenders to be top NA team. So it's always a pleasure to play them. They're good friends as well. So it was a good game.
All right, well, I have just two basic questions I need to know, right? First off, that second half pistol, when you end up playing the terror side on train, you end up running down Pop Dog. You show a lot of noise, you throw grenades out there, and then halfway through, Fur runs into C connector, and Taco takes the bomb back up the ladder, and they go into the B bomb site. Now, I need to know, was that part of a plan, or did you improvise that halfway through the round?
Yeah, so the pistol was a little different, but Code Zero died for the guy picking an upper, and that made me need to change something because we had only 2 smokes for the normally 3 setup you have on A side. So I told Taco, we don't have the left side smoke. You need to do something, man. You just go and fight them. And actually, Taco got a kill there, so it was even better than we were supposed to do. But it was a small adjust from what we want to do, and it worked pretty well. We almost won this pistol.
All right, so who makes the call on the team like that? Is it always going to be you, or is there like a free-flowing input at that point in time? Can anyone say, this is not working, we need to change it up?
I would say 70% is me, but they do a lot of input as well. So let's give, for example, last round on T side, when we got 10-5. I wanted to do a B execute later, but we voted in the beginning for the aggros. And then FNX say, we don't need to really execute. Let's just throw everything, and they're going to start appearing because they have shit guns. They're going to need to go closer, get closer.
All right, well, the other thing is, on both maps, I noticed, there comes a point in time when you start winning a lot, when you win, 4 or 5 rounds in a row, where your game changes, that the pace changes, you guys start pushing aggressively everywhere. You take individual fights, even if there's no backup behind you, so if you lose the fight, you lose a part of the map. Is that intentional, or does it happen on its own? Is it a natural thing, or is it part of a strategy to sort of tilt the other team even more than they already are?
Yeah, being honest, I think this is all up to Fur. He's the kind of player that we don't find everywhere. There's only a small number of players that can do this kind of things, and I think other players that can do this kind of things is Next from Virtus Pro. I think it's Phelps from Tempo Storm. Those guys have this kind of characteristic where they can do whatever they want and they know what they're doing. So I think this characteristic on our team is because of Fur. It's everything up to him.
All right, well, thank you very much, Fallen, and congratulations again on the group stage. Very well done, and that's it for now.
So there you go, talking general to general. We had Anders grilling Fallen there, and it just goes to show he is a tactical mastermind. Now let's see what tactics he's going to pull out on these maps that we've got. These are the vetoes. So how do we see these going, guys? Talk us through.
I mean, Luminosity being in cash is no surprise there because they don't necessarily love to play it, and it's also one of Team Liquid's better maps, and they have that advantage of having the deep map pool, so they can just take away strengths. Overpass as well. I mean, that's just Liquid saying, this is one of the maps where Luminosity could very well be the best team in the world on it. Why even touch it? Mirage is going to come up now. I mean, that's another map that Luminosity, I mean, once again, this is the map they're known for. They're the best team in the world on it. So, I mean, Liquid knew this was going to be a poison. They were going to get over past Mirage or Train. They knew that was going to happen at some point. And not surprising. It shouldn't be surprising for them.
Oh.
What?
And there it is. There's the big risk.
Well, that's
Well, there's a surprise right there.
That's desperation.
And it's not a bad idea. This is one of those things you have to surprise. So.
I kind of like this.
Really?
It's going to be very interested now.
They can't have tactics on it.
Cobblestone.
They're banking on the inexperience of Luminosity on it because there is, I mean, this is where that kind of mind game comes into play because Luminosity has tweeted out that they were preparing for Nuke, but they've been banning it all through this group stage. So it is kind of like, was that a bluff? Was that not a bluff? But Liquid picking it up is just saying, we don't know what we're going to get. They don't know what they're going to get. Let's just take the risk and play really, really free, play very individual and see what happens.
What's interesting, the last map there, they left Dust 2 in, and that was always their like second veto. Now they're kind of so confident, maybe from playing them earlier. I feel like, you know, this is obviously Luminosity's, you know, favor, the map, but Nuke is really a wild card here. I don't even know what to think anymore.
Well, we're ready to go with the action.
Let's
so
do
quick
it.
prediction for Mirage.
Oh, Luminosity.
Luminosity all the way. Okay, well, let's do
owe me a choke.
RB's fly through of Mirage, and then you can take it away, Anderson Semler.
Well, here it is, Mirage coming up. It is day 3 of ELEAGUE, still in the first week here, and we have Luminosity and Liquid, but this time in a best of 3. Semler, there seemed to be an overwhelming favor here for Luminosity. Are you in on that train as well?
Kind of have to. The tickets are free at this point, man. So just go for the ride.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, it'd be hard to argue, hard to even imagine a way in which Liquid could win this. Like, how many things would have to go right for them to come out on top? I'm not even sure. But we are off to a strong start here, and look at Luminosity charging in, looking for the early fight, and they're going to take it against the Dren, who does not take that much damage. They're just showing themselves, while there's another push happening over at the B side of the map. So a really interesting strat coming out here, but Nitro opening up with the first kill on Fallen is going to give the advantage to Liquid.
What is this strategy? So they show the bomb on A, but this is still baiting a big rotation out towards that B site for Liquid, who are expecting some kind of fake to come through, and FNX doing a fantastic job of staying alive until I say that, and Hiko, you know, manages to pick him off midair. But now Luminosity are coming in for a delayed push onto the B site, and Liquid, they're all still here. So it feels like things haven't really gelled here for Luminosity. Liquid, they're making everything work.
A nice shot from Taco there to follow it up with a double, but I think I'm quite sure I know what the plan was here for Luminosity, and I'd say it's a bit of a risk. We'll get into that. Let's see if coldzera could somehow come up with a 1-on-3. I mean, if there's anyone on the team that could, maybe especially in a pistol, it could be him. Got about 50 seconds on the clock right now, and he does have the bomb in his possession still. It is not impossible, but now he's sort of being forced into it here. Gonna pick up a second kill on Kusta, but he's solo on health, and they shouldn't be able to. They shouldn't be able to turn this round.
No, not especially not with both players here from Liquid still alive on the side. Unless he can hit some sick headshots here, which would be possible. And Adren is tagged, Nitro's tagged. So with the Glock, but with only 25 seconds left, that leaves him very little time to play with. And there is a man on short. He's going to hear this rotation coming out from coldzera, and instantly you see Nitro start to look towards mid, and Cold should never make it up connector here. Yep, Nitro's going to pick him off. He just didn't have enough HP, coldzera, to actually make that kind of 1v2 clutch work for himself.
And I think you were hinting at a little bit there, and I think you're right. They showing the bomb on A, I think what they were hoping for was that anyone holding at B would turn their backs and start heading towards the A bomb site, and then the two people in B could run in and get control of the bomb site. You shoot someone in the back, get a couple of kills, control the bomb site, and wait for the rest of Luminosity to show up and help out, and that is potentially a decent idea, but when you don't get those kills in the B bomb site, it kind of all falls apart. It gets to be just a little bit weird here. We see 5 SMGs picked up from Liquid, and again, I think it's too much.
Yeah, I'm really not a big fan of this. This is a little bit greedy, even if you go with the UMPs, which is one of the best SMGs you can go for right now. A lot of armor pen, good range, at least jumping straight onto Fur. Not a whole lot going for Fur there, but it's still a risk, because if they come in running at you with the Kevlar helmet, which, you know, 2 of these players still have on Luminosity, they can take a few shots from those SMGs, and up close with Tech-9s, they can overrun you. You would like to have at least a couple of rifles to balance things out here for Liquid.
Well, not a good start there. Kusta going to be going down, and FNX with the follow-up kill on Adren. ELEAGUE hiding in shadow right now, but they're going to come so many people around this corner, and he only has the SMG. He's going to get the 1 kill in. Couldn't really expect more than that. Nitro also dropping a bit low. Hiko coming up with a good one-shot there. Could almost get the kill on coldzera as well. It's still a 2-on-2. They do not currently have a kid picked up. That means they got to hurry.
And Cold has now got that UMP to work with as well. So if Hiko decides to go through the windows, Cold is already posted up to watch that angle. This could be an easy shot here for Cold, but Hiko manages to sneak his way past. So a lot of this is going to come down onto Fallen, who has the P250, full HP, but only the P250, not the best firepower to work with here to keep Liquid off of this defuse.
Unless they know this. Oh, there we go. Nitro picking up a defuse kit. That's very important. It does cut the defuse time in half. And Hiko going to go in, pick up the first shot there. Cold now down, and Fallen has to try and prevent the defuse. They're trying to body block it, and that will work. Hiko going to pick up the frag, the triple in the round for him, and Liquid just barely coming out of that round alive.
But you see, that's why I don't really like this SMG sort of force, is because to be effective, the UMP you can tap long range with, MP7 a little bit, MP9 you really need to be up close for it to be effective, right? And so when you're dealing with Tech 9s, that's all they want to do on the T side. They want to get up in your face because then they're in that one-shot headshot range with those pistols. So it's just like you're giving the terrorists a chance to be effective with the pistols by going for so many SMGs. At least have a couple of rifles so you can hold long range and just look for aim duels where you're going to have the advantage.
Yeah, and also, I mean, in the best case, you know, everyone gets a kill with the SMG, and then, you know, have they really even made their money back? I mean, maybe a little bit, but it's still just a little bit tricky, right? I think it's gambling too much on everything working out perfectly, which things rarely do in Counter-Strike. Hiko here, up close, and he does have a bit of a better rifle here. Oh, what a nice transfer there. Gonna pick up that shot. Nitro helping out a little bit. And it will be a bomb plant here for Luminosity, so they're going to be satisfied with this round regardless of what happens now.
What fantastic work from Luminosity. Back-to-back bomb plants on Ecos. Well, ELEAGUE, he's looking to put that M4 to work. Flash comes in just to buy a little bit of time, and his teammate is currently rotating over on short. That's going to be a Dren, so they're looking to get that crossfire setup. But Fallen, he has an M4, and he's the one watching towards a Dren on short. But he can take that fight, and FNX hits the headshot on ELEAGUE, and it's going to fall apart here on a Dren. He needs to just close the distance, but he's already been picked off and spotted. So the remaining two Luminosity players, they're just not going to show each other, or themselves rather. Nice shot from Fallen in the end to lock it down. And Luminosity, I mean, they come close on a force buy with Pistol Kevlar, and then they go for a hard eco and actually win.
This is absolutely ridiculous right now. Luminosity just such a strong team, but I forgot to say also a bit of an asinine drive coming out of Liquid. Just no way they should have lost that, and that kind of face is
says it all.
Appropriate. Yeah, it does say it all.
And I mean, Hiko's already expressed some frustration after the group phase, obviously going 0-6. You are not some scrub North American team. You are one of the best North American teams. There is no excuse for for just getting swept out of the group stage like that. And so now they actually have the best team in the world in front of them.
Yeah, but this is ridiculous because that was a round where Luminosity don't have any armor.
Yeah.
They're not doing anything special. They're just rushing into the B-bomb side. They're not even winning the first couple of fights, right? Not one of those rounds where you get like an instant headshot from a deagle. It's just plain and simple bad play from Liquid. There's no other way to put it. Grenade there, not quite going to make contact, but I mean, this is a disappointing start for Liquid. There's no other way to put it. We can't really sugarcoat this.
No, this is actually, well, danger zone, I don't know, like worst case scenario for Liquid, because now Luminosity, they are one of the best teams in the world on Mirage. They are so good at controlling the pace, and on the T side now, they're the ones who get to dictate how this map is going to get played out. And Liquid, you know, all the pressure is on them now to come up with something here on the CT side to just win some duels, because Luminosity, if they get fired up, they are going to tie things up 2-2. But now, I mean, they're going to have a strong economy. Fallen can get on that AWP. And what are you going to do if you're Liquid? Is it going to be a Dren who's going to try and shut him down? Kusta doesn't even have any money for an AWP.
No, it's all a bit sketchy right now. But you did mention the Luminosity, the best team in the world. And I think we even have stats to back that up with. I mean, this is one hell of a strong team. Right now, Fallen and FNX and Taco doing a bit of the work here for 4 kills each. Hiko, the only one actually pulling his weight right now on Liquid, and who's that not killing anyone yet? That's Adren, still on 0. Not the best way to start off the 5th round here. And look at FNX just charging up with the MAC-10. Look at to see if he could get a little bit closer. Getting shot at the back, in fact, by ELEAGUE. So maybe needed a bit of backup there. A little bit late with the kill call, 0.
A little bit late with the smoke. They could have had a smoke to go off into connector and try and block off ELEAGUE as well. And instead, Luminosity like to get the job done with the rifles. Not the hugest loss there for FNX as well, because he was running around with the MAC-10. So it's only the SMG that they lose. He was more interested in just getting the information, trying to see if there was a stack or anything like that on the B site. And so we do see Luminosity still with the mid control. The bomb is going to be making its way up short. They have Fallen posted up in B apartments, and they can actually, you know, hit this B side whenever they want.
There's a 3-man stack in here, so it's going to be a bit interesting. Nitro's hiding in a corner where as soon as he's revealed, it's almost impossible to stay alive, and Kusta going to be going down, so there's not even a crossfire, and that's obviously very bad. Hiko going for the jumping max 7, which is a decent idea, but Fallen going to hit the shot with them M4, and we'll have a Dren left, just trying to get a bit of a flank in.
And there is a small detail, right, that I really love to see, and it makes Luminosity so very good, is that they don't skip corners. You saw Cold, he walked into one of the hiding spots. In case this was a full stack, he's checking every single spot on that site, being thorough, so that there's no chance for Liquid to catch them off guard and to maybe, get some kind of ninja defuse in or just make the round complicated for Luminosity. It's the fact that, okay, yes, everything's going right, but you still have the presence of mind to check all of the hiding spots and to just make sure that there are no surprises waiting for you. That's what wins you games in the end. It's when you cut corners that you will get punished.
Yeah, and look at this here. I mean, right now, actually, and this is across the tournament so far, damage per round for Fur is really high. It's actually significantly higher than anyone else. That's remarkable.
Actually, that is. I was expecting with FNX.
Yeah.
Throughout the group phase, I think FNX stood out as getting a lot of kills. But yeah, Fur, man, he is the one putting in work. Everybody's putting in work on Luminosity, though, right now. Look at that. It's nearly dead even. It's only Fallen standing out with 5 kills. Everybody else has got 4 kills. Everybody's hitting shots. And well, this is the big round here for Liquid, and they aren't messing around. They go for the double AWP strategy right off the bat.
Oh, look at the smoke tunnel that's been created in the middle that Cold Sierra is just creeping into. This is a bit interesting. Taco gonna run into Kusta, and that's a good start for Liquid, and they do need it right now. A 1-round lead for Luminosity, and they're playing on the less favored side of Mirage here, so it's already looking good for them. Cold going to be picking up 1 and following up with a shot on a Dren. He can't get the headshot on Liege, but as Kusta goes down, this round is still looking great with the bomb plant too.
And that is such a sexy round coming out from Luminosity. That has done everything done right, although of course Taco kind of he kind of flashed himself there. So a little bit of an NA flash. I mean, he does live in North America now, so it's not the end of the world. But he kind of ran right in there. The main thing to take away from that, though, is the fact that they set up the correct smoke wall Luminosity. As the round kind of wraps up here, Fallen just hopping around in mid is going to catch out Hiko, and we'll see if ELEAGUE can actually hold on to this AWP. But this is what I love, and actually, I wonder, can we come to the wild map real quick so I can draw on it? Feel special a little bit, right? Is he actually going to hold on to it? No, he's not.
No.
Okay, so Fallen picks off ELEAGUE. But when it comes to that A take right now, what they're looking to do is they're getting that smoke down on the top of stairs, and they're getting that smoke down to block off jungle, because they know that Kusta likes to play CT. Kusta likes to play in this area. So when Fallen comes up with his AWP, it's all about making sure that he gets the angle first. He has that long line straight onto Kusta. So they don't have to worry about any of the Liquid players coming over here, Luminosity. All they do is put that wall down and then focus on killing Kusta. And then Kusta can't do anything to actually stop them from getting that bomb plant. Everything falls into place so nicely for Luminosity. They just put so much thought into how they want the round to play out.
Well, no armor here for the Liquid team, so it's going to be difficult for them to find any kind of an impact on a round like this one. Kusta going to be going down here, and you have to expect that Luminosity will just use this opportunity to keep everyone alive if possible. Not Fur, obviously, but just build the economy as much as they can here for the terrorist side.
Nice work so far. They are keeping control. Making good use of the plank that's been added there so that you can bank that Molotov into shadow onto the balcony. Nitro's been spotted. Will he win the duel? He nearly drops FNX long range. That's not easy to do with the CZ75. Not the most accurate pistol at long range. But Nitro and Hiko are the last 2 alive, and really, there isn't a whole lot that they can hope to do against a fully equipped Luminosity who now have control of the A site. Oh.
Well, 1 bullet there. Hiko in CT spawn. Just trying to see again if he could keep alive with the rifle here. What else could he really do at this point in time? I mean, if he tries to escape, then he's going to be sandwiched in already by Fallen and Cold Sierra. And they are coming in from his left-hand side here. It's going to be an almost impossible battle for him to win. He's got no armor. Shot here. Ends up going down to FNX, and that will be a 5th round here for the Luminosity team.
That's not too bad in the end. They still have so much money on Luminosity's side. They would have preferred to keep 3 players alive, so that meant that nobody had to force. But now we have some Cold Zero stats actually up on the board here. And look at this. I mean, his KD ratio right now is just going crazy. But Cold is just so consistently good. FNX is like the silent killer. Cold, he's just in your face. He's got the flashy kills.
What really shocks me is that what we saw with the sort of average damage round for Fur is that across the tournament, it means even if it's not one person, he does enough damage to kill one person, you know, across the enemy team every single round in this tournament. Just imagine how mad that is. That means there hasn't been a round this tournament sort of on average where Fur isn't somehow and it has an impact, right? which is obviously fairly hard to accomplish, right? And this time he starts off well with a headshot to Kusta, who hasn't found much luck, it seems, early in this half here. And we are actually about 2/3 of the way through the first half, so things are looking really, really rough right now for the American side.
Yeah, Luminosity lead 5-2, and Fallen hits a great shot on Hiko. Hiko, not the best way to peak that angle. There are better ways where you kind of just like barely show the top of your head. But there, I mean, Fallen, he hits that shot for days. He could see the entire like top half of Hiko. So way too easy for Fallen. He's too quick for those kinds of mistakes. He will punish you for it. And ELEAGUE, once again, we're at the peak. Not sure if he spotted the man holding there, but Nitro will be able to get the kill on Fur. So they are slowly but surely bringing it back here, Liquid. At least it's only a man advantage now for Luminosity.
That's such a mad peak for Nitro to take when they're 2 men down. They've almost no control, and he's up on the fence in there in the middle. Taco probably going to play a bit of distraction, or maybe just try and stab them in the back once this B push comes through. The one thing is, Nitro and ELEAGUE are actually in a great position, especially because they both have Molotovs. If they see this coming, it could work out great. There's the Molotov coming in from the LG side. Can they get some counter grenades out? They're not throwing anything out right now. And there's Nitro picking up 1, then 2. Adren with a shot as well. Nitro, no, he can't get the shot on Fallen. That would have been beautiful. That would have won them the round, but mid-air shot from Adren. And Liquid are going to win the round. What an unlikely turn of events.
Oh man, that B apartments push is nuts. Kusta gets caught, as you guys can see in the replay here. But ELEAGUE with the peek in mid, and Nitro, that's the second time he's gone for that boost up in top mid as well.
Here's what's insane about what ELEAGUE does. Nitro just waits, right? They jump down around him, and he doesn't fire his gun for the longest time. That's very hard. It's what we call trigger control, and it's very, very hard to accomplish. You have just instinctively, you want to shoot at the first person you see, just to make sure you get a kill before you end up going out. And as a result, he got almost 3 there. Good boost over the smoke from Fallen in the middle, but not going to get any kind of a reward this time.
Oh, that was so close, though. It looked like he was about to get that. Taco will be lurking over towards Pit. It looks like he manages to find the headshot on ELEAGUE, who was holding towards CT. So, bit of an unconventional setup there. Liquid putting ELEAGUE over there. But still, Luminosity, once again, they have the man advantage. Once again, Liquid are trying to find a way to have an impact in this round. And it's Luminosity who are controlling things. I mean, they're just aggressive everywhere. Fallen with that boost in mid. He could have found a pick. Taco pushing through Pit. The only place where they're playing passive is FNX over here towards B, but he's about to get rewarded for that because he might catch Nitro. Easy shot. Hiko will be able to trade effectively, but Luminosity are still happy. They still maintain the man advantage.
They definitely do, but I've got to give credit to Liquid for at least trying it, right? It's better that they try something and it doesn't work than then they just sort of fall in to whatever default setup they were running. The really big problem here for Adren and Kusta, who are trying to hold on to A, is that Fur is so far up in the connector that as soon as the attack happens, there's no way they can cover all the angles. And that's going to be a really big problem here. Kusta, if he hits instant AWP shots, that's really the only chance they have. But otherwise, Fur's going to do a lot of damage. Hiko coming in, and he's not even at the right angle. That's a great shot from Kusta, taking out one, but it gets instantly returned. 20 seconds here for Hiko.
He's in the perfect spot to deny it, but Taco's there to get the trade instantly for Luminosity. And once again, Luminosity, I mean, Cold jumps out. It's a bit risky to go for the jump. I mean, he's trying to make himself a harder target to hit, obviously, but Fallen is so good with that peek into the angle. He had actually lost it. Kusta already had the drop on him, right? He had his crosshairs where he needed to be, but he wasn't expecting Fallen to just like crouch out from behind the boxes. So that's just the kind of play that Fallen is capable of. And right now, Fallen is tearing it up. 12-0-5 right now. I mean, that's a brilliant scoreline with Taco sitting right behind him at 9 kills.
Bit of a random grenade coming out here from Luminosity, but once again, Liquid are back to eco. So it seems like every single round, almost, well, every other round here for Liquid, they're back to pistols with no armor.
And it's not like Liquid aren't trying either, but they are going for very expensive strats. They're going for double op. I mean, that taps your bank out immediately. You have so little room for error when you run that strategy, unless you are just dominating outright and have a big bank to work with. You know, you're constantly going to be ecoing because you're spending everything every time. Well, a little bit of an angle there for FNX, and he's going to catch Kusta through the smoke. Blind, but there was just a little gap there at the bottom of the smoke. You probably saw like Kusta's ankle or something, and then obviously he's going to be able to get that shot in.
Well, see if they can maybe recover a rifle somewhere. It is already past the point where Luminosity start to feel like this is a pretty good first half for us. We're feeling confident here. Chance for a headshot from ELEAGUE, but not quite going to get it.
Oh, Nitro full spray with the P250. He gets 1 kill, takes down Fur. But this, I mean, right now we're seeing just why Luminosity are head and shoulders above everybody in NA. They win their duels strategically. They're superior right now. They're outplaying Liquid with that A take that I got to draw a little bit about, right? You know, just everything seems to fall into place. The one place where it's gotten a little chaotic, and that's just over on the B site. There's twice now where it's gotten real close, where Luminosity coming out of those apartments, they got caught by Hiko, they got caught by Nitro, right? So they just need to be a little bit careful on that B site, Luminosity. But for now, on A, everything seems to work for them.
I mean, if you wanted to do an edgy interview with Liquid after this game, you could just ask them and say, how do you expect to win the CT Saturn Mirage without ever holding middle, without having mid control?
Yeah,
is that really a viable plan? Obviously, that's not part of their plan, but somehow they just can't seem to do it. They're every single round, Luminosity, if they want it, they have it. They get the mid control, and it opens up so many avenues for the terrorist team to attack either bomb sites. It's just, you need it.
And Fallen is so wise. Instead of risking the fight with Kusta, he knows now that they have the bomb on the site. All he has to do is sit there with the AWP and hold the angle. So 2 players are now looking for the flank through B apartments right now for Liquid. And Fallen, he's already in position to hold this off. He's just waiting. And that's all he needs to do. Wait for a target to present itself. No reason for him to push out there and actually look for the fight. And he still knows it. He spots Kusta right there, so he knows that Kusta's still hanging around. But the kill on short gives Luminosity a way off of the site, because whenever you're getting onto that bomb site, obviously the terrorists are looking to get onto that bomb site, plant that bomb, but then as soon as they have that bomb planted, they're thinking, okay, now how do we get off the site so we obviously don't blow up with the bomb? So the fact that they get the kill in mid, Fallen doesn't even need to worry about B apartments anymore. They can just back off and save their guns for the next round.
Yeah, and they're not even giving Nitro a rifle here. He actually goes up in the tunnel. That's a shame. But another round here. Fallen, obviously. It's at their kill death ratio. How could it even be real? How can that even be real?
In case you're wondering why his headshot percentage is so low, with the AWP, you're just looking for body shots. It's one-shot kill if you get that body shot, so you don't need to look for the headshot like you do with the rifles. Oppers, they notoriously have low headshot percentages.
This is very true. If you're aiming for the head with the AWP, you're definitely doing something wrong. Just not necessary. Smoke goes up, but looks like Taco wanted to challenge it, and he's been a little bit aggressive actually on this side of the map here. Kusta going to be able to take him out. Great flick coming out as well. It's very fast with the sniper. Going for another one here. He's currently got the double. Needs a triple to stay alive in the round, and Fallen is up there in the apartments, but he's got some backup from the stairwell now, and they look to have some pretty good control right now of the map.
Oh, lovely. And you start to see the defense come together, because Kusta, he's worried. We'll see. I mean, FNX is going to find that shot, but Kusta's still alive on the site. This will fall apart, but there we go. We got a good example of communication being solid and effective there for Liquid, because Kusta, you could tell he was worried about 2 angles. He was worried about Palace and Fallen being able to peek him from there, but he was also worried about FNX pushing out from Pit. You saw the moment that his teammates arrived and said, don't worry, we have Palace, that he instantly just drops his aim, looks straight at Pit. And so you can see Liquid, you know, communicating and setting up the defense there amongst themselves. And, well, North America have struggled with communication for quite some time, so I'm glad that we got such a clear example there. Okay, good communication, boom, set up the defense, and shut Luminosity out of the site.
So basically, I mean, it's an interesting round because it's something that Luminosity haven't tried too much, just walking straight in. They almost always have a guy coming up middle. Fallen going to be going down, but just to point out here, and this is a little bit interesting, but I mean, when Luminosity are only coming in from these 2 entry points into the bomb site, they leave open the middle here where they normally end up going in. This has happened this round. So Kusta, he only has to worry about these 2 angles instead of having to worry about the third one. And it's this third one that keeps being the downfall of Liquid. They need to have control of this. Luminosity didn't use it this time, and it works out in their favor. But just watch out for the upcoming rounds and see if it won't be a factor again, because they haven't really managed to do it that much. And right now, obviously, at an 8-4 scoreline, Liquid just need whatever they can. And this is a good job. This is Adren saying, all right, I will take the mid-control, except he won't.
And he doesn't have anybody there to back him. A little late to the party. Hiko's trying to get into short and see if he can't find that kill, try and catch Fallen off guard, but it's just not going to happen. Now they have to take up a bit of a passive hold. Nitro's here to back Hiko up at least, with 3 players over on the B side. Again, Liquid are saying, if Luminosity come here early, we're going to put up a fight, because Luminosity have been showing a tendency to go up short towards that B site, but they're literally doing what you just described, Anders. Luminosity have now got mid control, bomb is sitting in Pit, 1 man in Palace, and then they get to just split from 3 angles onto that A site. Life's about to get very difficult for ELEAGUE.
Oh no.
Now they had a 4th angle.
Even more angles. And again, I mean, it falls on every time a man goes down in this setup for Liquid, it falls on the rest to have to cover 1 more entry somewhere, right? And that's, I mean, at this level, you don't really have time for it. The terrorists coming in, they're going to be too quick. And right now, ELEAGUE and Nitro just trying to see if they can hold this bomb site. ELEAGUE is about to be in a lot of trouble. I'm putting it mildly here, Semler. It's going to be hell.
They have a single smoke grenade on Taco, though. But yeah, Fallen's like, sup, bruh? I think you're a little tired. You need to take a nap. Let me tuck you in.
And that he did. Kusta alone, and you cannot really blame him for trying to run away here. Maybe going to see if he can re-peek it. Oh no, Cold Zero's already around the corner. What a peek. He baits out the shot by jumping around the corner. He will eventually go down, but there are so many little details there that are just beautiful. He's a little bit faster with the knife, which is why he jumps around the corner with the knife in his hand. He can strafe back behind the corner. That's a cool little detail, actually. And yeah, it shows you something about the level of intuition on Luminosity.
Yeah, and you can see from Fallen's perspective, he had just a small little gap there between the smoke to spot out Adren. Fallen is so quick. He's dialed in right now. 15-0-6. He keeps just putting kills on the board, leading his team. FNX has caught up with 12. Taco dropped down to 10, but everybody's doing work. It's not like somebody's significantly, falling behind on Luminosity. Everybody's hitting shots. Everybody's doing work. And well, that leads to a 9-4 scoreline here for Luminosity. They're just dominating Liquid here in this first half.
Yeah, there's no other way to put it right now. And again, it's another round. This is what, the third or the fourth, where Liquid don't have anything. They can't even be expected to put up a real fight. They don't have the equipment for it. And what's even worse is that Liquid's round are sort of spread out across the first half, so they never get like a good cluster rounds together. And their round loss bonus, I mean, there's been the 5 rounds in a row there where their round loss bonus picked up. Again, the more rounds you lose consecutively, the more money you get until you get 3,400 after 5 losses in a row. And that means you can at least buy rifles to fight with, right? So the game sort of a little bit helps you to get back into it, so you're not just endlessly losing rounds. But the problem is, whenever you win a round, that bonus resets, and that's why it's so bad for Liquid to win the odd round here and there. They got to keep going. And Nitro right now, well, I don't know what we can expect of him here, Semler. Just have a good time, right? Just chill for a little bit.
Ponder life. Just chill, exactly. Because nobody really should be coming to say hi to him here in Underpass. Looks like Fallen's going to take the peak. This always is so nerve-wracking for me. Like, Fallen just runs around with the op. They have more money than they know what to do with Luminosity, so it's not a problem for them. If Fallen were to die, they could rebuy the op, no problem. But it's just the fact that he goes out hunting on his own with that expensive rifle. Just a little pet peeve of mine when it comes to Luminosity and Fallen.
What does Nitro think about when he's in the tunnel like that? Just,
will I ever see the light again?
Should I have used an O instead of a 0 in my name? To which the answer is obviously yes. Why? We do have the 15th round coming up here, and Liquid, they are, well, I mean, like we predicted, and certainly like the analyst desk were talking about, they're in a lot of trouble here, and they seem to have been from the beginning. Even the rounds where they were playing rifle armor versus unarmored pistols, they lost that round, the third one of Luminosity. And I think at that point in time, you thought, it's going to be one of those days, isn't it? Yeah,
and that is how it's shaping up here. 15th round, last round of the first half. They do have rifles across the board here for Liquid. Again, hardly any nades to speak of, though. So we're a minute 15 left in this round. So they are doing a good job of holding on to at least 2 smokes. We'll see when ELEAGUE decides to use it, and he's going to use it as bait. Clever play here from ELEAGUE. He throws it behind himself to make Luminosity, if anybody was holding here, to make them think, oh, all the CT guys are on the site itself. Don't worry, you can come up here, and then boom, he would get the drop on somebody. But it's just not going to play out that way. Nobody was there from Luminosity. Once again, Luminosity, they're focused on mid. They have control now of this part of the map.
This is what we were pointing out earlier. Now that they've lost connector control Liquid, they have more angles to cover, and it gets really tricky. FNX is here covering up from the apartments, and ELEAGUE, he's sneaking into this corner, but this is not a good corner to be in. Not when they're coming in from connector. Again, he's sort of aware of it, which is definitely good. 30 seconds now, and LG gonna go for the first shot, then ELEAGUE trying to see if he can still stay alive back here. Counter flashing out, Nitro picking up an important kill on Fallen. There's Fur going down. Great job here for Liquid. They managed to win all of the individual fights, and that's about time as well. 10-5 for the first half here.
Yeah, Luminosity, don't be letting your guard down. They are, they are so far ahead, 10-5 on the T side when it's a CT side map. So, they have done fantastic work so far, Luminosity, but they can't let the foot off the gas.
No, definitely not. Normally Liquid, they're a little bit disappointing in the second half. This time, in both halves, potentially. We'll be back after a quick break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to go into the second half here in this best of 3 between Luminosity and Team Liquid. And what a game it's been already. Team Liquid, I mean, consistently disappointing at least. Consistency is important, Semler.
Yeah, okay, in one thing, right? When you're getting kills, when you're getting entry frags, when you're winning duels, yes, consistency is good. Repeatedly failing on CT holds. And
you're talking about...
I mean, yeah, look at this. Like, this is how interesting the game is right now for Luminosity.
Well, you're talking about the Fallen brand of consistency, where you have a 2.1 kill-death ratio at the end of the first half with 15 kills. That's a kill per round. And obviously, as you were pointing out, the headshot ratio, not really important because he uses the AWP sniper rifle. Now, going into the second half here, Liquid, how to get back in, how to make it work.
I'll tell you, Rush B.
Rush B.
Rush B.
Yes, I mean, it's going to have to be that time, doesn't it? They are spreading out a little bit, and a big indication about what's happening here on the terror side early on is the fact that they dropped the bomb in spawn. That means they are just looking for information, hoping that maybe a mistake is going to come from the LG side, which could have been called Zero, as we just saw charging into the middle. If they can lure LG in a little bit, just see if the Brazilians are going to come looking for them. And there's one. Tragically, for Liquid, FNX just straight wins that fight.
And Adren just taking shots, hoping to get lucky, but he gives away his position. And now that Luminosity know that there are 2 players here, that could work in Liquid's favor, considering we see the hard rotate, 3 players now on that A site. But the bomb, they aren't ready to pounce on the B site. They aren't ready to go off of this misinformation that's coming out. And so... yeah, it's just going to stabilize for Luminosity, and they are going to have an edge now versus Liquid, who have lost one of their players, and that's important. They lost one of their players with the gear, with the smokes. So unless they can get back over here and pick up that smoke, they, you know, their strat is going to fall apart a little bit here.
I mean, this is sort of what Liquid wanted. That's the worst part of it. Is, I mean,
okay,
they had set the bear trap. They had FNX, the bear. I'm not saying FNX is a bear. I think Richard's a bear. But they had them trapped, and still, it works out against them, which is not good news. Now it's 4 versus 5 here, and about 35 seconds as they try and make their way in. And FNX is in sandwich here, but they don't have any Molotovs, obviously, to get rid of him. Good shot coming through. There's a second. FNX gonna be a 3rd kill off the round for him. And Fallen will pick up one. Kusta trying to just hide. Just leave Kusta alone.
And it was fitting, too, you know, because it was cold. Kusta couldn't see what was going on. Cold. It's just like, shh. It's all over now. Because that is the pistol round 1 for Luminosity. 11-5. They get the CT start, and they are not messing around. They go for 2 rifles, 2 SMGs, and a scout. A good mix. It's a versatile kind of setup here that Luminosity have. They can take long-range fights with those rifles and the scout, and they can get up in your face with the Tech 9, or rather with the, obviously not a Tech 9, but the MP9 and the UMP. So, and that's exactly what Fur is going to do. Fur, he loves this aggressive style, and they're just stomping right past him, and, well, sorry. Good night, Adren. FNX is there to take out ELEAGUE, and Fur just continues to wreck house, and he is a house cleaner right now, man. It's the apartments, and it's his day to sweep out the garbage.
Doesn't look too impressed with himself, but obviously a very good round here. He starts this 3rd round of the second half with 6,600, so quite a lot of money in the bank for him. Again, the submachine gun kill reward is just significantly higher than it is for rifles or pistols, really. So it works out quite well for him.
It's brutal. Yeah, I mean, it does. And that's what I was talking about, you know, ignoring those kinds of angles. At the beginning of the first half, we saw Cold, even when they have the sight, he's checking all the spots, making sure that he isn't leaving anything up to chance. Liquid, they just go running right past underpass, ignoring the risk that Fur could be aggressive up there, that Fur could be trying to go for the flank, like Kusta does, right? And so Liquid should be thinking, well, one of our guys likes to do this strat. We know that Fur likes to go aggressive. He likes to push the top mid, but he could also go underpass. It's a risk, and they get punished.
Now, see, in my interview with Fallen, the captain of Luminosity that we just played before the game. Now, this is what I was interested in. Now you see where it happens. This is where Luminosity start to take fights everywhere.
Yeah.
They no longer care about, you know, oh, if I lose my position, if I don't win this fight, maybe we could lose some of the map, maybe they will get the bomb down. It seems like all of those calculations just disappear, and everyone just says, no, I'll just win all the fights.
Especially when they have this money. Well, everybody's still consistent across the board for Luminosity, hitting all the shots. Everybody's in the teens, but they have money to rebuy on everybody as well, apart from Fur, I think. So it's just, yeah, they have the sick economy, and this is only going to build up confidence. And what the timing completely disjointed there. Nitro coming out way before the flash went off. Easy shot for Fallen, and FNX has taken out Hiko as well. So it's down to 3 remaining players here for Liquid, and they're going to get toasty over on Tetris.
They still haven't smoked off Fallen, and finally I think a grenade lands in there, but way too late. He has so many opportunities already. ELEAGUE gonna come around the corner, but FNX is there, taking him out, and now Adren and Kusta left. 2 versus 5 at the moment, and no impact on the round just yet, and maybe there just won't be one. Fur picking up a double at the end, and that's gonna be the round. 14-5 here.
You see, the miscommunication, it seems like the timing. Obviously, Nitro is hoping he might get lucky, but you should be showing yourself as that flash goes off above pit. With how it played out, he's just walking out expecting the flash, and his teammate was late with it. So that's unfortunate, an unfortunate mistake there from Liquid. Unforced error.
I like that Sen-like pose from FNX there. Just looking in focus.
He is the Phoenix.
Yeah, and the whole history behind this guy as well is incredible. We got a taste of that at the Columbus Major, but quite a story on a personal level, and I bet it's not the last time we're going to be bringing that up either. I think we do have what is a tactical timeout here. Should be for Team Liquid. I mean, you could do that.
Yeah, you could do that. You can savor the pain, make it last just a little bit longer if you're Liquid. Yeah.
Maybe it's one of those things that if you taste it enough, you know, it starts to get a little bit good, you know, you start to enjoy it. Some things are like that, you know. I wouldn't rule it out.
I mean, they have enough to go for a force fight here.
Seamos is giggling for no reason at all.
I don't think that they're insane enough to go for that they're actually going to try for 10 rounds in a row here, Liquid. I think that they have to force up. So that's probably what they're trying to discuss right now. 3,000 pretty much across the board, apart from ELEAGUE, who has 4, so you can go for the AK. Other guys, maybe Tech9, Kevlar, see if they can't go with that. Yeah, there we go. Tech9, Kevlar. It will be a force buy coming in from Liquid. It's the only option. They can't let Luminosity get up onto map point. But Hiko, I mean, where is Hiko? Is he still sitting at the top of the scoreboard?
Where's Peacemaker?
Peacemaker, I think he's sitting on the side.
Or has he quit the team? Did he see the 3rd round and think to himself, you know what? I'm not going to do this anymore. I'm done.
Was it that time that he knew he should have stayed with Tempo Storm?
It's hard to imagine exactly what they can pull out of this kind of a tactical timeout that will change the sort of the pace, right? Maybe you have a strat that you feel good about, that you know has worked in the past, and you say, all right, let's try this one thing, and maybe it'll work. But I mean, it's not like they can do like a full analysis of the game and say, oh, there's one core part that's been missing, and if we change that right now, we'll probably win the round. You know, we'll win the game.
Well, I just want to remind something. I mean, I think Mo brought it up at the end of yesterday with the desk as well, where it's just like we have to cut at least a little bit of slack for Liquid. And I'm not talking a whole lot, just a little.
Mo said that?
Mo said that. About Peacemaker, right? Peacemaker just joined up with the roster, and he's obviously trying to change things up. Liquid are clearly in a phase of change right now as far as their setups are concerned. You can see that they aren't taking control of mid, that they're struggling quite a bit with their executes, and so, you know, they're trying to get used to having a new in-game leader, somebody who's calling the shots for them. Hiko himself in the interview said that's the goal, right? We want him to take more control of the rounds, and so that there is going to be a period where they're going to look very shaky, and I think we're like right in the middle of it right now.
Oh, that could have been a great moment there. ELEAGUE will turn around. That's a nice 180 turn to take out Fur, as Liquid actually have the upper hand in this round, and obviously a pivotal one at that. Fallen going to be pushing through the smoke. Again, that's dangerous. He misses a second shot here. That's uncharacteristic, and he goes down. Great round from ELEAGUE there, picking up a quad kill to win it and make it 6-14. But you know what, Samler?
Oh?
I'm getting nervous. Mo doesn't seem to me like the sort of guy who cuts anybody any slack. I'm wondering if he's been paid to say that. Could he have been bribed by Peacemaker?
Well,
please, Mo, go easy on us.
But I don't think any of the gambling sites benefit from him saying that, so I don't know who would be paying him. How does that work?
That's a good point. That is a good point. We're moving into the 21st round, and we're not even going to entertain the notion yet that this could be a potential. I'm not even going to say the word, Semler. We're just going to leave it hanging in the air. Liquid so far away. Kusta, he is in the kitchen, and play with fire.
Yeah, you're going to get burned, and he got stuck on the couch there as well. Took a little bit more damage. Nice little smoke, actually, from Taco. That's a neat play. Gives him a little angle to work with if he wants to try and push in here aggressively, and Kusta's going to be waiting for him and picks him off. So very well done there from Kusta. Taking a little bit of damage early on, but it pays off in the end.
Bit of a follow-up there. I don't think I'd recommend anyone cooking anything with petrol, though. I feel like it'll probably leave a bit of a taste.
Spoil the meat.
Yeah, don't do that. coldzera actually picking up a great angle here, but the one thing is, if he starts to miss shots, it'll be very hard for him to fall back, and there's no backup nearby. So in one way, this is probably going to catch Liquid a bit off guard, but it is also sort of an all-or-nothing kind of setup here. If he doesn't hit the first couple of shots, unless he starts jumping and shooting, where there is also a chance for flashes coming through. Cold falling out of the angle, going to put up a smoke there. Trying to see if he could do it again. Just a bit of a peek here, and now the push is going to come for Liquid. They don't have enough time as well. 35 seconds. They need to start moving. They're hesitating a lot on the other side, and Cold, he saw that. He knew that they were coming through. We have the X-ray. We could see how difficult that could be. A little bit of a Molotov coming through. Cold hitting the shot, and now FNX is here, and it's all falling apart. Liquid being a little bit too slow in a round like this one.
You can see Nitro, he has no idea where he's getting shot from. He's just whipping his head all over the place. His aim, Hiko trying to do the best that he can to bring this back, but FNX wallbang shot, dead on, shuts down Hiko. And yeah, you guys can see that without the X-ray, this is what Kusta is looking for. He's right on the edge of that smoke, and he's looking for any movement whatsoever. And on the edge of that smoke, he just barely spots out, like, what, the edge of Taco's jacket or something like that, and boom, just has to pull the trigger at that point.
Yeah, big shout out to our production crew and the spectators for putting that together. It's so vital because you forget, even as a regular viewer, you forget that the X-ray is there. I have this realization a couple of times when we've been casting other games and I haven't been playing many, and I go back and I play and suddenly I think, oh, there is nothing. Oh. It's a little bit more difficult than I remember. Very, very aggressive move coming out of coldzera. He's standing on the fenced railing in the middle there, and just out in the open he was for a little bit. But again, it shows you the confidence. They just don't care anymore. They are also at 15-6, another round, and they'll be taking away Mirage, which was their map pick.
Which was their map pick, yes. And well, just a little dire here.
It's kind of mad that FNX has overtaken Fallen by this much. He's at 25 kills to the 17 of Fallen.
I mean, this has been all group long, right? FNX just consistently delivers. Taco, bit of a tough spot for him. Not going to be able to pick up a kill, too many targets. Hiko actually catches out FNX, who rotated in, but now coldzera's going to work from short with the AWP. 3 players survive for Liquid, make that 2. coldzera drops a Dren, that's the bomb out in the open, and now Fallen with the, well, that was a quick scope. Dead on. Just shuts ELEAGUE down, and it's all, once again, on Hiko, the last man alive here for Liquid.
coldzera is merciless, isn't he? Just taking a fight with 3 people like that. Again, it's one of these positions where if he misses the shot, they're going to run him down. They're within range with the pistols. They could just do that. Hiko all on his own here in a 1-on-2 to try and extend this map, but that's not going to happen. Fer will take him out, and it will be Luminosity taking it away. 16-6 against Liquid.
Yeah, it's just more work needs to be done here for Liquid. They just need to take time and clearly revisit that map. And we're going to get the chant here in a second. There we go, Luminosity. You know, business as usual for them. It's like they just walk in. They have that old like time card, right? You know, it's like chunk, right? They're going to clock out again at about an hour when they win this next map and start thinking about tomorrow night.
Yeah, maybe not, but it's going to be interesting. Either we will obviously have a breakdown right after the break.
Game 1 is in the books, and Luminosity is coming out as your winners. Chris Puckett joined now in the chicken coop. We got Zeus, the coach here of Luminosity. Zeus, my first question for you. What is the difference playing North American teams on Mirage than the European squads?
On Mirage, there isn't much of a difference. I mean, the Europeans try to take more of a mid control every round. North Americans, especially Liquid, they try to copy our game style now, making those smokes mid and trying to fake all other executes, but we're the ones that came up with that, so they're not going to fool us.
Pretty dominant T side from you. Let's talk a little bit about that. Did you see any holes in Liquid setup on CT that you were trying to exploit?
It's not much of a places that we exploit on them. It's the way we play. We go making space for ourselves, and at some time there's going to be contact, and skill for skill, our team is better off in these trades, at least on Mirage. We know how to open up very well, and we got the opening kill most of the rounds.
FNX looked like a man beast in that first game. Was anyone on this squad off to a slow start, though?
No, not for their roles. I mean, everyone did amazingly. Taco got an amazing entry kill in the first round and then held it off as a lurker on T apartment. So everyone played their roles beautifully and even made up some more on the other players' roles. So
awesome. Well, my last question for you, since Liquid is out here, we're not giving away any strategy. What were your thoughts when you saw Liquid pick a nuke here? We haven't seen a whole lot of nuke in competitive CSGO since the update. Are you guys prepared, and were you happy that they went with this map choice?
I didn't think really they'd go with nuke, but every team, we posted a picture on Twitter, we were doing nuke. We knew everyone's gonna thought we were joking, but we have strats on nuke, so worse for them.
I was watching the stream. I saw a big smile when nuke got announced by Zeus, so we'll see how everything plays out. Congrats on a big game 1. They need one more in the best of 3 to advance to the finals. We'll see if they can close it out. For now, though, let's send it back over to Richard Lewis at the desk.
Well, thanks a lot for that, Chris. And that's bad news for Team Liquid. The Hail Mary play of picking Nuke could go wrong for them. But let's not talk about Nuke. Let's talk about Mirage. And it was just another day at the office for Luminosity.
Yeah, and that's, we talked about the supreme confidence, and we saw Fallen just yawning in the middle of the match. Fur actually even talked to Semler and was saying, you know, playing North Americans, he's bored here. He's bored against these players. And you could see he takes so much space for himself. There's no one from Liquid to stop him, especially on that CT side. They weren't prepared for him to be aggressive in those halls. They weren't prepared to be for him to be aggressive whatsoever. I mean, it was just dominating.
I think just to underline how easy it was, I picked out a clip. I hope you don't mind. I don't want to step on any toes or anything, but I picked out a clip.
That'd be a nice clip.
And, well, it's very nice because look how easy it was for them to retake this site with the AWPs. Cold, Zero, and Fallen just walking into a site, and you can see that Liquid have got the weapons. They had the numerical advantage, just shot after shot after shot, a quick scope there from Fallen. You shouldn't be able to do that with sniper rifles.
That's exactly what Zeus said. I mean, he said, man for man, we're the better players.
Exactly, and Cold, like everyone knows, he's the best player at B on Mirage. He's just already proved it against this team in the past too. So the fact that I don't understand why not only are they peaking him, but they're taking one-on-one duels instead of saying, hey, he's right here, let's all 3 run at him, and he can't kill all 3 of us with 1 shot. But they don't think like that. They just give him all these kills.
He can kill 2 with 1 shot,
yeah,
right?
Well, he's done that before, that's the truth. But I said 3.
But I mean, you can see here the disparity in skill and class. Just Liquid, after they won that initial pistol, as soon as the guns got in Luminosity's hands, it was just too easy for them.
The issue is in that clip we just saw with Cold in mid against the European team, he gets 1 kill and he's dead. I mean, just the trading, the synchronicity of the defense on Liquid side, it just wasn't there. That's a big issue that they've had, and this is the thing. This is like the T side of Luminosity. They do fake these executes. They do create space for themselves, and then they just find those gaps. It's not even an execution. They know there's going to be a mistake in the rotation. They apply pressure, and then they exploit it.
And the main thing for me was it started well. They won pistol, Liquid that is. They won pistol, they won the second round. And then on the third round where Luminosity literally had nothing but 1 flashbang, they won that round with pistols and like Glocks and Tech-9s, that's it, just pistols. And they completely won that round. After that happened, it was like smooth sailing for Liquid. I mean, Luminosity.
Yeah, it almost seems like, I mean, that's got to be just stressful to lose that round like that.
It's the worst kind of round to lose because they put nothing into it. They literally just bought 1 flash, and won the round.
And there's that round again, just to close it out and just underline the ridiculous speed of Coldzera and Fallen. You know, I gotta say, I'd expect Liquid to put up a much better fight. They didn't even look fired up, you know? This was the last chance saloon for them. If they cannot win this semi-final, I mean, they're out, because it's 0 for 6 in the groups. They didn't even finish third. They've got no chance getting to the last chance qualifier. They had to turn up today, and you just saw there's no fire in their belly.
Yeah, I mean, you want to say the last chance saloon. I think they went into this first map knowing it was either going to be Mirage or Train, both which is very low chance of them winning. So really their last chance is coming up on Nuke. But, I mean, that's the thing. They had to take this gamble, and apparently with Zeus, he's like, nah,
they had to do something, because he's right. There's no way they're going to beat them on any other map.
Yeah, but
Nuke is the only wild card right here.
Yeah, but Mo, they were giving these guys a game, and we can talk about how they don't have Simple in the team anymore. Sure, you lose a world-beating player like Simple, those are mighty big shoes to fill. I get that, okay? But the rest of the team were going toe for toe with Luminosity. They pushed them. They had map points against them at a major. That is an ancient history. So why is it all gone to pieces?
It's all mental. It's not that they're just bad. And I even saw ELEAGUE on Twitter comment that this is, I don't know what happened to us, what's going on. And Fallen actually said, he's like, don't worry. The fact that you guys can get 14 rounds on all these teams proves you're a good team. You just got to get over that hump. And Fallen even said, but don't get over it tomorrow, because we need to win.
Yeah.
But then after us, you should start winning.
I mean,
again.
I think that underlines just how bad things are getting for Team Liquid when your opponents are giving you a pep talk.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I mean, Fallen is like the great manipulator, right? He was on Twitter right after the major. He's like, oh, Dren's this great player. You should bring him back onto the team. Make sure he's getting
He did this.
lineup.
It's all Fallen.
He's bringing him back.
No,
That's such a long con.
You read my mind there.
That's a long con.
And I know, look, we should be talking about what Luminosity are doing right, but I get the idea we're going to be doing that after this series anyway.
For a while.
But Adren was nowhere. He was just dead weight.
I mean, that's the Adren that we've all known for so long. Like, he had that miracle run at the Columbus Major, but that was it. Like, why? I don't understand why Liquid thought there was a whole new player now because of that one tournament. He played like he didn't care. He played like he had nothing to lose, which at the time, he was cut at the time when he played. He played for nothing. It was amazing to watch, but now that he's back, it's back to old Adren on that team, the $5,000 decoy, as he was called.
Yeah, I mean, it's like that with all their players, to be honest. I mean, they've got to start showing up on a more individual basis. Even if we talk about the miscommunication and miscoordination on some of their setups, it does come down to individuals need to just have that kind of performance. We're not seeing that explosive style out of them that gave them so much potential, gave everyone in North America so much hope that this team could compete. We're just not seeing that at the moment. So I think it does come down to just being mentally battered after all these comebacks, all these losses.
I know how they can win.
Well,
if we change the rules to first to 14 wins, Liquid will be the best team in the world.
Yeah, we'll see if I don't think that's going to happen, Mo, but it's a good idea.
It's an idea.
That's what I like about you. You think outside the box. Anyway, we're going to take a quick commercial break, but when we come back, we are going to close out this series, but a little bit later today, we're going to have Renegades versus Cloud9. Lots of action here at ELEAGUE. Make sure you join us.
far. We got to meet the NBA studios that we saw.
2-1 for my fans, okay? If it was soccer, it was okay, but basketball, no. Brazilians, way better than football.
And for photos, we got to hike up and down stairs quite a while, have some action photos, so it's pretty fun so far. Yeah, it was a little workout. We're professional gamers, not used to this, I'd guess.
Hello everyone and welcome back to ELEAGUE. As you can see there, we're going to be making our debut on TBS at Friday, 10 p.m. Eastern. And of course, if you do want to watch on Twitch, you will have the Observer feed that's going to be available. That will have the commentary of the Premier CSGO duo Anders and Semler. But of course, we do want you to join us on TV. Anyway, Moses and Mo, here we are. We've got Team Liquid really up against it. They've thrown a Hail Mary. They've picked Nuke. And then it turns out Luminosity say, yeah, we've been practicing that map as well. Be afraid.
Well,
Can Team Liquid win?
Yeah, I mean they can. The one thing that this is the Hail Mary, is that even if they knew or even if they thought that Luminosity might be practicing this map, there's not a lot of actual gameplay that's been done on it in terms of matches, in terms of testing these tactics out. It's a very new map into the pool, so at least there they will have opportunities, maybe some miscommunication on Luminosity side as they try some new things, maybe some more individual play styles that they can try and shine in. But then there comes the challenge. Someone's got to step up on Liquid.
For Liquid to even have a chance on this map, they have to do crazy things on this specific map. They have to do predicting where to go. Like as CTs even push random spots at all times and try to throw Luminosity off guard or catch them off guard, because like he said, that there hasn't been enough gameplay on this for anyone to really know what works, what doesn't. So whatever Luminosity might have been practicing, it doesn't mean it could work. It just all practice. So this is a wild card. I still think it's going to come down to 5 versus 5, who has better aim. And I think Luminosity.
Well, on a map like Nuke, who needs to step up from Team Liquid? Who's got the skill set to really excel on this map?
For me, ELEAGUE and Nitro. The two, for period, ELEAGUE and Nitro are the best players on that team when they're on. If they can get entry frags early on and get kills and open up sites for them, this team is very dangerous. The problem is they don't show up a lot of the times. So, but when they do show up, especially together, that's scary.
Is Mo talking sense, Moses?
One of the few times, yeah, he is. It rarely happens, but nicely done today. Came on point. Yeah, that this has got to be, especially ELEAGUE with some of the open spaces. Nitro, if he can get aggressive outside. Most of the pros that have started looking into this map and talking about it, because it is very new, we haven't seen much, talk about how difficult it is as the defense to hold that outside portion of the map. And this is where if you can get Nitro and ELEAGUE, if you can get them to be aggressive, you can have Kusta behind him with the AWP, you'll be able to find some picks. You'll be able to find some of those opening kills and just see what the rotation goes. That's kind of the interesting thing, because we haven't seen much. There's a lot of room for creativity on this map right now.
Well, let's talk about creativity from a tactical standpoint. Obviously, Luminosity, they run this dual op setup whenever they need it. We've seen it used to incredible effect on both Cobblestone and Train. Mo, I got to ask you as our ex-pro, can a double op setup work on this new look Nuke?
Every time old Nuke double op setup worked pretty well. Every time I say double up setup cannot be done on a certain map, Luminosity proves me wrong. So I want to say that 2 ops on this map would be hard to do, because the terrorists can come from any side, any angle. They could even be right up there with you, like stuff that hasn't been seen before, because this is an updated Nuke. This is not the old Nuke that they're all used to. Right now, a terrorist can literally appear right next to you out of nowhere. So it's going to be a lot more close quarters. I don't think 2 ops works. I think maybe only 1. If that.
Okay.
I was actually watching the Tempo Storm match from the minor with Luminosity, and we saw them use 2 ops on the T side to success. So
on T?
Yeah, on
okay,
T side. So it would not surprise me if Luminosity does that.
All right then, guys. Well, we're going to see if that double op setup does indeed come into play for Luminosity. We're ready for our map fly-through. Take it away, Anders and Semler.
Well, here it is, Nuke for the first time in ELEAGUE, and we have almost never seen this map play even outside of it. It's been played a couple of times from tier sort of 4, even tier 5 teams. It's not been a lot of sort of data that you can gather on this map. Now it's going to be very interesting. Liquid, they picked this map, and I have to agree, it seems like a bit of an outside choice.
So you just called Tempo Storm tier 4 or 5?
Maybe that's the only one we could look at, right? But even what they did, it did sort of look really, really disappointing.
It was definitely, yeah. Optic versus Tempo, they played the map not too long ago. And well, it was definitely chaotic. I expect to see more of the same here between these two teams. They've obviously taken a look at the map, and Liquid have had this as a pocket pick, it looks like, to try and throw Luminosity off guard. But Luminosity, they have the aim. They really should be able to just power through and take these battles when it gets chaotic with Liquid. And right now, it's straight out onto ramp here from Luminosity, and there's the shoulder peek coming in from Kusta. He gets tagged down low, down to 32 already.
Very, very good stuff here. FNX trying to push down the ramp, but Liquid have just fallen back into the bomb side, and that's a very good sign. Oh, Hiko in the corner. Surprise, going to be picking up another one. 3 kills there coming through. Taco and Furtherfall. That's the second and third man through. That's a good way to win a round. Now FNX alone, trying to see if he can sneak around back, but that's an explosive start from Liquid.
Oh, I can't wait to see A, the replay from Hiko's perspective, but B, his face when he's just like rocking these guys. Instant death as soon as they show themselves. And now, well, FNX, he is the king of clutch for Luminosity, but 1v5 on a new map rather. It's a bit of a tall task for him. I mean, he's going to try and make his way through a main. And we'll see, I mean, if he can catch out Hiko. Hiko will obviously have changed up his position. He's not going to be waiting around. Instead, it's going to be Kusta on the high ground, Hiko on the right. Nice first shot to open things up here for FNX. He's taking a long battle, and he does manage to snuff Hiko, and actually still has about half HP to work with here, but there are still 3 players left for Liquid to shut him down with.
Yeah, you can jump all the way up here, which on the old map you wouldn't have been able to, but not quite going to be working out for FNX, it seems. And this is time that he really cannot waste to sort of play around like this. Maybe if you get a couple more kills, maybe you get some more grenades in the upcoming round, but I don't see him coming out on top with just 10 seconds left here. Looking for another couple of kills and jumping down and taking some fall damage. What a shot coming out. It's ridiculous. He's looking for more. He's got 5 seconds and hunting with the USP. Time's going to run out, and it will be Liquid to win the round.
And he's obviously looking to die there. That's the main thing. He's looking to just die so he gets his money at the end of the round. If he survives and he just has Kevlar, that's not good enough. But man, Hiko just completely annihilating that push.
Well, there's one sort of very healthy thing that that Liquid have shown us here, and I would kind of expect it because almost all of these players have played on Nuke. Maybe not in this version, but well, one point or another, right? But when you're playing the ramp room, like where the main attack from Luminosity was happening, it's very important that it's fine to take a couple of peeks and take a couple of shots when you're on the CT side, but you want to play defensively. You've got to keep falling back and again and again and again into the bomb side, because if you stay there and fight, there's really no point to it. And if you go down in that position, your team has no information about what's happening. So just stick around for a bit, but play defensively, and that's what they did. So I kind of like that.
And this time Luminosity have changed up the pace a little bit. I like to see that before I can even finish the sentence, Fallen finds the opening kill here on ELEAGUE. That was out in Yard. He's definitely putting that scout to good use already. Fallen, one of the best scout players in the world. And so you guys kind of see why I'm saying that. Just instant death. Hiko with the auto shotty though. I think he's waiting on top of Hut with that thing, and it's going to get nasty if Luminosity try and rush out onto that A site. That auto shotgun, it can wreck him.
Yeah, and even if they go to B, I mean, it's not the best weapon in the world, but he's going to be down the vents. Probably he could get a little bit close range with it and try and take some of the fights here. They're going to be able to spot one guy up there, take some damage for it. And Fallen now out in the garage here, just trying to see if he could find some way to get an extra kill in here. But look at Luminosity just having full Yard control here.
Yeah, I mean, now it comes down to Liquid basically just consolidating the defense on the sites. We do have a man on upper now in coldzera. This is a new feature. He can walk right up to the entrance to heaven. This is nuts. Actually seeing these guys up close. Would like to see the Tech9 go in first, not the Deagle, and it is going to be the Deagle. Instead, Cold actually missing that shot. We're looking for the pre-fire coming in here from Fur, but he's still low on HP, and Kusta doing a fantastic job of staying alive. Manages to back off in time. Adren will find a kill as well as Nitro. Finally, Fur gets into the action, but the damage is done. His teammates were not able to split onto the site with him.
Yeah, smart play from Kusta to fall back, I think. There's no point in him sticking around. I mean, he did go down eventually, but still, that's what they needed. Second round here for Liquid. But again, the loss of Yard control is something that we have to look at. Normally, if you're on the terrorist side, in the other version of Nuke, it's not something you would try and fight that much for. You would just need enough control to be able to get into what we call secret, which is the stairwell that goes down into the B bomb site. And we got to point out as well, I mean, this is the unique feature of Nuke, is that it's a layered map. The bomb sites are essentially on top of each other. So that's all you needed. This time, it seems like Luminosity did that relatively easily, just got out there and controlled everything.
This really hasn't paid off for him just yet. Hiko will find a nice tap headshot there onto Fur. And Nitro will be able to hunt down Fallen, I believe. Or is he playing it safe? He is playing it safe, just in case there's a bit of a trap waiting for him. And Taco was above him on the hut. So he's not going to overextend. Instead, it's ELEAGUE looking for that long-range fight, trying to bring the rifle to bear. And so far, the defense is looking very solid here for Liquid. Taco, Cold, and Fallen still alive, but, well, tagged up, and they don't really have the best firepower either, with the Glocks and a single P250 on Fallen. So this should be a wrap here for Liquid. They should be able to keep everybody alive. It would be actually a mistake at this point if they were to drop anybody.
Yeah, I agree. And you can keep things really locked down on Nuke, but the problem is you need really good communication. And as soon as someone falls, you need to have a backup plan for who's going to take his spot.
Get wrecked, Hiko.
Yeah, that was not nice.
Oh, wow. That was, I mean, burst fire, just double headshot, point blank.
The third round rolling around here for Liquid. Good to see if they could continue. This is the big test for them now. Their economy is not exactly fantastic. I mean, it's all right, but if they end up losing this round, it could quickly spiral out of control. So Luminosity, they've used all their money to buy up this, and you have the single Molotov here and a couple of smokes, and I'm really curious to see how they're going to use the utility here. There are so many options that weren't possible on the old Nuke, so I want to see if they're going to try and use any of them at all.
Exactly. Do they actually have they figured out some of the nades? There was a tweet not too long ago going into this tournament with Zeus and Fallen sitting, side by side in front of a PC, basically trying to figure out some smokes. So it looks like Fallen might be preparing something here, trying to break the windows going into the A site. So they might be able to put some smokes through those windows. Fallen's lining up for something here.
Yeah, and this is smoke that's going to land in heaven, so I'm very excited about this one because I know exactly where it'll land. Did he actually break the windows? He might have missed one of them. I'm a bit scared that he did. No, he did. It's going to land right in there. So beautiful stuff from Fallen, and that's going to set up for an A execute. The follow-up Molotov as well going in and trying to burn out the catwalk. It's not quite going to be good enough, and Hiko on top of the hut here, going to get the one kill in. But look at Lil G just charging into the bomb site. Backup is coming, but it's nowhere near quick enough. Gonna pick up the double kill and even the smoke going into mini or main. Very good job here. ELEAGUE and Adren gonna be left in a 2-on-3. I am excited, Semla.
I am too, man. This is so sick. It's refreshing to see, and now you actually have some work being put into the map. A straight execute. Great shot there from Cold to shut down Adren, and that's all on ELEAGUE now, and they know that he's coming from main. He's getting sprayed right through that smoke. Blind shot from Cold. It'll get the job done, and that's a first round on the board here for Luminosity. But yeah, the replay from Fallen that sets up the smoke to go onto heaven. And then he even has that Molotov. Yeah, the Molotov follow-up that goes up onto catwalk.
Yeah, it blows up in the air, which is a bit of a shame, but it's such a good idea anyway. I absolutely love that. But yeah, it's good to see that they've done some research.
They have put in some work. And now Liquid are probably thinking, great, what do we, right? Our gamble might not be paying off here, boys. They clearly got an execute for that A site. How are we going to deal with this?
See what Cold Zero is doing outside. He's putting up a bit of a smoke right now. It's going to go quite far and land actually all the way outside. But in the meantime, there is a push going in from Rampant. This is one of the big problems. We were talking a little bit about this earlier, and we'll get back to it. Cold Zero picking up a very important kill on Kusta and sort of evening out the situation here a bit. And as Nitro goes down, this round is falling apart for Liquid.
Yeah, they tried to go aggressive. It actually worked. Good to see that Nuke is still somewhat similar to the old one, where it was very difficult to hold A main if CTs are trying to push in from all the different angles available to them there. You can get sandwiched in if you're on the T side. So Luminosity, they back off. They sack Taco, basically. They say, okay, we got a 1-for-1 trade there from Taco. We're not going to try and take this fight. We're going to take it at our own pace. Cold with the one shot from upper. That was very nicely done on his part. And so they keep their cool. That's the key thing right there. In that sort of situation, you just have to calm down and assess the situation if you're Luminosity.
Yeah, way back in 1.6, I used to have a rule where whoever I played with on Nuke say, if we're going lobby, then it has to be 3 people. It can't be less than 3, because otherwise you don't have enough people to cover every angle, and that's something that you got to be careful of. But Luminosity, they managed to fall back, and that's obviously good news. ELEAGUE couldn't quite finish that spray. That would have been a good kill there, but now Hiko is very much alone.
Bomb is planted on upper. But Fur's already in position to catch out Hiko. Now Hiko spots it as well. He gets caught on the ladder. That doesn't help. Down to 16 HP. He knows that Fallen is low, so that's what he's doing. He's looking for that one shot on the lit player, and he's not going to find it. Looking for the one taps. Not going to be good enough, though, and now they know exactly where he's coming from. Fur already hunting him down. And Fur really wants this kill, but Hiko's going to catch him out. Great headshot there. Does not work in the end, though. Cold will be able to track him down, and that is 2 players surviving the round for Luminosity, but it's, as far as they're concerned, that's fine. They just want the rounds on the board for this T side. 2-3 now.
Now, it is hard for us to know. We should say that from a historical perspective, normally this map, the balance between 2 teams that were sort of equally good at this map, you could expect to get on the CT side something like 11, maybe 12, maybe more rounds.
Yeah.
On the CT side, it was a massively stacked map in that sense. And this new version, it doesn't seem to be anywhere near that. So we're going to be a little bit cautious about predicting who's doing better right now. It's so hard for us to tell. But obviously, the fact that Liquid don't have anything other than pistols is a good sign, I would say, for Luminosity.
Yeah, having forced the CTs to eco so early on, it's almost like Mirage all over again, right? Where, once again, Liquid find themselves under economic hardship. Nice backstab there coming in from ELEAGUE. Somehow coldzera killed himself, so that's going to help things out here for Liquid. Bringing it back to a 3-on-3. But Fallen holding outside, and he's playing it safe as well. It's very difficult for Liquid to rush him down from that position when he's holding behind Big Red. Unless somebody comes up from Secret, that's the only real way to get a drop on him. But that's not meant to be. Nitro using the same spot that Hiko used earlier on. And FNX really has to commit to that angle. It's really deep out there. He's opening himself up to get shot from the other side from the site itself when he fully commits to that peak. So there's a little bit of a gamble going on there for FNX. Risky play.
Oops.
The giggle.
Well, the other problem is actually when you walk into HUD like that, I'm quite sure that if you're up on the catwalk or dog walk inside, you can be seen if you're in the hut. You can see your feet. So you're right, it is a deep angle and you can get shot from multiple places. So that's why people prefer to throw smokes as well. Well, here's LG setting up again for some outside smokes. See if they could get some more courtyard control.
I like it. This is a bit of a throwback to the old version of the map. They're going to try and get that wall of smokes down to allow them to actually run straight down Secret if they want Luminosity. So we'll see if they decide to commit to it or not. Smoke for Catwalk. That will block off the man holding on upper here. But ELEAGUE on the roof will be able to see over, or not quite. He's not quite there. So he actually goes for the HE, tries to close the distance. And we'll see if he can find an opening here to take advantage of, because he's not spotting anybody just yet. But it's a perfect wall of smokes going down here for Luminosity.
Oh, they're just going to be charging into the A-bomb site. Hiko with the auto shotgun picks up 2. That's long range as well, with ELEAGUE going to get a kill there on FNX, and now it's all up to Cold and Fallen here, 2-on-3. Great hold from Liquid here, in spite of all the grenades coming into it, but Cold is still alive, and he's got the time, and the bomb is right in front of him. He's going to go and pick it up, and yeah, escape down the vent. So the first time that we're going to see someone put the bomb down here at the B-bomb site.
He tried, but Cold still has just a little bit of a soul left. Because planning on top of that silo is possible, and it's a nightmare if you're the CT, trying to come in there to get that defuse. And now Cold, he's got the drop on him. Enough time has passed for him to even get the flank. He hears both of them stepping in the vents. Oh, the perfect setup. And now he knows where Adren is coming from as well. This is a nightmare scenario for Adren. Where is Cold going to try and, get him in the back from? The defuse is already going through, and Cold wasting a little bit of time here. It's just on, and they get the defuse at the last second. It goes through.
That's actually very well played by Adren, because without the smoke, there's really no way that he's going to be able to do it. And here we see the long-range auto shotgun. Look at this. That's not pretty Counter-Strike at all, but didn't work out.
Surprising. He doesn't quite have the timing down, I think, Cold. And that split second, him missing the jump, that split second cost him. He would have been there in time to deny the defuse if he didn't get caught on the edge of the vent there trying to get into it.
It's also so hard for him to know, because obviously if Adren is faking it, he could be running right in, right? So it's just a little bit tricky. Again, not much control outside for Liquid. They have ELEAGUE sort of stacked out here just to keep an eye on what's going on, and that is actually not uncommon for how people used to play the other version of Nuke. Just to leave a guy lurking out there.
Well, Liquid have regained control somewhat. 4 rounds on the board for them. 3 for Luminosity on their T side. And while Liquid now, they're starting to set up for a bit of a hold. Adren, he's got angle on the vents looking towards the secret entrance, and Fur's gonna walk right around the corner. He gets spotted. But no kill. Instead, it's ELEAGUE going for the peek and garage. Picks off coldzera. Fallen, he's gonna be slow walking in here with the AWP. Misses the shot. That doesn't happen every day. Fallen, usually so consistent picking up those kills. But Liquid are aware that Fur could have snuck his way past, and so they should not be getting flanked by him. Instead, we have to see what the rest of Luminosity are going to be able to do here to throw the Liquid defense off guard.
Well, the bomb is all the way outside and there's 40 seconds left. I mean, Luminosity right now, I have no idea how they're going to get back in this round. No one's even in position right now to be able to pick it up. Now, finally, FNX is going to get near, but you see Kusta here with a really great angle. Did he see it? There it is. You see without the X-ray how incredibly hard it is to spot the top of someone's head there. Fur's going to be staying alive here, but this is just is almost impossible for LG to make happen.
Especially because the bomb is running all the way back through T-spawn into A main. Will they actually have time to get the bomb plant down? I mean, Taco with the flank, but he gets turned on. Kusta, what a shot. That changes everything. If he gets flanked, Taco can open up that A defense and allow for his teammates to try and rush onto the site to get the bomb plant in time. But now they just have to sit and wait. FNX and Fur just going to be playing out the rest of this. Holding the angles, hoping to hold on to their gear for the next round because they just spent all of their money. And they survived the clock without a bomb plant, so it means that they get no bonus money. FNX, he's at $0 starting this round.
Yes, indeed. I mean, good way to stabilize. Oh, wow.
Wow.
He actually goes down the ladder again. Get out, son.
That was a sick play from Kusta. You need flicks like that. You need to be able to pull off those kinds of plays. 2 kills on the board now for Kusta, so he's coming alive now that he has his AWP. But a 5th round on the board for Liquid. 3 for Luminosity still, and Luminosity going for the force buy off of those 2 saved AKs.
Now, look at Fallen every round jumping up there to shoot out the windows. That means Liquid don't know which rounds is going to be the actual execute because it happens every round. Otherwise, it would be a really big tell. The one cool thing is that ELEAGUE is so aggressive out here that if he wins the battle against Fur, things will get really interesting. And suddenly Luminosity's attack could be a little bit staggered.
Let's see, he sets up the smoke. See if he hits that Molotov this time. It should be going on to Dog Walk in just a second. Yeah, and once again, he fluffs it. So he needs to change up how he's actually throwing that Fallen. He has no idea that it's not actually effective, but this time around, Hiko not going to be able to pick up 2 kills. Instead, it's Fur and Taco opening up the site. ELEAGUE still alive towards Garage, but Mini's been smoked off, and so he will not be able to step in. Nice little bank nade there from Kusta, though, right on Fur's head.
But it was really really far above him. How did it get the kill? I have no idea. They have the bomb down right now, but it is a 2-on-3, and LG also shotgun here on Cold Zero. Don't think I've seen that very often. And now Taco alone gonna get the first spray in Unleash, but there's the shot, and that's what I was talking about. You can be spotted from that catwalk there. Look how high into the air it is. That was more like a firework than it was an actual HE, but it worked. And if it works, Semler, it's not stupid.
Right. Glad we have that established.
Liquid, look at how they stabilized here. 3 rounds in a row. They know what they're doing, and that's in spite of Luminosity having drilled in some executes. But just to point out with that Molotov there, that's also where we see how new the map is, right?
Yeah, they aren't quite hitting everything just yet, and that's just growing pains. We'll see Luminosity start to develop with time. They're obviously going to go watch the demo, and probably, I mean, the teammates for Fallen should be telling them, actually, that Molotov is not working right now, so just save the Molotov, don't throw it, because you're not actually hitting it. But once again, ELEAGUE, ultra aggressive here out in the yard, getting real close to T-spawn to the other side of that silo, and we'll see if it actually pays off, because they might just try and run right over him, and yep, he's going to be able to pick off 1, 2, and nearly 3, runs out of bullets. But a great play there from ELEAGUE, just shutting down Luminosity outside.
Yeah, that's very well done, and hopefully in future rounds, that also means Luminosity are going to be a little bit more careful with just charging in there, right? So maybe he's put that in the back of their minds a bit. Nitro going to come up with a good shot there, taking out Fur, and Fallen and FNX left still to try and see if they could get a bit more out of the round. And they really don't have a lot to do it with. Currently not picked up the bomb either.
Can't look away from the desk. All right. But now the push begins onto this A site. FNX and Fallen. Point blank, FNX just unloading. But it will be Fallen to find the kill. Kusta, however, is there to hold the line. And it's all on FNX now with this auto shotgun, hoping that a target will present itself. 37 seconds left. Not a whole lot of time to play with. And he needs to actually go and pick up that bomb somehow, because there are 3 players for Liquid left. He isn't going to have an easy way to get out there.
I was going to say, just find a way to die in this round. He does see the gun barrel. Goodbye, Adren. Going to be falling to his death down the ladder, but, I mean, FNX can't really do much in this situation and ends up going down, and your aim is wildly inaccurate when you're on stairs like that or in the ladder like that, so don't be surprised if you can't hit shots if that happens. 7-3 right now, favoring Liquid. Wow.
Yeah, they really have turned this around. Hiko continues to go for the auto shotgun as well. Reminds me of JW back in the day when he played with the Swag 7, just playing Squeak Door, Hut, just making as much money as possible. Hiko hasn't been getting that many kills, but it's still allowing him to buy full nades, kit, Kevlar, so why not? It's pocket strategy for here for Liquid, and we'll see if he decides to stick with it the entire CT half. But it's 7-3 now, Liquid in the lead, and Fallen, quick boost, straight up, looking to catch somebody out in Garage, but it's not quite possible here. A good passive angle being held by Kusta. So we'll have that op duel eventually. Fallen, yep, gonna step right out into Kusta's waiting crosshair.
Yeah, but Cold Zero's up there as well, and
Wallbang.
I'm not sure Kusta could see him on the other side. That's one of the issues with how that railing there works out, and a bit of an issue maybe. But as Mo was pointing out, every time you say you can't use an AWP or double up setup, you know, maybe they are gonna do it. That's a wallbang shot on ELEAGUE.
Wait.
Oh,
Hopefully we
did
got
that go through the actual top of the building?
I honestly hope that we have that on replay, that we'll be able to see that at the end of the round. Adren has been boosted up above the entrance, above radio. What? We might actually have to change that. It's not radio anymore. It's like trophy room. If you look at the props in there, but they are going to go right out onto ramp. Adren picks up the one. Not going to get the second. Great reaction time there from Fur, and Fur with the double entry. Adren and Kusta get dropped, and it's all on Nitro and Hiko now, and Hiko's already been tagged down low. What is he going to be able to do here to turn things around for Liquid?
And with the auto shotgun, this is where it gets a little bit tricky, right? This is where you wish you had some other weapon instead, because retaking with that, I mean, what could he do? And if he opens this door and they're looking the wrong way, he's going to take a couple of shells to take anyone out, and that's going to take too long, basically. So I think Nitro, it's all on him right now. Going to be moving up here. A lot of targets to cover. Goes to the first fight, and will be taking out Fur, but again, Hiko can't really do much. Grenade going to be backed in there. Actually, he misses that back, so that's a bit of an issue. And I think he's out of time as well. So just the best he can do right now is take a lot of people with him and make sure that the Luminosity economy stays low for the upcoming rounds. And good job so far.
Exactly right. If he can actually, I mean, all the 4 players there for Liquid had kits.
Now,
he'll be able to find one.
See if we can get a chance to see Cold Zero's shot here.
Ah, right.
All right, it was just that. But so the reason why we're getting excited is that you can shoot through the building. See all those windows that edge all the way around? You can shoot through those with the heavy rifles, and it's possible, and it is sort of a main stable of nuke for people to do that. But I doubt anyone has learned all the angles. And I think some of them are similar to as they were in the old one, but not quite. So it's a bit tricky.
How much damage do you do with the AK? For example, if you're going for the wallbang with the AK,
it's not that much. So I mean, it can still definitely be worth it just to force someone out of that position. But right. I mean, you've got to be looking at like 9-ish damage per shot, maybe 9 or 11, something like that. It'll take a while, but you can force someone out, and that in itself is valuable.
No, well worth. And well, Kusta this time around. It's like, Cold, if you're going to go silo, you picked off my teammate back there last time.
They're doing the triple. They are doing the triple boost to look into it. This is beautiful. Fallen all the way up there.
Oh, that's so beautiful.
I think someone may have been watching Theorycraft. I can't lie. My God.
Are you influencing teams again, Anders?
It's a distinct
You know that
possibility.
Kenny still has not forgiven you for DreamHack Tours.
Which is a shame. I'm such a fan of Kenny's, so you're gonna have to make it up to him somehow. Buy him some chocolate.
No, you just have to give him strats at one point, you know, that the other teams don't know about.
Well, the fact that it has no impact on the round, which is a bit sad, but it did work out. Obviously, you can look in through the ceiling. It's a risk because actually, if you are aware of it on the other side, it's way easier for the CT inside to get a headshot on you. Down in this bomb site, ELEAGUE will be going down, and that's a 2-for-0 trade favoring the Luminosity side.
Now, well, what can you really hope to achieve if you are Liquid? Not a whole lot. I think it's more about saving your guns at this point in this round than trying to retake, because it's just not going to be possible. And you can already see Hiko backing off towards CT spawn. Kusta's going the same way. Nitro will eventually have to find his way out of the tunnels here. Seems like Nitro's kind of stuck. He might be looking to just take somebody with him. But this is fixing to be 7-5. Luminosity trying to bring it back, looking for that tie going into the 15th round. But it'll be the 13th round next, so we'll see. It's just tough to say right now because it still feels like there's a lot of gimmicky stuff that's possible that teams are still trying to figure out.
Yeah, I mean, this is the same thing with whenever a map gets remade or any big updates happen. there are a lot of things that you have to go back and sort of revisit, which is one of the reasons why having the this nonsense, why having the I love it. Why having the sort of the rotating map pool is important, right? That's why it's fun to have new maps come in, old maps go out and be remade. Like all of these things really are interesting, even though the teams probably hate it. It's good, I think, for a general sort of Counter-Strike experience.
Absolutely, and it's just more work basically that has to go in, and it's optimization as well of the map. I think that's always the first thing, a little leery as the map gets fine-tuned. But Kusta will find a wallbang shot onto Taco. And Taco's been going radio quite a bit here, so he must have been down in ramp, and he might have got it right through the edge of the wall.
Right, and what you were calling the trophy room, which is kind of got a nice name for it. I like that.
I guess it has to be trophy room now, because it's not really a radio room anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's always hard to get rid of old names, but I kind of like trophy room anyway. All of the walls in there are all really thin. You could shoot through all of them with the AWP. So I'm not sure exactly what the angle was. ELEAGUE is just going to be going down, though, and we are looking for a 4-on-4 here. Kusta picking up a second shot on Fur. Did a very good job on him so far. That was all the way outside. He's playing around hell for the moment, trying to see if he can make that work. Nitro going to be taking out Fallen. Cold0 and FNX, what are they doing?
I know that the observers right now are just losing their minds, trying to figure out where on the map are these kills going to be coming from. It's such a nightmare to observe on Nuke because of the map being, stacked one level on top of the other. So you think, oh, the action's going to be happening here, but no, he's actually below him, below the floor. Like they have no way of running into each other. Really frustrating to observe.
Yeah, I absolutely have to second that. Speaking as someone who's done a lot of observing in the past, you gotta cut them a little bit of slack if they end up missing a kill or two. It's really not easy. You could almost make the argument that you need like a third or a fourth observer if you have if you're playing Nuke. But it'd be a bit to keep someone on standby for that, Just be here all day.
Not quite.
In case someone.
Not yet, right?
Not yet. Anyway, FNX running away back into T-spawn to save the AK for the 14th round.
Not a bad call, but that's Liquid coming out ahead now in the half. Still think that they need to pick up the remaining 2 rounds in this half to feel a little comfortable going into the second half. I mean, obviously they would have liked to have just completely shut Luminosity out. Good old, make it like good old Nuke where they end 12-3 or 11-4. But now the best that they can hope for is 10-5. So we'll see if Liquid are going to be good enough to just get that done, or if Luminosity have got something else in store for us here. A little bit of a surprise, maybe. We've seen the triple boost. We've seen some good smoke strats going down.
Yeah, and the crucial thing is that triple boost didn't get discovered. They didn't know that they were doing it, so you could do it again, but you could tell that they're not really willing to invest the time into it. Instead, more smokes here to get some more control out in the yard and see if they can make that work. A very defensive setup coming out of Liquid right now, just staying far back all over the map, it seems.
Yeah, I was wondering if there was going to be some kind of ramp rush coming in from Luminosity, actually, but considering Liquid were putting 2 players there initially, now just leaving Kusta there with the AWP, it could have been a little tricky. Shots? Well, no, not shots, just an HE. Doing a little bit of damage there. Nitro keeping him honest, keeping him on his toes. And in the meantime, it looks like Luminosity, they are gearing up for a push. They're all the way in trophy room in radio. I guess we'll still keep calling it radio until people can get used to it, but a minute left on this clock, and they still don't seem to be any nearer to getting onto a site, any closer to it, and they are out of nades to make life easier here for them, Luminosity.
Yeah, they've shown themselves a bit all over the place, which is interesting, but the problem is to do that, they've used all of their grenades, so I kind of wish that while the grenades were down, they had actually managed to get onto a bomb site, because now they have to walk in without anything at all, and that should be a little bit tricky if Liquid have the right setup here. 40 seconds left, and LG are sneaking in, looking for the one frag. I like that position up there. They can't quite see him. There's the peek coming in from Hiko, but that whole metal beam is just covering him for a long time now. He's going to be jumping in down onto the hot. What great positional play coming out of Hiko in this round. Cold0, last man left alive here in the 14th, and I don't know if there's anything he can do at this point. I mean, they know where he is.
Oh, this is lovely to see. Cold. I just love that. Yeah, exactly. The positioning of Hiko basically being very difficult to predict. Good map awareness as well, knowing that he would be, blocked off from vision from A main if he was holding up on dogwalk like that. So once again, we find ourselves saving, and these rounds really taking quite a bit of time because Luminosity, I mean, clearly they have not refined, not refined their T side on this map just yet. And did he survive the round? No, he survived. He actually got the kill on Nitro. So
yes,
Cold lives.
Cold right now at 12 kills, Fur at 11, and we got Hiko on 13 on the other team. The only one not really doing so well on Liquid right now, in fact, is Adren, but that could very well just be down to whatever position he's holding. So it's hard to know if he's had too many engagements.
Yeah, not really seen him too much, actually. You're right. Maybe he is playing ramp quite a bit. It seems like he might be their ramp guy, and well, Luminosity just haven't gone ramp at all. So let's say straight out, squeak door rush. I like it. This is OG, but 2 kills coming in for Hiko with the auto shotgun. Cold Sarah will take out Nitro. Still 2 players alive, but they get wiped out. Hiko, a triple kill at the end of the half with the auto shotting.
Man, that was an absurd round, wasn't it? And I mean, the 8 push used to be very popular, and you are right, the ramp position traditionally has also been sort of a very hard one to play, and one that most players will try and avoid. But what a great first half here for Team Liquid. I mean, coming back into it, ending 10-5. We are obviously going to get to the second half here, coming up on Nuke after the break. Well, we finally got to see Nuke, at least for one half. We still have another one coming up, but a lot of interesting stuff, Semla.
No, this is fascinating, man. We've seen it all. We've seen smoke executions, clearly Luminosity. I don't know where they did their homework, whether they figured it all out. We watched a video on YouTube. Check out our Room on Fire YouTube. I mean, seriously, great start here on Nuke. Both of these teams really showing us something special. And right here we have it. I mean, this I guess is like the cherry on top, the triple boost out here looking into Sniper.
Yeah, I think one of our producers is really excited about this one. They've been having look at it. That's Steve. Steve just having a great time.
I'm glad that you could already figure this stuff out though on Nuke, right? It just feels like there are endless possibilities until we start really seeing quite a few matches get played out on it. We're just gonna keep getting surprises like that. So, keep picking Nuke, guys.
Sure. And we did have as our top fragger for the Liquid side, Hiko, who played a lot of the round inside the A-bomb site with an auto shotgun. And we have to point that out. The auto shotgun is sort of widely considered in professional circles a bit of a joke weapon, really. It's something you buy when you're not really respecting your opponents. That doesn't mean it's necessarily sort of, it's not like a universal truth, and Hiko made it work, and not as a joke. He was quite proficient with it. So we're going to see if they can continue here Liquid, if they can beat Luminosity on Nuke. Damn, that would be exciting.
Well, and we have Dust 2 waiting, which will be a much more even map between these two teams. Luminosity showing that they put some work into Dust 2 though, so I mean, they're not going to be a pushover by any stretch. But Liquid, they're hoping for that map 3 to keep their hopes alive here to go into the finals and play on TBS tomorrow night. And once again, I bet you both of these teams just sat and watched your video, didn't they?
Well, Adren has actually come up with a better version of this. This is almost what I was doing, but not quite. So Molotov going to go in, it's going to land on the heart. No, yeah, it does actually. There we go. I thought it cancelled for a moment, and now Liquid Gonna be down the vents, and this is some classic stuff, and of course it has to be Adren to do this. Very good tactical approach here, running down through the vents, quick in there to get the bomb down. Luminosity, they only now realize, wait a minute, they snuck in through the vent system, and the bomb is down. FNX picking up one, but ELEAGUE not interested in whatever it was FNX was selling, is knocking on that door. Fur gonna pick up a kill there, and now it's Nitro and Adren left. 2 on 4 at the moment, and that bomb ticking, but not for long enough. They gotta buy more time, and it might have to be all on Adren coming up from behind.
And he's gonna get caught out by Fur, so it is all on Nitro. He's got the plant for it, but instant headshot comes in from Cold. We don't even see Nitro get into the fight. Fallen, he has the kit. Quick defuse there for Luminosity, so they will be picking up the pistol rounds. 6 rounds on the board for Luminosity, 10 for Liquid. And well, Liquid, at least they get the bomb plant. But you're right, that is like an OG strat coming out.
Yeah.
Just rush down the vents from Squeak Door and get that bomb planted as quickly as possible.
Absolutely wonderful. With the 17th round coming up here, and Liquid with the bomb plant, they're going to be buying in the next round. They have bought a smoke and a Molotov here, so maybe Adren wanting to try something here again. Seeing if they could clear out a particular spot. He's going to be up on the T roof, so I think they're just going to wait for him to be ready.
Yeah, and it looks like they might try and go for the similar strategy. This time around, however, FNX is here. And there's Fur with the peak, so they know that there's somebody in A main at least. But this Molotov is going to be so effective. Fur's getting up on top of the hut, and this is where Adren is going to be just putting in that Molotov. If it hits correctly, Fur has to drop, and now he's at risk. But FNX, big spray through the smoke, just trying to stop these guys from getting out and into the open, and it's just not going to happen between FNX and Fur. And now Fallen, they just completely shut down this push. Great adjustment made there by Luminosity.
Yes, and the first thing you notice is when the windows start to break, that's when Fur goes to check lobby. That's when he wants to go in. So he wants to see, wait a minute, all right, they're breaking the windows. Are they also right outside setting up? And he did get confirmation. That means Luminosity must have had a very good idea. We're already going to be seeing the double AWP pickup here from Luminosity. So 2 sniper rifles in play early on in the second half here.
Yeah, these guys aren't messing around. And, well, this is just a go-to strategy for Luminosity. They love to get the double sniper rifle. Cold, so good with it. Even claims that, you know, Fallen isn't the best offer on the team. Now they're breaking all of the windows here, so let's see what they have in store for us this time, Liquid. Well, this is going to come down to the executes, and it's Kusta this time setting up for that Molotov to go on top of hut.
Yeah, and that's pretty much all they're setting up right now. Adren, he's a little bit further back there, looking for a smoke, and it'll be fun to see exactly where that lands. It's going to go really, really wide, it seems. All the way in, bounces off, and does land a little bit further back. That means someone could potentially sneak through there. Taco playing right next to it, but Liquid are making their way through. Cold, though, out in the garage. Gonna pick up the 1 kill. They do make the rest of the crossing happen, and now trying to see if they can hit this A-bomb site. FNX picking up 1 kill, and Fur covering the hut so well. They're making it down the vent, but it seems like it's way too late, and oh my god. Well, if we could get like a slow motion, just like a 360 pan on that as Fur is mid-air. My god.
The Matrix shot.
This is, I mean, we are in the States, but it's not quite Hollywood, is it?
They're feeling pretty good, though, now, because now, you know, Luminosity, at this point, they know that they have superior aim. And let's see, yeah, just flying straight down, gets the headshot. Hiko in the corner. Yeah, okay, right. But...
and the laugh as well. Why not?
But when it comes to the aim now, this is where Luminosity are going to get to shine. They get to stay on CT side, and they just get to hold their spots, communicate. They have all of the tools necessary to just completely lock Liquid out of their T side. So it's up to Liquid now to come up with something clever. We've seen they put a little bit of work in here, but the next buy round is going to be very important for them.
Yes, but I actually would expect that in the early days of this version, new communication on the CT side is going to be the absolute biggest problem. It is so hard on Nuke if you don't know what you're doing. Once you lose a man on CT side, to know how the rest of the team has to move. Because, well, not everyone, but at least a couple of members have to change their positions depending on who goes down. And if you hesitate, it'll be too late. It's actually not as easy as people sometimes make it out to be to play this side. Fur with a really good triple here, but obviously no armor or anything on Liquid. It's going to be a good bot kill, though.
I heard a rumbling in the crowd there. Ooh, that's brutal. Yeah, well... all of this has been, you know, leading up to the 20th round here for Liquid to go for the buy. They have the rifles now, and yeah, we get the replay from Fur. Great spray control. That's why you want that A4, basically. Without the silencer, you get the extra 10 bullets, and it's perfect for those sorts of situations. The anti-rush, it's the anti-rush gun. Just hold down mouse 1, control the spray, and mow everybody down coming in through the choke points. Luminosity still trailing Liquid 9-10. This is it. This is Liquid's big moment. They have all the nades necessary. They have the rifles as well. No AWP, so no slow play. They aren't wasting any time at all. Nitro already trying to set up for a nade, but Fur and FNX, they've taken out 3 players already, and the push hasn't even begun.
Yeah, what do Liquid do at this point here? Go, trying to see if he can make that one work, but not gonna get too much out of it. Hiko will shut him down. Exploding the door as well. And with Nitro being this low, I don't see any way that they could get back in the round. Hiko did go down. Oh, Cold. All right, that garage position for Cold seems to be working out very well.
Oh, that's brutal. That is brutal. I mean, Luminosity right now, they're just completely shutting the door on Liquid, tied up 10-10. No tactical timeout being called here yet for Liquid. Each team gets a 2-minute timeout per map. And so Liquid, they still have that option to go and try and slow things down.
But at the moment...
Didn't they use it in the first half? Am I mistaken?
Did they?
I think that they did. I'm not quite sure. Or am I thinking about Mirage?
I think you're thinking about
Mirage. I don't think we've seen it yet.
Right now, the really disturbing thing if you're Liquid is the amount of money on the Luminosity team. They would have to win quite a few rounds in a row here, Liquid, to try and force some sort of an equal situation. Bit of a wallbang attempt coming out thing. I think that was Adren maybe spamming through, so you see him taking some shots through the top windows there. And again, they're setting up for this A-type execute with the grenades raining in. Molotov there, probably gonna land right around where Taco is. This could be a brilliant Molotov.
Let's see if it's actually effective. Minute 10, we're just waiting. Somebody on Liquid, Peacemaker most likely will have called out a time where everybody starts to throw their nades. Might be the minute mark at this point. They're still waiting around for this. And no, actually, it seems like they're going to change up. They aren't going to fully commit to this execute. They still have so many nades to work with here, Liquid. So what is the plan? They're looking for peaks right now, but FNX, he's got an angle now looking into A-main, and easy shot for him. Picks off Kusta, brings it back to a 4-on-4. And we still have both ops in play here for Luminosity. As you can see, Coldzera, he's even changed up his position, going back to CT spawn. But this allows for Elise to get past through Secret, and now you actually have somebody in the back line here that can open things up on the B site for Liquid.
And Luminosity, they know someone's down here, so they have to draw someone back in as well. Taco up on top of the hot here, gonna get the one frag, but he does go down to Nitro, who gets taken out. He could have fallen as well, and that's the last kill coming through. FNX picking up a triple in that main area, and that was a very good defense. I'm wondering what it was that made Liquid cancel or everything they'd set up for there.
Yeah, I'm curious as well. Was there a tell? Was it the fact that they opened up and picked off Fur? But they picked off Fur, and then they started to set up, so it couldn't be that. It couldn't be the man advantage situation. We actually have the tactical pause coming in here now from Liquid, so this is their timeout. They got one a map. You can see FNX just how quick he has to be. Without the X-ray on, it just targets don't pop out the same way. You just have to hit that shot.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we're not going to see a bit more speed on Liquid, because it seems like as soon as Luminosity are showing the same kind of execute that you are planning on doing on the terrorist side, you obviously realize that point in time, well, that also means they know what's coming. They recognize the grenades. Yeah. They know what we're throwing at them. So it's no longer this, we're talking about what the analysts were calling a pocket pick, something that oh, they weren't expecting it. Maybe they don't know anything about nuke. Well, they clearly do. So now you gotta change it up. I would say, it used to be a thing rushing ramp.
That was what I was about to say, right?
Yeah, but I don't think it's a good idea anymore. The architecture has changed just a little bit. I'm not convinced it's a good idea anymore. I would say go outside.
Well, can you still bank the nade off the angle of the wall?
Yes, you can.
So you can try and at least preemptively get some flashes in there, get a smoke maybe to block off Hell, because I mean, if the man is holding in Hell, then you have that crossfire from ramp and Hell, but you get that smoke down, you block off Hell, maybe you have a chance of getting out and overwhelming the man who's holding, on the ramp itself. Wondering.
I think the fact is, it must have been obvious up until this point now that Coldzera likes being out in the garage in that courtyard.
Right.
And maybe they could try and rush him down. Actually, if we do bring up the minimap that we have here, maybe we'll get a bit of a chance to show you what we're talking about. What Luminosity were doing when they were on the terrorist side was a bit interesting because they use sort of a wall of smokes here that they can put out, and they throw these smokes all the way back here. So once this wall is down, it doesn't matter if Coldzera is out here or out here, which he's been playing. They can run down the stairwell and then get into the lower part of the map and into the B bomb site. So I'd love to see them try and do something like that. Use those grenades to block out the sniper rifle, and that's what you should be doing, because if they try and fight him out there, it's not going to work out well.
I'm wondering. Nope, it's not a ramp rush. it is going to be the outside play here. They do have a couple of smokes, and maybe they will be able to actually make that rush down. That smoke going up is going to block them off, however, so this will be a little annoying for Liquid. They have to wonder if somebody's pushed up aggressively the way that ELEAGUE liked to play in the first half on his CT side, get right up next to Silo, but that's not going to be the case. The smokes go down, there's the wall, and Kusta, he's second man through. Big spray coming in here from Taco, just tagging up ELEAGUE a little bit, but they are down through now towards the B site, and FNX, he's going to go for that peek, and he gets a bit too much.
Yeah, I love this right now from Liquid. A very, very good idea for them to try and see if they can make this work. Tragically, they weren't counting on FNX being in this event, and he's being very possessive of it right now. Just not going to let go of it. Third kill coming through from him, and whatever tactics they had going into it, well, it all fell apart right then and there. Fallen going to pick up a kill, and FNX with the quad. And that will be Liquid now 2 rounds down to the 12 of Luminosity.
Yeah, this is now, basically, it's just the Luminosity show. They have money for days on Luminosity. 4 players after buying up for this round, above 10K. So they can do whatever they want. There's no pressure on Luminosity right now. They're winning all of the duels. Everything is on Liquid, and Liquid are deciding to change it up. Now, Kusta's going to have that AWP on the T side, so I'm going to be really curious to see where he takes it. If he wants to go and camp out and ramp and see if he can't catch somebody peeking, or if he does go out to the yard silo.
I was going to say maybe if we chant triple boost, they could hear it and actually do it, but that's not going to be the case. I would say that triple boost is a gimme. It's not something you just go and do all the time. Right now, Luminosity just 4 rounds away from winning, and Taco is actually playing outside on the stairwell as well, and that's going to make it hard. This is something that Liquid haven't had to deal so much with yet, so if they try and focus a bit too much on Cold Zero in any of these outside attacks, it could be a little bit tricky.
Shots, no. Just very slow play set up, slow pace rather set up here for Liquid. Taco, though, ELEAGUE was the yard man. It looks like Taco's the same. He has the same role here for Luminosity, and he's holding in secret. This is one of those age-old spots because he's going to step right up, and he gets completely dropped. Nitro and ELEAGUE, both working together as a group, just overwhelm him, and now Liquid actually have a man advantage to work with here. But Cold is looking for that backstab, and Fallen holds the line. He's got the Tech 9 as well, just goes charging in. Kusta with the point-blank shot, but FNX is still in the fight. Will take out Nitro.
Liquid, they come out on top of this. That's a fantastic shot from Kusta. And against Fallen, who is so comfortable in those types of situations now, it is a 2-on-3 with FNX very nearly dead. Did he see the guy? Oh, he sees the barrel! Fur gonna be going down. And now FNX, the last man left here, in a 1-on-3, and that Molotov, well, there is no getting alive out of that situation. What a way to use the Molotov.
Yeah, now home team actually puts that round on the board. First round of the second half, if I'm not mistaken. So Liquid, 11 rounds. Luminosity still with 12. Luminosity finally having to spend some of that money, but they go straight back to the double op. That's their key go-to strategy, it looks like. And Fallen actually having a little bit of a quiet map after the first one where he just dominated outright, only sitting on the 9 kills. Taco as well, only on the 5. So we'll have to see if Taco can, figure out what's not working for him. Maybe not play that yard area so aggressively, because Cold has now got Garage once again. And so Taco is going to be backing up Fallen towards ramp, and they're going for an aggressive push, and they're going to have to make that happen. But Taco gets caught by Adren, and Fallen as well just falls apart. Beautiful work from Adren holding the angle. Luminosity really looking to take the fight to Liquid. But Liquid were patient, and it played out perfectly.
Yeah, this is very interesting. With that fight being won outside as well by Kusta, it's definitely a good start, and they almost give up the round to FNX. Imagine if he'd got the headshot there on the third man in. That would have been terrifying. It's Fur left, and we can't count him out of the round. They still don't have the bomb plant. They still need to get onto a site, and the really big issue they have right now is they've got no clue where he's holding. So if he somehow finds the right angle, is he really going to come look for them in lobby? Not quite yet. They're sneaking in through ramp, and are probably going to end up at the B-bomb site.
Yeah, this is a bit of a difficult situation for Fur. All he's doing is just kind of crossing his fingers and hoping that they will choose to go A. It's all the information he really has to go off of right now. Hiko, ELEAGUE, and Adren making their way down ramp, all 3 grouped up. I do like this from Liquid, guaranteeing the trade frag if they do happen to bump into Fur somewhere. But all these nades going down, pretty much going to signal to Fur, well, it didn't work out for me this time. The gamble, not quite there. And we'll see if he can actually make his way through on the vents, but this angle should be covered. He should not be able to be effective coming through. Yep, Hiko, instant headshot. And Liquid fighting back. 12 rounds now, tied it up.
Yes, and some of these rounds have not seemed very competitive from Luminosity's point of view. I'm wondering if they, in turn, are being a bit too defensive right now. We saw when Liquid were on the CT side that they did have ELEAGUE pushing up towards the silo outside. They also had a couple of pushes that went through ramp and hut where they try to be a bit aggressive, right? I want to see a little bit more of that maybe out of Luminosity instead of just waiting around with a double up here. But they have the money for it. They've gone for it once again. And Liquid so far, and ever since that timeout, they've been good at smoking off Cold Zero out here and making sure they can get someone into Secret.
And this is where they've changed it up. Fallen once again playing ramp, and Taco is going to be supporting Cold Zero out in yard for now. So they or no, actually he's making his way. Yeah, he will eventually get the Secret, but he's going through the hallways below. The thing here is that Luminosity now, they're saying, right, we tried the aggression in the last round, now we're just going to sit and wait. Kusta eventually might try and peek Fallen, but Fallen with that angle, he has every advantage, no need for him to change it up. And Kusta realizes this. So he backs off, and now, how did Fur eat a nade?
I think Kusta's trying for the wall bang. Yeah, so Kusta knows an angle. There is a second one he could actually almost hit Fallen with, but I guess he doesn't quite recognize it. I love this, though. Kusta waiting patiently. There's the Molotov going into the high ground, forcing away the CT side, but they're getting all the kills in the beginning here. Taco, and then Fur coming up with a second kill of the round for himself. Kusta going to be the last man left, and they're trying to see if they can hunt him down, but he seems quite comfortable on Nuke, in fact. He's been hitting a lot of good shots here, but obviously this round is not going to work out in his favor. Just doing some damage here is definitely still great for him. And so far, double kill.
And at least he has the bomb, so he has options. But with 20 seconds left, it's not really going to be panning out. All Luminosity have to do now are just worry about the bomb sites. He is going to check for Taco, but Taco hits the headshot instantly as he comes around the corner. And a solid hold. Luminosity succeed in breaking the streak here, so they are once again in the lead, 13-12. And this is where it starts to get uncomfortable for Liquid. What is Liquid's money like? They have enough for a full buy here, but that is going to be all of their money. So if they lose this round, they're going to be in a forced buy scenario with pistols when Luminosity are going to be looking at match point. So definitely a bit of a scary situation for the North American Hope.
And we should probably touch upon the idea that FNX is currently 1 kill away from dropping what we call a 30 bomb, which is obviously 30 kills in one game. That's where we're at right now. Very impressive here from the Brazilian player. With the 26th round coming up right now, see if Liquid can find a way to break through the wall, because if they can't, it's going to be a lot of trouble. Kusta trying for that one wall bang shot, but yeah, like we were pointing out, there are so many of them that can be used here. And he's trying for a second one. Oh, gonna get the return. Kusta, so close right now. He's trying for it. He's not gonna connect, and Fallen must know. What is this? It can hardly be real.
Well, now's the peak. And unfortunately, Kusta, when he tries to do it the straight up way, he gets beaten. Fallen holding the angle, not gonna make that mistake. And Adren with the flash, actually taking quite a bit of damage. But Fallen gets greedy, steps right into the angle, and Adren brings it back. So it's a 4-on-4 now. A minute left on this clock. Liquid still have plenty of time, and they have a good nade count to work with as well.
It's a really uncharacteristic mistake for Fallen to make, I would say. It doesn't happen very often. We see again the smoke that's going to be going down. Double smoke outside to allow ELEAGUE and Nitro, which is such a great duo, as Mo was also pointing out. These are some of the best, if not maybe the two best players on the team, to try and see if they could sneak in and get into that B-bomb side. Hiko out there with the bomb in hand, and they're actually a little bit late to get the crossing. I'm not sure if Liquid changed their mind halfway through. You don't all have to go this way to get to the B-bomb site. Half could go this way, half could go to ramp.
They're cutting it close, 20 seconds. Taco is the one who's holding it ramp right now. He's got eyes on that site. Quite a few angles for him to worry about, though, as you can see. 3 of them. So it's going to come down to whether he can hit the shots, and well, that's going to start things off nicely. Headshot onto Nitro, gets a follow-up onto Hiko, spots the third man in, Adren, and the flank is going to be coming through. FNX, he gets snuffed by ELEAGUE, but Taco's still here, buying so much time. And Fur with the rotate, they just run out of time in the end. Liquid, they had to get that bomb down.
Wow. Again, he doesn't obviously see the outline of the enemy player there. That's the X-ray that's meant to help us observe and watch the game. So Kusta's just doing it blindly and just a little bit of practice going in. So that's a great idea. Here's the big problem that Liquid have, and this is true for both sides, especially on that lower B bomb side. If you want to put the bomb down, you need to save a smoke for that purpose. Otherwise, it's very hard to do. If you're a CT and you want to defuse the bomb, you also need to save a smoke for it. It's really hard. There are so many angles. You're going to need some sort of cover for it, and they didn't have that. They had Molotovs, but no smokes.
And just no time. But this is it, the situation. Without a bomb plant, it's pistols across the board here. Smoke goes down to block off Hut. He's just waiting to give Hiko a taste of his own medicine. He's got that auto shotgun right outside of Hut. He wants them to go for the rush, Liquid, but instead Liquid once again trying to make their way down Secret and FNX. He's looking for the timing. I'm getting flashbacks to Get Right. Pushing through the smoke, gonna get back behind here in Secret, and he's gonna be able to get the full backstab on. If Liquid don't realize this, he's gonna take out one whole part of their flank. And there it is. Nitro turns around just in the nick of time. ELEAGUE is there as well. FNX realizes it, steps right into his own nade. He doesn't care, gets a kill, and fallen with 2 of his own.
And that will be the round for Luminosity. 15 on the board here for the Brazilians. And remember, this is the second map in a best of 3. They already won the first one quite convincingly. This map it's already been a lot tighter, but we'll see if they can make it through. I do want to say though, and I think you're right, mentioning Get Right is definitely valid here. He obviously plays on NIP, which is the Swedish team, in case anyone is wondering. They'll be here later on at some point.
Next
but
week.
He almost, I would say, defines or is the inventor of how to play that courtyard. Everything you need to know about, you could go back and look at all Get Right demos, and you will know all you need to know about how to play that.
Glad to see that FNX is clearly in his comfort zone though. Just works his way right back there, and now that's really going to throw Liquid on tilt a little bit. Nice flick there from Cold, but he misses the shot. He does 2 for 1. They line up, nothing working for Liquid. They might be able to get the kill onto Cold, but no, he snuffs Kusta. Not going to get the follow-up on Nitro, but they're just going to come charging right at Nitro. They overwhelm him in the end. It's fitting. For the new version of Nuke, he gets the last kill on it with the auto shotgun, but it's a deciding, basically a 2-0 win here for Luminosity.
Yeah, what a way to close it out there. 2 for 1 shot with the sniper rifle, and a 31 kills total drop for FNX at the end of this map, which is also just absolutely demonic for him. So gotta be rough for Liquid, because this was their ace up the sleeve, and it gotta say, they made it real close. This could have actually gone either way. There was definitely a time at the end of this second half where Luminosity could have been broken economically.
Yeah, there was there was an opportunity there, and Liquid obviously going to realize that we had a chance. We could have done something. It slipped through our fingers, and now it's going to be Luminosity moving on to play in the finals tomorrow night on TBS. And well, Liquid, they get to have some seats in the crowd, because they're going to be watching it. They're not going to be around to compete.
Yeah, and as predicted, Luminosity, the monster of this first group here at ELEAGUE. We will be having a full breakdown right after this with the panelists. So stay with us.
Hello and welcome back. There you have it. Confirmation that Luminosity are the winners over Team Liquid. I'm your host, Richard Lewis, and to help me break that match down, we've got Moses and Mo. And, well, Team Liquid wanted to throw that Hail Mary up there. They picked Nuke. It looked like it was going to be good. It started out great for them, but then Luminosity just took over the game.
Yeah, it almost worked, right? It was actually much closer. I mean, they had their opportunities there to take that match. I mean, what it came down to, FNX was insane. Some of these individual performances we saw. So FNX and I believe it was Cold who was also up there as well. I mean, FNX was up in 30 kills, but I mean, there was some of that individual battle on the Liquid side that we wanted to see. Just no one really.
This was amazing.
Really escalating. Yeah, this was a great pistol round for Nico.
Yeah, this is at the start. This is when Liquid actually came out, guns blazing. You felt like they could do something here. Started out well, Luminosity, like they did in the previous map. When they got the guns, they started to post the numbers up, but Liquid were matching them.
Now, historically, Newt was CT-sided, but with this new one, we thought it'd be more T-sided, which is crazy because both teams did better on their CT side here, showing us that it still is pretty CT-sided, but this could be because it's just new and no one really
Yeah, exactly. It's a new map. I think it's early days before we can make a definitive statement about how this goes.
Think about Liquid, they looked a lot more prepared on this map than they did on any other map I've seen them all week. So it shows that they did have an idea going in. They weren't just throwing a Hail Mary. They actually maybe must have planned this maybe weeks in advance. I don't know. They looked like they knew what they were doing, but as you can see, a lot of FNX's skills were just like this. Through the smoke, almost lucky. Like, obviously, he's an insane player, but a lot of his skills were through smoke. He was just insane the whole time. They couldn't get anything
I mean, that
going.
is ridiculous right there. You can see without the X-ray. But that's timing, that's game sense, that's understanding your opponent's
But
move.
the map is so new that, like, the timings are a little different right now. They're a little off, but not for FNX. He had just upper on lockdown. No one could do anything up there.
They did a great job of disrupting executions by Liquid. Whereas Luminosity, they would actually get into the bomb site during their executions, and Liquid would have to stop them there. I mean, Luminosity didn't even let Liquid get out of HUD, out of the squeaky door. It was crazy.
And we've seen this time and time again, that when Liquid get into games and if they get a lead and they just get there, as soon as the opposition starts to claw back, that's when they start to crumble. Luminosity said they had tactics, and turns out they did. But then again, there's no legislating for skills like this from Cold Zero.
This is unbelievable. He's so good with every gun, and that's what makes him the number one player in the world. Anything in his hands is devastating.
He's getting to a point where he's almost like Olafmeister at his peak, where you can put any weapon in Cold, and he's going to be effective with it.
I think he's been there for a while now.
Well.
I think he's actually been there for a while for Luminosity now, and everyone has seen that this guy can use anything and be very, very crazy with it.
Well, Luminosity, they were right to be hyped in their trademark huddle. They've done it. They've made it to TBS. They're going to be there on Friday. Yeah, you can see confirmation, Luminosity 2-0 in the first semi-final, and that means you're going to be able to see them on TBS at 10 p.m. Eastern. So a clean sweep for the Brazilians. Incredible stuff. Didn't drop a map here. Team Liquid definitely did drop a map, but this guy was unbelievably on point. An easy, blazing hot player of the match as presented by Buffalo Wild Wings. FNX, just a masterful performance by him.
Well deserved.
Yeah, just having a really, really good time. There's just another one through smoke.
Again, angles that shouldn't exist, but they do.
That's really frustrating as well as a player. Part of the issue with Liquid in the second half, we saw them go on a streak there where they strung like 2 to 3 rounds together. I think it was actually just 2. But the issue was all the rounds before that were so dominant by Luminosity. They had so much money built up. The economy for them was so strong. Liquid was either having, success or just complete breakdowns.
I said this, I think, on day one. The only way to actually beat Luminosity or get close to beating them is disrupt their economy. And not once this whole time has their economy been disrupted by any team. It's funny to me that Liquid has not won a single map this entire week. That's very, very frustrating for them, I bet.
I mean, you said that's funny. That's like one of those nervous laughers where you're like, oh, God.
It's funny to me, not so much to the Liquid fans.
We're obviously going to get a chance to talk a lot more about Luminosity tomorrow on TBS. Let's talk about Liquid and where they go from here, just as some final thoughts. I think this is the last we see this lineup.
I hope this is the last we see this lineup.
You've had enough.
Yeah, I've honestly had enough. I think they need to make a change within the core. At least, 2 new players, 3 players leave. I don't know what it is, but I know the major spots are concerned because they are legend status. But
they already had Simple leave the roster who played at the major, so they can only make a certain amount of roster changes if they want to do
2
something.
more, right?
I
don't know the rule
I'm
either.
not entirely sure, actually.
We should. We're the analyst.
I know.
We should know the rules.
The rules ain't never applied to Mo, so I don't expect you to know them.
They need.
I don't know if they'll make a roster change. If it happens, it's got to be in the next week or two, obviously, for the major. But I think they almost may want to give Peacemaker a little bit more time before they decide to make a change. Maybe just go into the major and say, let's see what improvements you can make in a short period of time.
You can see what Nitro thinks about being filmed there, and obviously a very disappointed Team Liquid. Anyway, guys, thanks a lot for your thoughts. So we're going to go to a short break, but when we get back, we are going to bring you the other semi-final. Who's going to join Luminosity on TBS this Friday? Will it be Renegades? Will it be Cloud9? We're going to find out after the break.
USA.
Hi, I'm Shaquille O'Neal. When it comes to Counter-Strike and E-League, I wanted to get deep into the game. Ha ha! Scared you, didn't I? Fish gun. You go ahead. I'll watch the chickens. Hey, man, you want some cheese before we roll out? Nobody's gonna hurt my little chickie, baby. No. Shackle flies. Boom, boochie, boom. Don't shoot. Boom, boochie, boom. Shack out.
I got my start as a professional Counter-Strike player way back in 2008.
Jordan Gilbert's been playing Counter-Strike professionally since he was a wee little guy.
I was playing casually for a long time while I played ice hockey on the side. I was going to school. I competed at a qualifier. We won it under the team name EMG. Got signed by Evil Geniuses, and I haven't looked back since.
He's still a wee little guy now, don't get me wrong, but the difference is now, he's seen it all.
Nothing pushes up towards the middle. Nothing playing at the edge of the smoke. Finds that first kill. Nicely done.
We all have like an inherent desire to compete. It's fun to be friends with people, but also go in the server and treat them as your enemy.
That position from nothing, gathered so much info, so much intel, and they had the perfect rotation.
Domestically, our rival right now is probably Liquid, and then probably abroad, Virtus Pro.
He's seen so much experience over these years playing that it really helps him with his veterancy now on the team.
We know there's a lot of fans out there. We go to Romania or Germany or Sweden or London, and for us to kind of come to another place in the world, it's always an honor. We're all pretty stoked that Counter-Strike's growing so much because we all just really love competing.
Well, in the commercial break, our guy Mo, he just can't help himself, can he? There he is with fans. I don't know. I think they were hoping for Anders. Maybe they mistook him for Anders. I don't know.
Yeah, your eyes don't deceive you. Some people do actually like Mo. He's weird. It is a little off.
It must be his family members. I mean, this guy is so narcissistic. We can't even get him to the desk if he has to walk past a mirror. It's absolutely ridiculous.
To be honest, I think it's just they thought that Rocky Balboa got into a time machine from about 20 years ago, and they were like, oh no, he's right here.
Yeah.
So I think that's more about what it was.
Well, look, we got to get straight into our game. We go Renegades versus Cloud9 is our next semifinal. See who's going to be playing on TBS against Luminosity. We've got Dus Moret on the desk. Why don't you tell us about Renegades?
Well, Renegades coming to this tournament a little bit disappointed, right? Things haven't been going so well for them lately, but they took a boot camp in Sweden leading up to this event, and they actually were able to get, something going here against Luminosity on Cobblestone. They took this one into overtime, but then proceeded to get 16-0'd on Train, so not a great way to kick things off, but they did, in fact, beat Liquid, and they went 1-for-1 against Cloud9, so they got a decent seed here. They're going to get a rematch against C9, and we're going to be able to see what they can come up with, because some of their players, particularly JKS, were looking pretty sharp.
I mean, this is this team. They still have some work to do. I mean, the issue is you always see some good things, but you're never quite sold on them, are you? I mean, they still haven't kind of pushed you into that zone where you can be confident picking them to win. And Cloud9, I mean, they dropped Renegades dropped a lot of points against Cloud9. They had a big lead and they gave it right back up. So Cloud9, I still think if you look down this roster on paper, the Cloud9 team actually outskills Renegades.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to agree with that. I think the problem you've got with Renegades, like you say, they've got the tools, they've got the skills, but it just never seems to click. They never do it in a sustained fashion. They have brilliant rounds, brilliant individual moments, and it just never seems to go the full 9 yards. Who's got to step up for them here, though? Who do we need to watch?
The guys we always talk about, it's JKS or Azur. I mean, those are the two players. JKS especially, I mean, I still remember when he broke out, when he had his first event with Renegades, he was absolutely nuts. I believe you were actually there. It was at a Gfinity where he just dominated the field. I mean, he was putting up huge numbers that we did not expect, and since then, I'm not sure if we've ever actually seen him get to that point again, but it's those two, and then, I mean, Yam with the AWP has got to be impactful.
Well, let's talk about Cloud9 as well. Dus, you can take us through this team. They were the #1 team in North America for the longest period of time. They were the standard bearers for the entire region. They were the guys that everybody aspired to be like in North America. Phenomenally talented. But then they dropped off. Then they made this roster change, and then people kind of gave up faith. Why don't you tell us about this team, Dustin?
Well, they've been looking pretty good at this event. You got to give your props over to Stewie 2K. He's been developing so well on this team, really opening up this game, becoming more versatile, being able to even add the op to his repertoire. But he's also a great aggressive rifler. You know, you've been able to see him just really excel lately for this team, and he's actually become one of their most consistent players. He used to be the wild card, but now he's the one that this team seems to kind of rely on to be competitive.
Yeah, but that's the scary part, is that they do rely on that from nothing, because throughout his career, which spans over a decade, he has been a bit inconsistent here and there. Yeah. I think the big thing for this team is we're starting to see them come out of this identity crisis they had ever since Sean left. You never really knew what kind of team they were going to be, what kind of structure they wanted, where they were going to go. And now that they have Slummy or Kanji working together as the in-game leader and the coach, starting to find some of that structure. And then especially the emergence of Stewie, like you mentioned, the fact that he's doing it consistently, the fact that it's now been, almost a month or two where we've started to see this guy hit kind of a brand new peak that he's never hit before. They can start relying on that, and they can build off that.
Well, that's been the issue in Cloud9. It's been leadership. We've got Puckett, who's talking right now to a former leader of the team. It is their general manager, Stunner.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Stunner. And do we have any Stunner fans in the crowd? That's what I thought. I thought so. Stunner, you've been hanging out with the team all week. What's this experience been like for you so far?
You guys have really taken good care of us since we've been here. We really have no complaints. You guys have really shown us that Southern hospitality that I grew up knowing. So with that being said, we look forward to being back here later.
Well, today you're playing against Renegades. This is the rematch from yesterday. I talked to Slummy after the match, and he said, we were holding some aces up our sleeves. Didn't show him our full game plan. How confident is the team coming into this rematch?
Oh, we went ahead and got a scrim in before this match today, which is something we haven't done going into this week. So we're feeling pretty confident going into this, and hope to send them packing back to Australia.
We'll see how that works out. Tell me real quick before I let you go, what's it like having the young guys, Stewie 2K, and of course, now Slummy added to the lineup?
Oh, these guys are hungry, and they want to come in here, and they want to be a part of this powerhouse, which is Cloud9. So that's exactly what I want.
And are we going to see Cloud9 tomorrow on TV?
Yeah, you need to bet your ass.
All right, we're betting our ass over here. Let's send it back to the desk.
Okay, well, let's talk about the map. So let's bet on that. What maps we're going to play. Break this down for us, Dust.
Well, obvious ban from Renegades is Dust 2. Cloud9 probably going to get rid of Nuke if I had to imagine. I don't think they want anything to do with that. Now it comes to the picks. I want to say Renegades would want to go at Cobble. They beat him yesterday on it. They've been very successful on it. There that goes. For Cloud9, it's got to be Trainer Cash for me on this one.
Yeah, and you see that Cobblestone pick in there for Renegades? Been the map they performed the best on recently. Cloud9 picking up Cash, not a big surprise, Moses?
Oh, no, not at all. It's always been, that or Dust 2 are their top two maps, and then it's going to end on Train. So a lot of variety in this map pick, a lot of different strategic and tactical maps that they have in this three-map set.
Yeah, and of course, Train, as we've said consistently over the course of the broadcast, if we do go the distance, and I think if any game was going to go the distance, it was always going to be this one, Train has just been horrible for Renegades. I think they got to get this done in two.
Yeah, but this is the thing about Renegades. They like to play it for whatever reason, especially against North Americans. I mentioned that the other day when they played this map. So, they're still going to be confident on it despite any of the results they had, because they have to put faith into the preparation they've put into it over the past however many amounts of months. And that's also a map where Yam, we've seen him be very, very effective, especially him on this map for Renegades. So that's something he can bring forward into it. But Cloud9's not going to, this was a map, I believe they played it yesterday, didn't they? In their two maps, so yeah. So this is a map that Cloud9 is going to be comfortable on as well. So if it does go to a third map, that's going to be a very, very cool way to finish this off.
How do you see it going, Dust? Obviously, you've been crunching the numbers over there. I saw your folder. For those that don't know, Dust does his homework like no other analyst in the game.
Called me a professor, and he's got a
exactly.
Out here. Three rings
the real professor has arrived. So what are the tendencies here in terms of wins and losses?
Well, when it comes to Renegades, Cobblestone has been their best map. We saw them actually challenge Luminosity pretty well whenever they went up against them on that particular map, and they've also just felt comfortable on it. But most of their results on Cobblestone are against teams that aren't really of high quality. So it's really hard to read them as far as results go. For Cloud9, we saw them beat a really good Cobblestone team, Tempo Storm, on LAN at DreamHack Austin, but they did have some trouble yesterday against Renegades. So I'm not really quite sure about that one head-to-head, to be quite honest with you.
I think we could be a little bit iffy about those matches from yesterday, just because in the grand scheme of things, they didn't mean too much. These teams are always going to be playing each other no matter the results of that map. Doesn't mean they weren't trying, just means, I mean, even Slummy said it, a little bit more puggy, a little bit less structure, just kind of probing a little bit early yesterday.
Well, this is our head-to-head matchup. On the left, we've got the Clutch King, JKS, going up against the resurgent veteran in the form of Nothing. Let's talk about JKS. Dust, what do you make of him? He's got it all, right?
He definitely has it on. He's going to be very important here on Cobblestone. He's one of their bomb side anchors on the CT side, like he is across their entire map pool, so he's going to be big on trying to defend things. He's also a very clutch player, so he's normally more passive on the terrorist side, which means he's going to be put in a lot of situations where it's going to get down to the wire, and he's going to have to make kind of the final play to push his team over the edge, so they rely on him a lot.
I mean, we say he's got it all. He's not got peripheral vision, as you can see from that clip right there. He left his captain hanging. Never do that.
Sponge was begging.
But seriously, this guy, when we call him the Clutch King, he's one of the most calm, composed players, I think, outside of the big names, outside of the likes of Luminosity.
I don't know if I'd call him a king, though. I mean, that's going a bit far.
Prince?
Yeah, maybe Jester.
Whoa.
Wow, man.
That is sorry.
Are you reading off Mo's script? What's going on here?
No, I mean, listen, he's a great player. I like JKS a lot. He's very good in open space. But the only bummer about that is it relies upon Ozzer and Ustilo to be able to open things up for him. That's kind of the big thing about me, is that JKS, in order to be unlocked, I don't always see him do it himself. He's got to rely on other teammates, which you always do. But it's got to be one of those guys getting that opening kill, giving him the space to work with so he can go wide, so he can find his way into bomb sites. He's not great at entering bomb sites, but once he's in, it can be dangerous.
Okay, well, from a man who we're saying has got it all to a man who's done it all, Dust, why don't you tell us about Nothing? One of the true veterans we've got in ELEAGUE, been around since day dot.
Yeah, I mean, we've really seen him get freed up quite a lot since Slimmy took over the leadership. So instead of him playing kind of these lurker roles or more peripheral areas, he's now actually being a lot more involved in the attack. And on this Cobblestone game, he's going to be that drop room player. So he's going to be responsible for trying to help open up that B-bomb site. He's also really important on defending the B-bomb site on the CT side. So far this tournament, he has been up to par. He's been putting up some good numbers. He needs to continue to do that if he wants to see his brand on television tomorrow.
This guy's just, Nothing's just like a lot of fun, right? He just likes to go, you want to talk about the real Jester that's going to be in the room. It's Nothing. I mean,
there we are.
Knows how to play that crowd and everything. He's great in interviews. Deadly when he gets into the server and he's in that mode. We talked about his inconsistencies, but when he hits it, there's no one better at just creating something out of nothing.
Yeah.
Which is, sorry. Okay, I apologize. That one was, we walked right into that.
We're going to fire the script writer. Hopefully there won't be any jokes like that.
This is
on
Mo's.
Friday. We'll find out if Cloud9 or Renegades are going to be playing. Like I say, you want to tune in. It's going to be the ELEAGUE debut. That's going to be on TBS at 10 p.m. Eastern. Will Nothing be there? We're going to find out. So we're going to give you a tour of the arena. You can see there as well. We're going to make the Observer feed available on Twitch. That's going to be for all our international broadcasters. But just in case you want to see what's going on behind the scenes, we've got our Arby's Arena tour. Check it out.
Welcome to ELEAGUE. Housed entirely on the Turner Atlanta campus is a 10,000 square foot esports arena. Seating an audience of 225, this state-of-the-art facility features 7 enormous LED screens, the biggest being 30 feet wide and 11.5 feet tall. The centerpiece of this totally custom build is the fully motorized caster desk, with a 10-foot curved LED and the ability to rotate and travel forwards and backwards 50 feet. Down the hall from the arena, there are 8 practice rooms, a player lounge, VIP lounge, and production space. With all this under one roof, ELEAGUE offers unparalleled access to the players and teams. This is esports as it was meant to be.
So there we go. Guys, I've got to ask you, how does it feel like you're going to be on TV? All of these guys are going to be on TV as well. How does it feel?
I mean, I'm supremely excited. A little bit nervous.
Yeah?
A little bit nervous.
You don't get nervous, do you?
I didn't think so. And then you start talking about TV. I don't know. It is a little nerve-wracking.
No, I know someone who does get nervous. Does.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's kind of a dream come true to get back to this point and do it the right way, which I think these guys have certainly done with Counter-Strike this time around.
We've been around a long time. We've seen some things. We've seen some things.
Can never forget.
Okay, anyway, look, thanks a lot for your thoughts, gentlemen. We're going to take a short commercial break. When we come back, we're going to bring you the action. Renegades, Cloud9. Who's going to play Luminosity in the final? We find out very soon.
My name's Chad Birchall. I'm from Perth, Western Australia. My alias is Sponge and I play for the Renegades.
I like living in Perth because it's really relaxed and we have really good weather, crazy good beaches, and it's just a chill place to live.
How's my double chin looking? Pretty great. Yeah, sweet.
I've been playing Counter-Strike for 12 years now. I started when I was about 13, 14 years of age. It was my competitive outlet. When Counter-Strike Go came out only a couple of years ago, we merged two teams together to form this one. These are people that I've known for a big portion of my life, and they're good friends of mine.
I really like the strategy of the game because I'm the in-game leader. It's quite a detailed role because I still have to try and play just as well as the other guys while constantly thinking about what our team's going to do, what the other team's going to do.
Sponge obviously coming up with something.
Mentally outsmarting the other in-game leader and the other opponents is a thrill for me.
Chad's the tactician.
Regardless of whether we're winning or losing, Chad's always going to be yelling and screaming.
Chad just goes absolutely insane all the time.
Chad's a really good leader because he puts everyone in the perfect position for them to thrive and to their full ability use them. He does so much work within the team that he's a really good leader.
He's one of the best leaders I've ever played with.
So there you have it. That's the man, Sponge, one of the great in-game leaders to come out of Australia. Now, I've known Chad 10 years, maybe longer. We go way, way back. But I got to say, he knows how the game is played. We got to talk about his performances of late. In terms of what he's been delivering on the server, not up to the standard of a lot of players, certainly not to the players around him on Renegades. A lot of people have been saying that if he cannot elevate his game, he needs to retire for the team to move forward. I'll ask both of you if you think that statement is harsh or fair.
To be fair, you do have to hit a minimum threshold of kills, even as an in-game leader, to not burden your team. And there has been several times throughout this tournament where I don't feel he has been hitting that. But at the same time, when I just watch him play, I see these moments where he can just take control of the game. In fact, he's become one of their entry fraggers on a lot of different maps I've seen most recently, kind of giving you still a little bit more comfort to be a bit more flexible and not have to do it as much. And his team seems to love him. He seems to lead him well. I think that they set up the right way. It's just they don't always put it together. So I don't think he should be cut yet.
Moses?
I mean, it's definitely true. You have to. It's so difficult. There's a lot of leaders who struggle with that, and he does need to step up in a certain way. He needs to just find like something he can do. And part of it as an in-game leader is preparing your team well enough and practicing well enough that you can actually slack off on your in-game leading, where they just kind of know what's coming next, and you don't have to be that big, that micromanager. You don't have to be the puppet master. You know, they kind of know what to expect to do in every situation, and then that's when you really see in-game leaders start to thrive. We see it with Fallen after a year with that team. They finally kind of clicked, and now he's able to just be much better individually.
Well, I'll tell you someone else who might have some opinions about this. It's Anders and Samler. We're going to bring them in. Obviously, you've known Sponge a good while as well, gentlemen. You've seen him come up. You've seen him perform better than this. He is in a slump right now. What do you think? Are the critics right that he has to retire if Renegades are to get better?
No, I don't think that's true. But I think what Sponge has also run into, because he has been around there for a while, and he was wildly popular in the beginning. Everyone loved him.
Yeah.
He's a very likable guy, and then he started expressing himself a lot on social media, and I think the pressure's just like been so steadily building for him. Everyone seems to really have him under the loop, and any little mistake that he does, and I think he knows it. Every time, every game they play, he knows that this is coming, right? That people are going to be making a new thread about him, saying, well, this is not good enough.
I would say that it has more to do with his team than him in particular, because Moses makes a great point right there, and it's the point that I would have made as well. It's just like, hey, Fallen is capable of doing what he does, not only because he's a great player, right, but because he knows that he has this network, this framework to fall back on, and that he can count on all of his teammates to really perform and hit shots. When you have like the likes of Cold on your team, you're going to be having that feel-good moment every round where it's just like, oh, yeah, right, I can go in and wreck. Sponge, unfortunately, doesn't have that right now because his teammates, they're still too inconsistent. Azza, he'll have a terrific game where he just goes wild, just like he'll have a game where he's non-existent on the map. You can't have that. So that then comes down to Sponge to try and figure out what he needs to do.
And Sponge has said as well that there's absolutely no way on planet Earth he would ever go to coach. That if he ever got cut from this team or was forced to retire, what he would be doing is he would just be throwing in the towel. That would be the end of that chapter for him. I mean, what do you think about that, guys? Is that crazy?
I mean, I think actually this is something we heard from other people too, right? Sean Gers being sort of the most obvious other example, one of the best in-game leaders in North America. I think people who play this level and want to keep doing it should definitely do that. I think if you go to coach too soon, then you're going to be overdoing your role as a coach anyway. You will try and control all your players. So I don't think, I can understand where he's coming from, but long term, I think the role of being a coach is going to be so valuable and important that you will be seeing not a sort of an outside member of the team, but really a core member of the team, like we have seen on a bunch of teams already, that maybe it won't feel so alien to someone like Sponge or Sean in the future.
You know, what's really brilliant is that actually, I mean, Semler touched on it, is, it's always Sponge that's out of the gun. You never hear anything about really his other teammates because Sponge is always there just taking the bullets for his team. I think that's a fantastic quality to have in a leader.
I think once you go out on social media and you mouth off and you talk a good game, though, you do make yourself a lightning rod. That's just the nature of the business.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think he just accepts that. I think he eats it for the team, and I think it's a brilliant thing. I bet his teammates love him for that.
Well, he took a little bit of a break there, right? Where he went on the sabbatical, went back to Australia for a few days. Met up with his family.
Yeah, we had him in that promo chasing kangaroos.
There you go, right? Deleted his social media. I mean, he took a step back, but I think after that break now, he's probably centered himself again and figured out how to take the pressure now. And he also has a coach now, you're right.
Honestly, though, I prefer when players try and be a little bit vocal and try and express their frustration, because then at least I know they're invested in the game. If they always just go out and say, well, it was a good game, we're trying our very best, we'll try and improve, right? I always think of Sponge's sort of frustration as almost like a metric for how much he cares about the game, but that can obviously backfire quite heavily. There is another player that has a similar sort of history, which is Pimp from the Danish scene, right? Sorry about the name, but it's true.
Yeah, we'll see Pimp later on. We'll see Pimp later on.
But that's he's had a similar experience, right? It goes on Twitter, says all what people perceive as being excuses, but I think it's actually frustration about wanting to play better, and all the time they put into it not working out the way that they thought.
Yeah, and you saw on that feature that we had about Sponge, seems to be a great man manager. Where he's coming in for criticism is his tactics. Is that fair?
Oh, that's a good question, isn't it? I mean, it's hard to really know. I feel like he's been showing better and better sort of results with it on the tactical side. And he himself, actually, you talked about this, how he dips individually when the team is under pressure. Well, so far in ELEAGUE, that's actually been improving. He's been at the bottom of the scoreboard at times, but not dropping out of the game. He's still been relevant.
Well, if we look at the most successful team in the world right now, if we want to try and make that comparison, however outlandish it may sound, Fallen has actually gone away from the hard tactical style, and he's starting to have faith in his teammates. And again, he's capable of doing that because he has teammates who are consistently doing their jobs. And until somebody actually shows up, well, several of them on Renegades start delivering map after map, I think that we will continue to see Sponge's level suffer somewhat.
All right, well, thanks for your thoughts, gentlemen. We're just going to get some quick predictions from the boys on the desk. So prepare thyselves for what I'm sure is going to be a close game. And guys, which way do we see this going on this first map here?
I have Cloud9. I'm just going to go straight America right now. Had him yesterday.
Fancy that, right?
There we are.
Fancy that. Oh, wow, you panderer, you.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, what about you, Dust?
I mean, it's going to come down to form because both these guys are well-versed on this map, but I do think that I've seen a lot better play out of the Cloud9 players overall, particularly Stewie2K, who's very important on this map. If he can have a good game, Cloud9 takes it home on this one.
Got Stewie signs in the crowd as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, Cloud9 obviously have a lot of fans, and they're all going to be behind them here. I would agree with you. We've talked a lot about Renegades right there. They're the ones with the hot players right now. They've got, obviously, Skadoodle, who picked up an MVP yesterday. We've got, obviously, Stewie, who's been their best player by a long distance. You can see some fans in the crowd right there. Super appreciative of the young guy. And here's me trying to make up that he's an unlikable chap, and obviously he's got his own fan base here. So there's a lot of talent on this Cloud9 roster right now.
Yeah, and it really has started to look like Stewie's the key to unlocking all that talent. We've seen Skadoodle shy away from that early aggression. So when Stewie gives an opening, that's where Skadoodle can really slide in and be effective. You have Shroud now being unlocked. He's coming back into form. And then obviously nothing. I mean, he's going to be good in any scenario if he's feeling it, if he makes the right decisions. But just look at how effective he can be. Stewie is hitting some very nice shots, and it's following up on it. It's not just that initial kill, it's the second one. It's what comes afterwards that he's really starting to shine in.
Yeah, I mean, Stewie2K on this map particularly is very comfortable on it. He's that guy that's going to get control of the A-halls and open up the map for Cloud9, give them all the options they could want, because they have actually slowed things down on this map under Slimmy's leadership, but he's also going to be used as a B-entry man. They're going to move Slimmy around the map all the time, and as long as he can have a good game, he's going to make things easier on guys like Skadoodle and Shroud to also perform, and I think that with that happening, they'll take this one.
I think what I love about Stewie as well is that aspirational element. We're talking about one player, Sponge, who's been around for over a decade. Does he need to retire? Meanwhile, we've got Stewie2K at the opposite end of the spectrum. This was a guy who was only playing pickup games with known players, didn't have anything except a bad reputation, and then was given this opportunity on Cloud9, and slowly but surely we are starting to see a bona fide star get molded on that roster.
I mean, there's a lot of experience, especially when you go back towards the coach, Irakanji, who helped, Shroud as well, who's a start into the professional scene because of Irakanji, helping to develop him. So there's a lot of people with a lot of experience he can turn to, but most of it is the individual work ethic that he's put in, whether it's watching demos, grinding these professional pug games just to get his skill up. And we've seen him change some of his habits that he had when he first got on this team. He's a lot less wild and a lot less calculating in how he makes his decisions.
Where's the balance, Dust, between being that wild card player, making those aggressive pushes, and being a more complete player and a good team player?
I think it just depends on how the leadership above him uses him and how they set the parameters of how he should play. I think that he's capable of being very explosive, but it's about reining it in when you need to and making sure that you're a part of the tactic if you are trying to do something more calculated. But he's opened up his game with the op. That's been one of the biggest things he's added to this team, is that their CT sides have improved because he's able to anchor sites with the op while Skadoodle's on the other side. And we've seen how effective Coldzera and Fallen can do double op setups and lockdown CT sides. They're not at that level yet, for sure, but we have seen them have some pretty big games on the CT side.
And there you can just see on your screens the reason for this slight delay. Got a headphone issue there for the Renegades coach. Obviously, coaches in communication with their team during the game. Finishing off this point about Stewie2K, though, Moses, again, I know this is a player you've watched come through the ranks, and same question, where does the randomness that sometimes you need to get lucky have to stop? Where is the discipline discipline actually a hindrance?
I think it's more understanding when you can afford to make a play like that. It really comes into that team-wide game sense of how the map is playing out, how all your teammates are doing strategically in the other portions of the map, other choke points, and understanding that sometimes you're going to be in that position where you have to make a play. You're going to be the guy that's got to open something up for your teammates, and sometimes you're going to be in that situation where all you have to do is sit there and do absolutely nothing while you wait for someone else to start things before you can do it. Because if you overextend it at the wrong moment, then you actually hinder your team, and he's starting to learn that. He actually is showing very, very well, very quickly over these past 2 tournaments. You could see it start clicking.
I see you have a point.
Yeah, for me, it's this. I mean, you want him to be explosive because you want him to help you gain map control. So on these maps in particular, getting control of A halls or mid room, or on Cash, which we'll see later, it's about getting control of mid. It's about the next step that you take. If he's going to get a little bit too overextended, like say on Cash, what if he goes too far up highway and peeks A and dies, or what if he tries to push CT spawn? He just got to rein him in a little bit, but he's so good for this team.
Well, we're going to see if he's going to live up to that promise shortly. We are going to take a short commercial break while we get the technical issues resolved. The crowd are hyped. We hope you'll join us. We'll see you soon.
I think ELEAGUE is bringing this competition to the next level. This is definitely a dream come true.
It's been a really long time since Counter-Strike has been on TV.
This year is massive. We've never played in an arena like that.
Production value that they offer is just amazing. It's definitely a special opportunity for us to be able to play in ELEAGUE.
So welcome back. We're getting our technical problems all fixed. We're about to go into it. So guys, obviously there's a lot at stake here. This is about getting on the TV tomorrow, getting on the big show, and of course beyond. Winner of that final goes to our Elite 8 in the playoffs. So let's get back into it. We did some quick predictions already. Let's start actually fleshing it out. I mean, Moses, there's got to be more to your prediction of Cloud9 than just flying the American flag, right?
Does there have to be, Richard?
No, obviously not. I
Yeah,
love
no,
a
there
good
is.
USA chant as much as anybody else. It's a beautiful thing.
I mean, no, let's move on. We've talked a lot about Stewie. We've talked a lot about nothing. It's really Shroud and Skadoodle are the kind of the next two ones. And just look at that. I mean, just those names, the four-man names. We've seen all these guys be monsters. I mean, Stewie just recently, but we've seen Skadoodle at times challenge for the best op in the world. We've seen him dominate on the international scene. Shroud, we've seen him some very good games at the international scene. He does tend to sometimes fade away, but nothing as well has had his. I mean, there's a lot of skill on this team, and if it's going to start being harnessed in the proper way with the mind of Slummy, with the mind of Irakanji, this is going to be a very, very dangerous squad to some of the Europeans later on. They still need some time to work on it, but I mean, Skadoodle, still at any point, I believe that he can just dominate a map on his own if it happens, if he chooses to do it.
Well, we'll see if you're right, Moses. We're now going to bring you the Arby's map fly through, and we're going to also bring you Anderson Semler. Take it away, gentlemen.
Well, here it goes, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be ready with Cobblestone, and it is the second semi-finals here. Renegades and Cloud9. Winner gets to face off against Luminosity tomorrow on TBS, and that's going to be very exciting. Semler, are you ready?
Oh yeah, dude. We've been waiting. It was a little bit of a break, but they're quick on their feet here, and we are going to be getting into the game in just a few seconds. Seeing as how, well, actually, no, the countdown hasn't even begun. I lied to you all. You'll never be able to trust me again.
For shame, for shame. Well, Moses, he went for with Cloud9 for the American factor. What about you, Sumner? Where do you stand on this issue?
I have to go with Cloud9 as well, to be frank. Even if we were talking up Renegades, it seems like the issue has been resolved. PK, the new coach for Renegades, has now got a working mic, so he'll be able to communicate with his teammates. He does seem to have a bit of a hand in how the team approaches their T side with Sponge, and that's going to be useful here. I mean, that's going to be necessary, basically, because they're going into their T side.
I mean, what I'm worried about is that I don't see anyone on the Renegade side that is as much of a playmaker as Stewie is. It's not the fact that he's getting kills, it's the fact that he's making decisions and following through on them, and I'm worried about anyone picking up on that. On the Renegade side, they do have every single member over towards this B-bomb side. Just one long Australian snake going to be making their way in here in any minute now. And on the other side, we do have a four-man stack, but they need to hit these shots. Stewie with the grenade in hand. That would have been perfect timing, but he's going to wait just a little bit here. Shroud picking up the first one, trying to fall back to the next corner. Nothing is there as well. Look at Cloud9 shotting them out of the round, and JKS finally getting a kill and trying for the bomb plant. He will be successful, but this is a 2-on-4.
Yeah, and he's going to get rushed down as well. He needs to battle his way out, and it's not going to happen. Skadoodle and Stewie team up and take out JKS. So it's all on Azza. 1v4. Ska's got a kit, and well, there's the first shot. Beautiful headshot onto Slime. He gets the follow-up on his Skadoodle, and that's the kit actually dropped at the bottom of the plateau. And so they need to make their way up here, Cloud9, but another headshot comes in for Azza. 1v4 clutch? Maybe no, it's not going to happen. Shroud is there to deny, and does he have the time for the defuse? He picked up the kit. No, he didn't pick up the kit.
No, he did not pick up the kit.
No, he's got plenty of time. He's got plenty of time. He'll be able to get it. Wow. Way too close, though. How did they let it get out of control like that? Azza, he just made such good use of the angles up there on that plateau to constantly force 1v1 duels. There were 4 guys there, but he kept just facing them one after another. Instant headshots. And somehow we actually have a clutch going for Cloud9 to start things off.
That could have gone wildly out of control. The fact that the bomb went down to the broken wall means they could have easily lost that round. That was shocking, but very good job, and they do manage to hold on to it, especially playing on the CT side. They're going to be excited about that.
It's perfect, and Renegades, they're going to be shaking their heads once again, just because yet another clutch slips through their fingers, and well, it was nearly successful last time, so why not just go back to what almost worked in the last round? Straight up on plateau, all 5 players here for Renegades. They have the nades this time for a full execute, and Azza looking for that first target. He has got control of plateau, so he's gonna have to go jumping, and Stewie's waiting with the swag 7, and he's up in the smoke. He's right behind them. If he can drop the bomb carrier, this would be huge, but he's gotta pick up the first kill, and now all of a sudden the element of surprise is gone, and he decided to just jump.
Yeah, that one jump just cost him a hell of a lot, but the bomb will be going down once again. Slight advantage for Cloud9 in the rifle department, but they gotta be careful. They gotta get close. That's a lot of damage from one grenade there. JKS coming around the statue, gonna be picking up one shot, and again, it's Azza versus Shroud. Just a replay here. The jump not working out, and he goes down. Another clutch coming through as Shroud picks up the 1v1. That's twice, Semler.
I wish you could get a camera shot of my face right now, because it was just like jaw dropping. Why would Azza jump? Why would you ever jump?
Why would Stewie jump?
Stewie was jumping because I think he was trying to see over the smoke or trying to get information, right? But like Azza?
Yeah, but if Stewie had just walked down to the edge,
that's fair.
He gets the kill immediately.
It's chaos. It's chaotic. But Azza's in a 1v1 clutch. He has the edge sitting behind those boxes like that.
Both those jumps probably cost either team potentially could have cost either team the round. Really, really tricky there. Got to be careful about that stuff. And Renegades, again, because it's down to a 1-on-1 and they get the bomb plant, they're going to continue to buy in. Back to the B bomb side. Can you even blame them for this logic? They're just one step away all the time, and this time already showing themselves on the plateau. A little bit of damage being put into Sponge here, bit of a follow-up grenade. Now they're going to try for the execute.
Yeah, they're light on the nades though, Cloud9, because of how close these rounds have been. So no HE to get a kill on Sponge for free, and they are going to be able to just cut this site in half, Renegades, and get in for another bomb plant. Although Stewie going to do the best that he can to stop that from happening. 1-for-1 trade, and JKS will finally get in there for the plant.
Yeah, and this time Renegades actually have more than just a couple of members alive as the bomb goes down, so this is a big round for them. You're still with a great position, and that's going to be nothing out of the round. You will be shut up by Skadoodle, who goes down right afterwards. And look at these trades favoring Renegades right now. Shroud, not going to happen this time. Renegades picking it up, and Just listen to that noise. They're so fired up right now.
Well, there is a lot on the line. Because if you get first or second seed, I mean, first, you win the tournament tomorrow night. Obviously, you're going to go on straight into the playoff bracket. But getting second will also guarantee you a spot at the last chance qualifier to get into that final playoff bracket. So there's a lot riding on the line here. Obviously, apart from showing up on national television tomorrow night. That's pretty sick as well.
Makes a bit of a difference, doesn't it? That in the back of your mind, but hopefully that's not what they're thinking about right now. Again, Renegades, they have not really been given a good reason why they shouldn't continue to go to the B-bomb site. I mean, it's almost worked 3 times in a row, and it worked the last time, so just continue to do it. Skadoodle might be one very good reason why you'd want to avoid it. He has the only AWP and Doom, the rifle in play right now on Cloud9, but it's proven time and again that can sometimes be enough.
This is the perfect position for Skadoodle, so long as he has those 4 players there to watch his back. If he can just hold the line, he's one of the best in the world. But yeah, nothing. He's pushed in from A up into the halls, and he hears them stomping right past into T-spawn. The rotation should happen here fairly soon. Sponge gonna get spotted out. Nothing. Not able to capitalize on the opportunity there. Drops Sponge down to 13 HP. JKS down to 56. But Renegades, now they have a 4-on-4.
Yeah, but because they find nothing that far up, that has to put so much doubt in their mind about who else could be pushed up, right? And because they only have about 50 seconds now, they have to check all angles. There's nothing that they can sort of leave to chance here. Look at JKS checking everything. They have to. And that's going to waste a lot of their time. And when they come back to A, Skadoodle has been rotated into position. This is a great call from Cloud9 right now. He's sort of the artillery of the setup right now, just coming all the way in from B to the A bomb side. He's going to be in the back. Shroud coming in. Stewie is flanking them from behind. Cloud9 is playing this round perfectly right now. It is only a 4-on-4, and they don't have a lot of equipment, but there's Skadoodle picking up the first shot. Second kill of the round for him, going for the re-peek and looking for a little bit more. Slemmy also taking a kill. Sponge getting close. He's going to get that shot, but still 9 seconds, 7 seconds now. The bomb is going to be going down.
Oh, and a little bit of an HE coming in, but Stewie's there to save the day. Perfect timing, and it's all on Sponge now. 13 HP on the site. Both players moving in for Cloud9, but with the P250s, they will hit the shot. Overkill. Stewie 2K with a double kill in this round, and both of them in the retake. Beautiful work there from Cloud9 to turn things around, and Skadoodle certainly delivered, and they should actually, are they going to be able to get a double AWP kind of setup going here? Or did Stewie just, or the Shroud I think just picked up, yeah, right. He just saved Skadoodles, obviously.
I mean, that round we could talk about for a very long time. You could break that round into very many different segments to just try and discuss. The initial kill that forces Renegades back from B, then running into nothing, which leaves them checking every corner and wasting all of their time, which buys enough time for Skadoodle to get back to A and get a second kill, and it all just falls apart. What a round. Cloud9, now 3-1 lead for them. Playing on the less favored side, definitely a good start.
And once again, Ska, they saved the op, and now he's changed it up. Once he was over on B in the last round. Now he's holding danger, one of Fallen's favorite spots. Goes for the leg shot, misses it, messes up the HG as well. It's getting a little hairy here. Gets dropped down to half HP, and in the meantime, Yam is taking out Stewie, but it's still Slemmy waiting, and he gets the drop on JKS. So they do bring it back to a 4-on-4, but Ska's in trouble, and he's gonna get overrun by Astillo. Renegades are trying to power onto this site.
Oh, this Molotov can do a lot of damage to Astillo. Look at that, he's trying to get the bomb down. He's gonna burn alive. Shroud with a great bank off the wall then with the grenade, and they're gonna get a second kill as well. Shroud seems to have been unleashed during this first week of ELEAGUE, and now Sponge is going to be left alone, and he goes down to Slemmy, and that will be a 4th round for Cloud9. Yeah.
Awesome.
I love this crowd here. They're just hyped up.
Well, that's a factor here for Renegades as well. I mean, every time that Cloud9 do something right, every time they win a round or a clutch goes their way, the whole place is going to blow up, and that's just a little bit more additional, that's just a little bit more pressure put on Renegades to come through. But it's turned into, it was a real brawl at the beginning of this. We're going into the 6th round, and it looks like Renegades are finally going to hard eco. No force, no half-buy, nearly Glocks across the board, a couple of nades picked up, and let's see if they can actually get a bomb plant and have a little bit more money to work with in the next round.
Well, we got to point out as well that this is one of the maps that Renegades do a lot of their work, right? This is where they're supposed to be really strong, and they have been in this tournament so far. So if Cloud9 are going to be up to such a good start here, it's going to get tricky all of a sudden. It will be difficult, I think, for Renegades mentally to recover if they have a start that's really not working out for them at all.
Well, you can see now, straight drop, a little bit of a pop going in there with the flash, and it's not going to happen. And instead, it's Skadoodle spotting into connector. Easy shot, but he misses it. And the pressure is on now. Shroud has however, you know, put that AK, that stolen AK to good use. He's going to find one kill. Slemmy holding by the wood is going to get a double spray. Good spray control there. Transfers it on to JKS. 3 for Shroud, 2 for Slemmy. And a 5th round on the board for Cloud9.
Shroud with an overall scoreline of 10-2-1 right now. So just a bit of a monstrous start for him. Which honestly, I mean, if you think about the sort of the whole range of Shroud's career here in Cloud9, it's about time he steps up.
Well, I get it now. I get it. This is how you unlock Shroud's potential, right? Because there's those little cameras on the monitors, right? That's how you get that playing perspective. He just thinks it's a webcam. He thinks he's streaming right now. There you go. Solution.
That's a good idea. I kind of like that actually. Maybe they tell him. Maybe they play the sound of the FPL queue when they start the game. They say, "All right."
No, I hope not. That trumpet.
Yeah, the trumpet horn. And that's how they convince him that actually, don't worry, Shroud. you can unleash.
It's not and that's nothing new as well, right? You know, Trace Stunna, we were talking last night. He's like, yeah, man, I've even talked about like putting a second monitor, like Black, that he can look at every couple of rounds, right? Whatever it takes to unlock the beast that is Shroud, you got to do it. Because if he's sitting at 10-1, that's perfect. Nothing has to waste his smoke to cancel out that Molotov. But Slemmy is still here. He still has an angle. Nice flash to buy more time, and this is just chaos. But nobody actually taking too much damage.
It's a very unusual setup for Cloud9. They only have Stewie in B and Shroud in drop. So if Renegades had done what they did in the first 3 or 4 rounds and rushed B right here, this would have been a terrible round for Cloud9. But right now, you can tell that Skadoodle's already falling back, gravitating a little bit towards the B bomb side. And as they're realizing, that whole A push is not really going anywhere, they should be putting people back there. Shroud's still hanging around. Actually, Cloud9 are a little bit too slow this time around. 30 seconds here. This could be an absolute catastrophe for the CT side.
Perfect timing with the incendiary. It's going to buy a good bit of time. Unfortunately, Shroud is not there to back up Stewie. He's just counting on that incendiary to hold the line. 1-for-1 trade, and Shroud gets smoked off, but he's just trying to power through. Flashes all over the place, everybody blind, and this is actually getting ground down to a halt for the retake. It's Renegades now in control of the site.
Yeah, these 2 smokes are actually locking Cloud9 out of the bomb side. They can't really do anything with the bomb down here on a 3-on-3. This retake is going to be nearly impossible, especially because Sponge has such a great position in this retake. Look at how he could just shoot them in the back as they're coming through. I don't know what they could possibly do to break this essentially triangle crossfire that's going on. Slemmy's trying to find him, but already so much time has passed. This is nearly impossible. Shroud going to try and move up, and here comes Sponge in from one side. He's going to be going down, but he caught the attention. JKS is going to go down well, and Yam finally getting a shot for Shroud, not defusing the bomb yet, and Yam up here, perfect position, and Renegades are going to be able to pick up a second round. Very nice execute towards the bomb side.
Yeah, a little bit of a shake of the head there, some frustration showing for Shroud. He knows how close it was, and I'm actually pretty surprised at how close it was in the end, considering the start that Renegades had to get out onto that site. But yeah, Shroud, I mean, right now, 12-1. It's a sick KDA going in there. Not the best headshot, but that's all right. When you're landing your spray, everything works out in the end. 2-5, Renegades still trailing, but finally something breaks their way. Finally, they get a little bit of a chance.
And now look at what the CT side has shown us here. Double AWP setup, and it's Stewie picking up one of them, which is definitely exciting. I much prefer that, having Stewie and Skadoodle do it, rather than any other combination. So we'll see if we can land a good early kill here. Stewie is looking through that long corridor, and actually, are they going to go for a bit of a boost maybe? Yeah, they're going to boost all the way up, in fact. So that's a lot of control for Cloud9 early on. He's not going to peek too much, but he's definitely holding a good angle right now.
Yeah, now he has actually got the angle as well. He doesn't know that somebody's been boosted up. That's a Stillo boosted for Renegades, but he might be able to catch them peeking. There's one nade coming through. He'll have spotted that. Flash is there. Now he has to worry about that angle. He does just go for the straight repeat. Doesn't care if Yam would have been there or not.
There's a bit of battle on the other side too. Oh, Stewie and Skadoodle, each of them picking up a kill simultaneously. And there's Stewie shutting out Sponge. And Renegades, they can't really afford to lose this round.
No, it'll reset them to 1400.
Yeah, and I mean, almost none of them, except for Azan, really none of them had any money in the bank here. So this is a disaster.
That's what I love to see from Stewie. More plays like that. Take the fight to Renegades. Don't let them get comfortable. You can't let them feel like they're going to get all of the map to work with and that they can set up for their strats, because that's how you mess up Renegades. For a while, they were so dependent on their executes that teams figured out, actually, if we just get aggressive with them at the beginning of the round, they often run out of time because they don't get comfortable again. They actually have trouble executing onto the site. So if Stewie can keep poking Renegades like that, just be brave, take the fight, and win it. It's a perfect situation for Cloud9.
Shroud sees the early grenade. Skadoodle still in the back line, and he has a clear angle here. Going to be taking down JKS, and Azza pushing up. Not going to do anything. It was, in fact, Skadoodle with the back grenade. Great way to steal a kill at the end, making it a triple for himself. And a 6th round as well.
Beautiful work. That's some very clean opping. And so, yeah, you have him on your screen there, young Stu. Doing work. He's sitting at 7 kills as well. So I mean, everybody on Cloud9, well, apart from Nothing is trailing a little bit behind. But they are putting in some good work right now on Cloud9 as far as the frags are concerned. Yam trailing quite a bit for Renegades, though. So we'll have to see, I mean, once he gets that AWP, if ever, because they're all so flat broke right now on Renegades, it's almost a double eco scenario unless they can get a bomb plant here in this round. When are they going to be able to get those AWPs?
I mean, if Cloud9 allow for the bomb to go down in a round like this, it's going to be almost criminal. That's a great grenade there without the body armor. Does so much damage. And SMG chewing them up a little bit. There's a great quad kill. Slemmy lining him up and knocking him down. And it will be Yam to die last. Stewie getting that shot with the AWP.
I think Stewie's just a little frustrated there. He's like, how did that guy get past 3 players who were holding on A into connector and nearly flank me? Now that's just a little bit of a gap there. And an opportunity, but Renegades, man, that's about as bad as it gets as for an anti-eco round. And it just means another round of eco for them. Yet again, Azza, because he had just a little bit more money, he's going to invest in the Kevlar. But it's a single smoke, 2 flashes, some P250s and Tech 9s. And well, I mean, a whole lot of hope here for Renegades. What, a magic trick? What are they gonna do?
I don't know, do like a triple run boost, try and see if you can catapult someone onto a bomb site. Not when Shroud is on guard duty, it seems. Gonna be picking up a couple of kills there and leaving it in a 3-on-5 right here. Skadoodle, a good angle, and he's got backup from behind. Slemmy's right behind him, so he's not afraid of anyone sneaking up there.
Let's drop the bomb.
Yeah.
But that's, I mean, that is really when Skadoodle's at his best. And he knows, okay, I have a teammate, buddy system, right? I don't have to worry about anything but this one angle. And he will be so consistent in hitting those shots. Comes through with the USP this time. But Cloud9 right now, this defense is so solid. 8 rounds on the board for them, 2 for Renegades. And after the double eco, they're going to go for the buy. Does Yam go for the AWP here on Renegades? He has enough for AWP Kevlar. So, I mean, let the man work. He needs to get in here. He needs to start feeling it.
And we should point out at this point in time here that this is such a big lead right now for Cloud9. Yes. They're playing on the CT side of Cobblestone. This is not an evenly sort of paced map. It's way harder to play the CT side. Renegade's going to go for some grenades into the B bomb side you have to expect here to see if they could make that work. And you could use it both for an actual fight in B, or you could use it to fake it out. And with the bomb being dropped back there, you got to think maybe they'll try and see if they can run into A eventually. Maybe even try and split into the A bomb side from drop as well.
Well, it's a little bit ugly for Nothing. He lets one pass. Point blank shot. Slemmy just slap sponge back into the drop room. Azza looking for an opening, but he's not going to find it. Nothing on the plateau will catch out of Stillo. And it's Azza takes point. He finds one headshot on Shroud. But then Nothing from the plateau still there. Going to shut you down. Now 2 players left here for Renegades. And they are about to get onto a bomb site, but there is a man below the balcony. They have to worry about getting rid of Scott. Or no, it's Slemmy who's rotated in. Skadoodle, he's on top of the balcony. And well, there's just no way for Renegades. Yam doesn't even have a nade to work with. Although, yeah, I guess because he threw it.
Yeah, that does help a little bit, but it's not going to be quite enough, is it? Still 3 members left here. It will be Yam going down to Stewie. Somehow ducking under that shot. I mean, what is a bit of a shame is in a round like this one, we could have a pretty clear idea about what they're doing. I mean, they were going to try for an A push with those grenades in there. Essentially, what ultimately was supposed to happen was that the sort of the main terrace push goes through with a bomb in here, and the rest of them go down drop, and they're supposed to sort of meet up and end up out here somewhere. But because they lose this part of the fight, then it doesn't really matter. All of the rest goes out the window. You can't just have 2 people running into the bomb site without any kind of a backup. So that's where it all breaks apart, right? And that means overall, and it's a bit of a shame, the strategy is sort of made to look a bit silly, even though it actually isn't. It's quite a cool idea, but it just didn't work this time.
Yeah, there's an added element of having Astillo come off the plateau as well. which was interesting. So, I mean, they are trying to just like have action all over the place. You just have to wonder if they're a bit too spread out. And well, if you don't have the confidence right now to get in there and get your shots, there is also an element of that where Stillo's on his own. He needs to win a duel. Azza also coming in from drop needs to win a duel. You know, it's just not exactly the most pleasant scenario there for Renegades, who seem to be just losing every fight they take. And when you have the likes of Stewie getting fired up, 10 kills for him right now, 3 assists. Shroud still leading the way with 14. I mean, Renegades, it's that individual level again that we are always criticizing them about, right? Where is the crazy Azza who's going to win every duel? He's sitting on 8 kills right now, and he is leading the way. But we need to see that real explosive play for him where he just takes control.
Yeah, they don't seem to have a playmaker that's on the level of someone like Stewie or, I mean, even Shroud right now doing a pretty good job. And that's,
or Skadoodle, right? Like,
yeah, but I mean, Skadoodle is still, I think, fairly passive. I think the only one, they have a couple of people, right? And I think the person that I can think of that can open this is Yam, but he needs the AWP and they don't have the money for it, so, you know,
he didn't go for it in the last round. That's what I'm wondering about, right? He went for that AK instead. Maybe what needs to happen here is that Renegades need to just kind of, all right, go for this round of eco and run right in. YOLO. Skadoodle, does he back off? No, Slemmy's going to be able to watch this flank so Skadoodle can actually get onto the site. Shroud rotating in quickly. So the defense should be set up. Skadoodle just called out that a man got past as well, so Shroud should not be getting caught off guard. So far, looking pretty good. Slemmy only just running out of bullets, but he'll go ahead and get the last kill anyway. Fantastic hold. No chance at all for the rush to be successful there for Renegades. But now they have the money for Yam to get that off, and he has to go for it.
Yes, especially when Cloud9 are playing aggressively over on the plateau. That actually, I think Yam has been really good at dueling other AWPers in this tournament so far. So why not try and see if you can fight Stewie? We got on camera here. Take a fight with him, win it on that plateau, and then follow up behind it.
Where is it? Where is he going with it though, Azza? Once again, it's going to be action B. JKS is the one watching for the flank, and they're just going to rush. They're rushing with the AWP. Okay, fine, that works. Stewie, instant incendiaries. Incendiaries actually going out everywhere. There's the HE. So long as Estullo and his Azza are here, they're taking so much damage. And they haven't even seen anybody yet. They're just getting roasted and torn to shreds by shrapnel. And now Stewie's got the angle onto plateau.
Looking for it. There's the headshot through the box as well. Azza not going to be excited about that one. Shroud picking up his 16th kill in just 13 rounds here, which we've got a 3 versus 5.
Well, there's a question, right? You have to wonder, you invest in Yam, he now has the op, and then you go for a rush. Why didn't you go for the rush in the last round when you all had AKs? It's just interesting. I mean, you know, bit confusing, and what a fall-away shot from Shroud. Sponge, no chance at all. And well, once again, it's Yam alone. Now he's got the AWP at least. Now he has time to work. 45 seconds.
Well, what's such a shame is that if he had gone and sort of crouched into that angle, he would have actually had a chance to get the shot on Stewie, who just ran right in there to take an early fight. I think Yam is good enough that he could potentially win the fight against Stewie if he just knows where he is.
Well, this is mildly heartbreaking. He was trying to make his way out, but Slemmy was already worked all the way back into T-spawn, so there would have been nowhere for Yam to hide. But you're right. I mean, look, the wallbang shot dead on.
Yeah, and without the X-ray, it looks just a little bit better, doesn't it, right? Without that glowing outline that only shows for people observing and obviously not the players, things get a bit tricky, but still, Shroud doing quite well.
Yeah, this Shroud is the beast Shroud. It's the monster Shroud. It's the Shroud that, you know, Cloud9, you know, they pray for every night. And he's a fickle god. Sometimes he shows up, sometimes he doesn't. Today he's definitely here. Oh, and I like this boost. Making it very difficult here for Renegades. Stewie, this is all about getting the angle right. Tries to go for the fight with the pistol. Shroud will find a kill on Estillo, and there's the opening. Azza takes point, wipes out nothing, catches out Scott, gets the kill.
Yeah, that Molotov was supposed to block out Shroud, so he's got a bit of an opening here, but they're a full man down, so it'll be tricky for them to get the retake through. Smoke gonna go up there, and Slemmy and Shroud, are they going to try and teamwork to make this through? Flashbang goes out once, but already dropping quite low. JKS picking up both those kills for a 3rd round here for Renegades.
Breath of fresh air. They actually managed to break the streak, Renegades. A 3rd round on the board, going into the 15th round of this half, the last round of the first half. And while Cloud9, obviously, money for days. They get to buy whatever they want, everything. Whereas Renegades, they are going to be able to survive, but once again, Yam, no AWP. It does look like they might want to try and just go for the straight B rush again because it has been successful. And why not? what other options do they have? They haven't had any luck at all over on the A side. And while Ostillo, he's going to go once again for the rush. Stewie, this time, not going to find anybody. Instead, it's Ostillo just rushing out onto the site.
They're looking for the early fight there. A good trade, actually. But they need to get the bomb down quick before the rest of Cloud9 show up. Slimmy is miles away from this action right now. It's going to be days before he even shows up. Nothing going to be going down. A fantastic counter boost coming up. Improvised there from Renegades. It's still a 2-on-3. And the bomb is only now just going to go down. Stewie is going to be sneaking up from behind. He got boosted in the drop to make this flank work. And Renegades, they might not be expecting it. Look at Stewie walking in with that sniper rifle. Already scoped out, not seeing anyone yet. And that's a good call. He can really tell his teammates where they are. There's almost no places left they can be. Once he has that angle, there's the shot coming through on JKS. And Azza hiding in the corner. Sprays one, transfers, goes for it again. And Stewie just tapping the bomb. Azza running in, charging close, missing a shot. Azza not gonna get it. Stewie ends up with the final kill of the round, and Cloud9 at 12-3 at the end of this half.
Dominant first half. And now, well, Renegades, it's back to square one. What can they really hope to achieve here? Being so far behind going into this second half, it goes without saying that they need to win the pistol round to just give them a fighting shot. But it's so refreshing to see Cloud9. 4 of those players, man, everybody hitting shots, and even nothing. In that last round, we saw he got the kills when it was needed, and he hasn't really been shining too much, throughout the first half. So he had a chance to step up, and he delivered for his team.
Yeah, an absolutely power performance coming out of Cloud9 here on a map that Renegades normally and have been in this tournament very, very strong at. So that's a bit of an upset for sure. So we're going to be back after a break here with the second half.
Well, that's...
All right. The second half coming up here. Still the first map in this best of 3 between Cloud9 and Renegades. I hope you guys are ready for it. It was one hell of a performance from Cloud9. And now Renegades have to see if they can somehow make it back.
I think that they can.
Really?
There's always a chance. Always a hope, Anders.
There's not.
Come on, maybe Yam wakes up. JKS starts hitting shots. Something's possible here.
There's no hope left, Tamla. This is already, I think, past the mark at which you have to think they've let it go. If this was the result after Cloud9 having played the terrorist side, maybe I could run with it. Maybe I could say, all right, they get to play the terrorist side themselves now. It's going to be great. But on the CT side, I don't see them having this much of a lockdown.
No, and right now Cloud9 are going to be fired up, and Stewie 2K is already hunting straight over towards A long. He spotted Yam in mid, and they're going to put a little bit of pressure over here with 3 players, Cloud9. This has been one of their core game plays, or game plans basically on Cobblestone on this T side. Get the 3 over here, clear out the halls, put some pressure over on A, and that's already forced a rotation, quite a rotation in fact, out of Renegades. Sponge and JKS now rotated over to support Yam on A side. There's only 2 people left here on B.
Yeah, but look at how far up Azza is. When they come back here to pick up the bomb, if he spots a couple here, maybe he gets a shot with the USP. Shroud has been looking up there, so they are aware that something could be up. Justillo seeing a couple of people there. Azza looking away at the wrong time, and Stewie, you can see him almost taking a deep breath and then saying, I'm going to go for it now, and Azza is down. JKS looking for the shot, but nothing going to take him out, and Justillo to fall as well. Sponge is looking for something, anything at this point, but he's alone. And also being flanked, and it's gone. Shroud picking up a kill at the end there, and ending now at a total of 22 kills.
Brutal. Just brutal. And this is all out that he's going to be kicking himself. He had the chance to put a halt to things to really shut down that push. But Stewie, man, you're right. And that's actually a good way of describing it. It looked like he just paused. He's like, I'm going to wreck this guy. Walks around the corner, takes out Azza, and wins the pistol round here for Cloud9, 13-3.
And I mean, when we put the label playmaker on someone, that's what we want to see, right? Because there could have been other players that would have said, oh, let me just wait, let me not engage, I'm not going to risk it. Maybe if I die, you know, we could end up losing the round, or I don't want to be the one to make them. No, Stewie just says, I got this, you know. Right now, we're seeing a bit of a stack going on to the B-bomb side, but it evaporates really quickly because they're obviously pushing down with Justillo, so they realize no one is here, and the stack is rotating back in. Pretty good job from Renegades.
Yeah, this is a great read. This is all CT side it was about, basically. You got to get your timing down on the rotates, and well, Azza's getting roasted. Stewie and Slemmy finding kills, and where's this JKS coming from? Double team headshot, but Slemmy's there to shot him down with a headshot of his own. Yam and Justillo, the last two alive, and Justillo brings this to a 2-on-2, and even got the information. They know there's a man on the site, and there's a man behind the truck now.
Not impossible for them to win this round, even with low health and less equipment here. Going to be picking up an AK, in fact. A bit of a start there. Grenade in, but they're not looking the right way, and nothing in the corner. Going to be taking the kill with the UMP. Now Yam sneaking in with a deagle, and one shot. Oh, there's the headshot, and he's going to be out of it. Hasn't reloaded yet. 2 bullets left. Can't make it work. Nothing to secure the round. Cloud9.
That first one. That is brutal. Come on, wow. JKS. I mean, these leagues are always so much fun to watch, but JKS, more rounds like that. Fortunately, there aren't that many left. If you lose 2 more, you're done on the first map, and Cloud9 are going to pick up Cobblestone. 14-3. And what is this? Cloud9 are going triple SMG Tech 9. Have they completely lost their minds? Okay, well, no, yep, still Tech 9. Shroud is going to have the AK, but it's a force buy out of Renegades, and they had enough money for 2 UMPs, the CZs. This could be a bit brutal here for Cloud9. They do not have the best firepower to deal with this kind of force.
Great start for Yam and Sponge here, looking for a bit more. Tragically, Yam was out of bullets, otherwise he could have probably got that kill on Slemmy too. But I think Cloud9 is feeling so confident. Justillo, though, sneaking up behind. That could have been a 2-for-1, but instead he misses it and now has to fall back. Oh no, that was nearly perfect, and now Slemmy on the hunt, bringing it back into a 3-on-3. Stewie, he's hearing them running away.
Oh no.
They have heard him drop down. Sponge definitely heard that drop sound. Now, question is, can he keep Azza alive? And Sponge is very low on health already. Azza gonna get the mid-air shot, trying to follow it up, but Slemmy to die, and Sponge next in line. And now JKS all on him.
Can they get the accurate read? Slemmy already putting that bomb down. Stewie is still alive, and now he's got Shroud's AK. He's made it up onto Plateau, so actually a lot of this comes down to Slemmy staying alive on that site, not allowing JKS to push up on him. Stewie trying to draw a little attention to himself. He gets dropped down to 16 HP. The JKS with this UMP, he no longer has any nades to make life easy for him. He just has to land the headshots. And that clock is ticking on this bomb.
Yeah, and the Molotov they just put up as well means they're buying so much time. There's almost nothing that JKS can do right now. As long as they hide, the round is not going to go his way. And now they're trading places in the smoke. Yeah, the Counter-Strike circus is in town, and it's going to be Stewie taking down JKS 15-3. And Cloud9, man, they just... Oh my God.
Oh, that's such a shame for Justillo. That was a big difference-making situation there. But it's just Renegades are not able to come through in the clutch.
Look at this.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's the frustrating thing sometimes when you watch and you feel like, okay, they have had a few fighting shots, right? They could have won some clutches, and we could be looking at a totally different scoreline right now. But Renegades just cannot seem to come through in the clutch right now, and that means we have a 15-3 scoreline.
You say totally different. Say more like maybe they could have 5 instead of 3 rounds. I'm not that persuaded. Well, Shroud still doing well, and Skadoodle to follow it up. And I mean, considering what Renegades have picked up in terms of equipment, it's not reasonable to expect that they'll be doing very much more in a round like this. One Skadoodle and Slemmy, and now down to Sponge. 1 versus 5. What an absolutely terrible first map here for Renegades. 16-3 as Shroud gets the last kill and ends up at 24 in just 19 rounds. My God.
Can't help but clap. I mean, that was the kind of performance that you look for from Cloud9 all the time. They're perfectly capable of it. They have so much raw talent on this team.
Yes.
They should be running over teams. They should only be struggling versus the best in the world, basically. And it's good to see that kind of level come out here to start off this best of 3.
Yeah, and we saw the pre-game interview from Stunner as well, saying he was going to send them back to Australia. I mean, it might be almost time to book the tickets here. This is going to be a really, really rough second map, obviously. We do have a breakdown of the first one right after the break.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to ELEAGUE. You can hear this North American crowd are jumping. They are hyped. They're loving it because Cloud9 have got 1 foot into the final on Friday. TBS. Boys, what did you make of that one?
They might have both beat in after that kind of a performance. That was insane.
Monstrous, wasn't it?
Look at
And
this
it was
guy.
all powered by this guy, Shroud.
He was absolutely phenomenal over on that B-bomb site. I mean, he just shut down anything that Renegades was trying to get going. They really didn't get the ball rolling at all over there for the Australian side. And then look at Slimmy. This guy normally gets faulted for not putting up the numbers. He had 20 kills on this game. Great work over there.
Since he walked into these studios, Slemmy, the Ginger Ninja, he's looked a completely different guy. He's been out of control.
Okay, well, I mean, let's put that in perspective though, because he's not gonna be putting up those numbers against Luminosity if they end up playing him tomorrow. But against Renegades, yeah, he's been very impactful. Even yesterday on Train, he had a good match where he top fragged for Cloud9. But Shroud, I mean, after that performance, I almost want to like walk off with him and just be like, hey, save it for Luminosity.
Now, look, you're tempering any hype about Slemmy. I think when an in-game leader posts frags on the board, it's always a notable thing. But let's talk about Shroud, right? This is a player that we talk about all of the time. Now, I think he isn't a star player. I don't think he is at all. I think he's got the tools. I think he's got the potential. But I think he only ever posts these big numbers and has these phenomenal performances against teams that Cloud9 should be beating. I don't really think he does it in the big games. Am I crazy?
He's done it in some big games, not frequently enough. I mean, you're exactly right. He's not a star because he's got to be putting up those numbers against Luminosity. He's got to be doing it against the other Tier 1 competition from Europe. But, I mean, right now, this is... he carried them through that win. So, I mean, what can you really say? We do know that he tends to fade away a little bit in those big games, and that's something he's definitely got to work on. But, I mean, that's always the conversation you have when you talk about a team who's, tier 2 trying to get into that tier 1 kind of designation that we give. It does come down to that consistency. If he can do that more often, then, yeah, he's going to be a star very easily.
Are you a fan of his, Dust?
I mean,
I heard he's a fan of you.
I don't know about that, but I do know that Shroud is the guy that everyone always expects to do very well. I mean, he's a very flashy guy. His mechanical skill is probably the best of anyone in the region. His aim is super sick, but for whatever reason, he just has these games where he'll just disappear, and you're just wondering, where's the stream Shroud at? Where's the guy who makes the front page of Reddit every single day? You want to see more of that in official matches against top-tier teams, and unfortunately, we did see him go kind of missing against guys like Luminosity.
Confirmed matchmaking is a little bit less, or a little bit easier than
just for the new people joining the broadcast, it turns out the professional level is a bit higher than what you might be doing at home on your computer. So there you go, confirmation of Shroud. He is a guy who's known for his clutches, just known for a phenomenally skilled performance, but it only seems to happen when he's playing the likes of Renegades. Now, go on, Moses, go on. In a rummy, baby. Come on. Say it. Bring it on.
I think it's a little unfair that we're talking about his tendency to disappear after he just puts up numbers like that in a match. I mean, that's so impressive.
I heard this crowd. I like to bring people back down to earth with a bump. Don't get too hyped. That's all I'm saying.
Salty Brits.
That's how we are. Look at that. People booing me already. Anyway.
You deserve it.
Thank you.
There we go.
Yeah. Whatever. I'm bringing the reality here. Okay, So let's talk about Renegades just for a couple of seconds. I mean, yesterday when they played Cloud9, they looked way more competitive than this. They were able to take a map. They had some fairly close games, a lot of back and forth rounds. This was embarrassing, frankly.
I want to know where all these secret strats are that they've been sitting on top of all this time. They talked a mad game yesterday about how we didn't show anything. We were, playing more puggy. Well, where the heck were your tactics at here? I didn't see any
we?
difference.
Is this Cloud9 we or North America we?
I mean, I just want to see where these tactics were. They didn't look very much different. They had a couple of different smokes on B. They used Azure a bit more on long instead of drop-down room. So they made a couple of shits, but I didn't see anything that blew me out of the water. Whatever they were harboring, whatever they were hiding, they either couldn't get it out because Cloud9 were just shutting them down with counter nades, or they just weren't performing well enough.
You know what, Dust? After all of this talk about Shroud, it's getting like the WWE in here. Right. We've actually got Shroud with Chris Puckett. What's he going to say for himself?
All right, thank you very much, Richard. Shroud, as you said, standing right next to me. Shroud, first of all, congratulations on a big Game 1 win. This is a map that you played yesterday, but today you brought in a whole different form, around 15 kills before they killed you twice. How were you off to such a hot start?
I don't know. We just went over the demos, and at that last match that we had against them, we were kind of just feeling out what they do, and they kind of changed up the pace a little bit. It was weird. They were hitting B really hard, but I don't know. I was just ready. I was feeling it, feeling confident. Just worked with it.
For everyone who is tuning in to Counter-Strike for the first time, you always have people watching you, whether it's on your personal stream on twitch.tv or if you're at a major tournament like this. You're known as a clutcher. In fact, we even put that in the graphic. Do you feel pressure still when you play on a stage like this?
Oh yeah, you definitely always feel pressure. It's not really in the round. It's like more so after the round ends and your heart's just like, oh my god, that was a tough round. But you're so focused on the round when you're clutching that you don't really feel it.
All right, well, you have one more game, potentially two, if you lose this next one. But it's your map pick. Why do you guys always go with Cash?
I don't know. Our team has just been the most confident on Cash throughout all of our roster changes. So we've beaten them in the past on it. So we should be all right.
And player to watch from this squad?
Player to watch, Stewie.
We're gonna be watching Stewie 2K. But for now, let's send it back to Richard.
Well, thanks a lot for that, Chris. We're gonna find out if Stewie 2K is indeed the player to watch, as his teammate Shroud says, after this short commercial break. Make sure you join us. minutes at least. So there you have it. The Renegades, they got it all to do. I mean, they're looking confident right there. You can see what nothing thinks about it, just styling on them here. It is going to be Renegades versus Cloud9 to see who's going to join Luminosity in the E-League debut on TBS. I'm your host, Richard Lewis. This is Moses. This is Dustin Moret. And we've got lots to talk about. Let's start focusing on Renegades. Talked a lot about Cloud9 before the break. Renegades, this is an uphill battle for them because this is Cloud9's go-to map. We know they're really good on it. Cobblestone, I felt they had to do it in 2 because Train's around the corner if it goes to a 3rd map. Is there any way back for them, guys?
Yeah, I mean, despite this being Cloud9's map, there are some features of the map that actually could lend itself to some strengths to the strengths of Renegades. For instance, Azur and Ustilo, two they're strong entry fraggers. Obviously, we didn't get to see it on Cobble. They didn't do a great job there, but Cache as a map with these executes on each of the bomb sites, your entry fraggers play a huge role no matter where you take, whether it's mid, whether it's A or B. You always need to have those entries that are willing to get aggressive through smokes. And also, one of the things they've gotten really good at in 2016 is their use of nades during executions. They're using Molotovs to clear out corners, which is crucial on Cache. Double nading areas just to force opponents out into the open. These are all things that can bode well for them.
Yeah, and what do Renegades need to do to beat Cloud9, Dust? I mean, you know about the tactical tendencies of both of these teams. Where are the soft spots on that Cloud9 defense?
Hard to know because now with Stewie opping so well and being able to anchor bomb sites and Skadoodle being able to be on the other side, they have that powerful double op set up that's going to be hard to get around. Not only that, but Cloud9 do make it a priority to defend middle up front, putting guys like Slimmy, Shroud, and Nothing up in their face and denying the map control. And I know Renegades does rely a lot on being able to get control of middle to run a lot of their setups. So if they're unable to break through that, they're going to have a tough time finding much at all this game.
Yeah.
It's going to be a game of limiting the economy of Cloud9. Keep that double up away, obviously, which is, any team can have a huge impact with that on Cache. But also, if Cloud9 likes to play this mid control and you start beating up the money, they can't afford Molotovs and smokes, you're just not able to hold middle as a defense. Yeah. So, if Renegades is able to do damage even in round losses, then they can take some of those away from Cloud9.
And we're focusing again on JKS. Bad day at the office so far, hasn't really been able to have that impact. Can we point the finger at him and blame him a little bit, or is the whole team malfunctioning right now?
Whole team's malfunctioning. Azur had put up the most kills. I think he had like 11 or 12 on Cobble, but everyone else was in single digits. So there's just not enough kills going around for this team. They got to do better.
Yeah, JKS has to be the man this game. He's actually more active on this map compared to the rest. You'll actually see him entering A lot of the time, so he needs to be able to open up the map. He's also their B bomb site anchor on the CT side, which is something that Cloud9 like to exploit a lot. So that means that JKS needs to rise up to the occasion and be that type of stable rock player for this team to help defend the map.
And this is the thing, he's really good in open space. So yeah, he is going to be important, but it is going to come down to one of Azur or Ustilo at least finding some kills.
Well, I'm going to ask you, I'm going to put you on the spot, guys. Obviously, predictions, we don't always do them. We don't always have to, but I'm going to ask your thoughts. Can Renegades turn this series around? Can they take it to a 3rd map?
Nope.
Okay, well, brilliant.
That's really helping you out there with that one.
The big money there. I just want to delve into your head, scoop out all the juicy.
That's quite the paycheck I just made.
Yeah. Why don't you give me something a bit more substantive?
How about we're going to see Cloud9 on TBS tomorrow night, ladies and gentlemen?
This guy.
Yeah, look, he's pandering now.
Yeah, no. Okay, anyway, look, thanks for your thoughts, gentlemen. Let's do this map fly through and let's get Anderson Semler into the action.
Wow, all right. No love at all for the Australian team, it seems. They're going to have to try and prove us wrong here because, I have to agree, it will be an uphill battle here on Cache. Second map in a best of 3 here for ELEAGUE. Winner gets to go to TBS Live tomorrow and play against Luminosity.
Yeah, and this is really just Cloud9's playground. A lot of the highlight clips that we see, Shroud, Stewie, it's happening on this map. And so Renegades, after having a real rough start on Cobblestone, they lost their map. They got steamrolled, trained on their own map. Now they have to come into Cloud9's turf and hope that they can actually, show us something, because we always say this, right? There's the potential there. You always get this glimmer of hope as a sponge. JKS, somebody stepping up. Now they all need to step up together. Cloud9 had 4 people hitting shots all game long last map. So we need Renegades to wake up here and give us a show.
See if they can shut Cloud9 out of the game really early on. Never let Shroud, never let Stewie come alive in the first half. That would definitely be a good start. Right now, Cloud9 showing themselves a little bit over at the B side, but you can tell the bomb is dropped, and that means already they're not really going for this. They're just pretending. JKS could have actually died already, just being caught out there. That's a little bit dangerous. This is a great setup right now on the B side of the map right now for Renegades, but on the A side, things are just a lot more thin. And if Stewie gets this kill, it's patient. Oh, we saw that. Look at that. Gonna be walking up, but he goes down. Yustillo with a great kill.
Yeah, that's a fantastic start. There we go. But one thing to note is that Shroud has been dropped to P250 along with his Kevlar. A little bit of the raid boss strat coming in here. I like it. Now we have to see. There's the nade going up to block off short, block off truck. Ustillo not going to be too effective unless Skadoodle oversteps. Gives him a target, and well, Ustillo's not going to get the headshot. Instead, it's Skadoodle to wipe him out. And now it turns into a 4-on-4 retake here for Renegades. Luckily, they haven't wasted much time. 3 of them coming in from CT, 1 from short. But there's a good after plant situation here for Cloud9. They've all got the positions that they want.
Well, bomb plant down. All the pressure right now is on Renegades, and Shroud walking up from behind, flanking them at Slemmy in nothing. Slemmy trying to maybe do it again. Actually, Shroud ends up with a double kill. Sorry, Skadoodle does. I don't know, maybe he stole one of those, but great overall team effort being put out here by Cloud9, and that round looked like they were going to always win it easily, even if they lost the fight in the middle early on.
That's so frustrating for Stewie. He's just like, yeah, stay.
Oh, great stuff.
Oh, man. You know, he's just like, wait, I got this guy. Oh, no. Just the stomach, the bottom drops out. But Cloud9, they recover. Perfect hold on the A site. Just what you want to see if you're a Cloud9 fan. Not so much if you're a Renegades fan, but a very fast double boost. They'll get some control in mid, and Renegades are putting up quite a fight here. 3 players showing themselves in mid looking for shots, and they do get a good nade onto Shroud as well to do some damage.
Yeah, but as they're realizing all these members are in here, they also realize that means there can't be that many on either bomb side. And so far, they seem to be gravitating towards the B side of the map here. If they realize there's only going to be 1 person in there, who actually even ends up going down, you're still with a bit of a refrag. It could be a second one. Shroud a bit slow to react, and he's going to drop the sponge, but they will get the bomb down, and they should definitely be winning this round.
Yes, this should be an easy situation now for Cloud9 to stabilize. Yam has got no Kevlar. Sponge, he's already taken damage, no Kevlar. Az is the only one who's got any kind of gear to really work with here for Renegades. And I think that they were actually heading around to see if they couldn't find that AK that Shroud dropped, but it might still be up on the roof. So, man, they can't even catch a break there, Renegades. The one gun for Cloud9, and it gets dropped in a place that they can't even go and pick it up. So the 3 players here for Renegades still alive. Yam trying to take points. Skadoodle, though, gets into the line up, drops both, and Az with the CZ75 will eventually take down nothing. And at this point, he's actually thinking, I'm going to back off and see if I can't hold on to my gear for the next round. That's actually a very smart play. He's going to force somebody to force up here on Cloud9 side.
Yeah, why not? I mean, he was never going to do anything with 9 health anyway, so it makes sense at this point in time. Question really is if Renegades could put up a big fight here in the upcoming 4th round. This round will still be with very, very limited equipment. I do like the fact that you can see that Yam is sort of saving some of his money here.
Yes.
So hope for a quick AWP for him.
And Skadoodle as well. Well, obviously, getting a bunch of kills with an MP7, that helps the bank. But Skadoodle should be able to pick up his AWP in the first buy round. And while Cloud9, they still favor the SMGs. A single rifle picked up here for Shroud. Stewie just going straight USP. No fear at all from him. He's looking for the headshots. Just goes charging into mid. Not going to let Ustillo get behind the sandbags this time around. He's just actually just making this very chaotic. Lots of noise here in mid to throw Renegades off.
Yeah, and it's almost no investment for him to do it in. I mean, what are they going to do with that USP? They already have some if they needed them, so not much of a giveaway if he ends up dying. A lot of smokes there to try and see if they can get the cross home. And Slemmy with a good shot on JKS.
That's actually not an easy shot to hit. Slemmy just obliterated him. And well, Shroud, I'm not a huge fan of Shroud being alone, just because he's the one with the AK. So I would like him to, kind of get that buddy system going where he can work with his teammates and make sure he just doesn't get overwhelmed. Because imagine both players from A run around the corner, one picks him off, or they trade, then they save the AK. That wouldn't be ideal. But it seems to be working out for now, Cloud9. Renegades are just trying to set up to get some exit kills, try and make this a bit more expensive for Cloud9.
Oh, Sponge. He's got such a good flank here, but Stewie's just out charging around, and he's going to find him. And that's the result, ladies and gentlemen, of a fight with armor versus no armor. That's just so much easier for Stewie. Yam and Ustillo just trying to see what they can do at the end of the round like this, but doesn't seem to be much of a result so far.
And Cloud9, they will Yeah, Astillo takes out Slemmy, but that was 2 kills for Slemmy with the UMP, so he made the money back, and they eventually get a 3rd kill on the board there, Cloud9. So they have more than enough money to go for the full buy, whatever they want to get. Skadoodle will be able to pick up that AWP if he wants to. I mean, he must be going for the AWP, yeah. Ska's a bit of a specialist. He doesn't really mess around. Doesn't like to go to the AK unless he absolutely has to.
Yeah, and I actually think it's a bit of a shame, really. I mean, I'd love to see Skadoodle on some sort of, you know, boot camp where he just learns how to use more of the other rifles. It's not that he really can't, but he doesn't seem as confident, and it's so valuable to have a sniper player that could do both, essentially.
Yeah, look at Fallen, for example. I mean, I think Fallen's kind of the poster boy. Guardian as well.
Guardian, yeah.
Has always been very good with the rifle and the AK. Fallen, it's funny though, with Fallen, I always think the Galil, actually, that he just seems to find kills with the Galil where other players struggle. Like, he just has that spray down. Always finding kills with it. And I'm admiring the patience here shown by Cloud9. They could have tried to go for like the disrespect play and just rush out somewhere, but instead they have some confidence in their own T side right now, and they're just setting up patiently, default across the map, making sure the Renegades can't push out for free. Skadoodle holding all the way back in T spawn. So if they really want to get greedy, Renegades, and try and push into B halls, exactly. He's got that long line. He would be able to get a kill for free. At the same time, Renegades, man, they aren't showing a whole lot. They're actually doing a very good job of holding on to quite a few nades here.
What I'm not enjoying right now is the fact that Azza and Justillo are both playing on the bomb site. There's such a big chance that you're going to end up getting sandwiched in there if someone flanks around from the forklift. So they got to be a little bit careful about that. Another smoke going up, but now Cloud9 kind of have to make their move soon. We got about 35 seconds here, and Stewie going to be charging in first with the AK in hand. They are being funneled into that bomb site, and good shot there from Azza, following up with a second. Slemmy takes one, and Justillo standing in fire, but still picking up a kill, lining him up, and look at that. Sponge and Justillo clearing out the rest of that round.
Beautiful work. A flawless defense there set up for Renegades, and that's what happens when you start landing your shots. Azza coming alive. Bit of the Crims spot, just holding that angle as they try and round the corner onto the site, and Astillo, doesn't matter if he's roasting, he's going to get you first. So great recovery there by Renegades. That's going to give them some confidence going forward. They're over the first hump, and Cloud9, because of how expensive some of these rounds have been leading up to the 5th round, they aren't actually going to be able to go for a buy. It's a half buy here with some pistols and nades.
Hopefully would give a bit of breathing room for Renegades, see if they could build some money. I'm still really not a big fan of the way they were defending the A-bomb side. It did work out, but I hope they're going to find a different way to do it. Much rather have one guy on site. An attempted run boost actually over by the A-bomb side, but it didn't quite work out. Yam pushing up and will be successful.
Easy shot there for Yam. Stewie with a very slow shoulder peek. It's not exactly how that's supposed to work out. And while the defense remains very solid here for Renegades, and still Renegades doing a fantastic job of managing their nades, but it does look like Cloud9 want to try and get this push going. Nice flash. He's going to force JKS out into the open. Shroud does pick up the kill, and they get the smoke down on CT. Yam, he can't actually find a target.
That was one of the funniest things I've seen in a long time. JK is running with his hand in front of his eyes out of the bomb site. You just need someone to caption it going, I don't know what's happening. Skadoodle ends up going down, and right now it's a 3-on-4, but that could have been a great shot. If Shroud had actually got that kill, it would have been massive and could have maybe won them the round. Now Slemmy, not a chance in hell. He's going to end up going down, and they only lose JKS, but that's potentially really, look at this one. Oh, that's funny. Good times.
What's not funny, Anders, is that was a little unfortunate there for Cloud9. They had a chance, Shroud in particular, point blank with the P250 like that. You'd expect him to hit that shot every day of the week. So a little bit unfortunate that he wasn't able to pull that off. Cloud9 had a chance to really throw Renegades for a loop. If they could have picked up that eco round, then their money would have been, I mean, just excellent. Renegades would have had no bank left. Now Renegades, they get a little bit of a chance to breathe. Cloud9 lead, 3 rounds to 2 for Renegades. And it is going to be the buy coming in here for Cloud9. And once again, whoa, Stewie! Just before the smoke blooms, he spots out Sponge and Connector, and there's the opening kill of the round. Cloud9, now they have the edge.
And look at the run boost that they were talking about. This is a really cool. I hope we can catch it in third-person view, because it's something a lot of new viewers won't know what it is. But it's a really cool. It's not easy to do, but it's a nice way to get up there. And what's even more interesting is that Justillo is using this from a huge off angle. Nobody ever does this, and I've always wondered why, because it is a really interesting angle that I don't think most of the terrorist players will necessarily be aware of.
You're just so vulnerable. I mean, look, Astillo, he's actually aiming for short, and they've lost mid control now. And so that's why this is such a dangerous position. As long as that smoke is up, then he's all right. If there's a smoke blocking A main, it's fine. But he's so exposed if both angles are open. So he has to be a little bit worried about that, and we'll see if it actually pays off for him in the end. But if Cloud9 decide to come up short, he's going to be the first man to die. He's going to have to drop off that position immediately. But it's not going to happen here as Cloud9, they are setting up for a B take. All 5 members ready to go rushing onto the site. JKS trying to buy a little bit of time with the Incendiary, dropped into Checkered. But Stewie, that just gives him an angle to work with here, waiting to see if somebody's going to get impatient. And Slemmy, well, he catches out Yam. No impact from the Opera. Beautiful headshot there for JKS, but it's not enough. And Azza, he is going to be able to just rush right through, but Shroud holds the line. 4 players alive here for Cloud9 on the B site, and it's all on Astillo, and it's not looking good. You actually, yep, just pick up the op and run. No shame in that.
But gotta be careful. I agree he should escape, but he's actually running and making a lot of noise here, and he's gonna end up going down. He could have probably backed off slowly so that they didn't hear him running away. Good shot there from Stewie to start the round with.
Yeah, young Stu, doing work already.
Renegades do have money though, and that's a crucial factor here, because if Cloud9 had forced them to eco right now, that would be a bit of a disaster early on.
Well, let's see, 4-2 now, Cloud9. Looking pretty good. Renegades have tapped out their bank. Not too many nades to work with. Sponge, actually, man, he's nearly broke. Just the CZ75.
All right, and let's see, because I think they are going to... Oh, no, yeah, they could be going for the run boost again, but I think they're going to cancel it this time around. A little bit hesitant.
No, they're going to do it, it looks like. Wait, maybe?
Nope. End up dropping it. It is fun to try and see, because there are a lot of teams that try and do it and sort of fail at it, but... this time, aggressive in A main instead. I kind of like that move as well.
It's like something you need to set up immediately, right? Because if somebody is playing Squeak for Cloud9 or close A main, they can hear it happen. And so then, you know, it's just like, it's all about the element of surprise having somebody boosted up. You want to be able to just at least get 1 kill out of that before the terrorists realize where you're holding from. If you delay too long, then the terrorists hear it coming, and it's just like, okay, well, then there's a free kill because they know exactly where that guy's going to be playing from. But now Cloud9 actually have, well, they don't have many nades to work with at a minute, but they do have mid control, and Stewie just letting them know, putting Renegades on notice, saying, hey, if you actually turn your back to me here, I will find you. Stewie, though, just caught off guard by Azza. Fantastic headshot there for Azza, but Slemmy brings it right back. He takes out Astillo.
JKS and Yam have a good setup here, but if there's some smoke that goes down covering off Yam's position, then suddenly JKS is alone. And hopefully this time he won't get flashed. They don't have any more grenades after that smoke, though, on the Cloud9 side, so JKS is safe here for the moment. This is normally not a position that I like at all, because it's so easy to get Molotov or even just sort of straight grenaded, but right now, he could be in an all right position.
Well, this delay is certainly not going to help. They messed up their smoke, it looks like. And so they weren't able to actually block off Yam, and now Cloud9 have gotten no nades, and so they don't really have a whole lot to help them with. Yeah, Skadoodle has to kind of just step in there and hope that he can land the shot before Yam, and Yam should be able to pick up the second one. JKS peeks, takes out nothing. And Slemmy, he gets that parting shot, but with 3 seconds left, no chance at all for him to win the round, and so he's going to back off and hold on to the AK.
Well, great stuff there, and Cloud9 just being a little bit handicapped by the fact that they were lacking grenades. Now, because we have an amazing production crew, we did actually catch the run boost here. So there it is, sort of running on top of each other will give you just a bit of speed boost as you make the jump, as the top guy jumps. And that's how you can get across that gap. That's otherwise too big. No, one person can't make, well, one person can make the jump, but it's very, very hard to do. And with the run boost, you're pretty much sure to do it. So pretty good coordination there. And some creative play coming out of the Australian side. I really love that. Justillo in the middle. He's trying to see if he could gain some information, but so far not really being successful. Shroud down to about 30 health.
Now the push begins. No time wasted at all. A nice nade from Azza. Astillo. 1-for-1 trade for him. Stewie's still alive. Azza, though, gonna go hunting, and he's gonna fall. Stewie with the double entry kill onto the site. Sponge has got a man pinned down. That's Slemmy stuck behind the forklift. But Slemmy, he plays it cool. Doesn't show himself, still survives, and gets that bomb across onto the site. And wow, planting wide open. And Yam, I think he just barely spotted him. Yep. Incendiary's gonna force him around the corner, so Slemmy's in a bit of a tight spot. Stewie trying to buy some time for his teammate to get in a better position.
That's actually incredibly cool from Slemmy. I absolutely love that. Takes some guts to try and do that in the middle of the fight here. Stewie looking for see if he can get a kill. Slemmy alone in the back lines here. Gotta pick up one on Sponge and can't follow it up. JKS with a good double kill in the round. But it really makes a massive difference. If he plants for the default plant where he's safe, then there's nothing really that Stewie can do from that side of the map. He's not going to be able to stop the bomb from being defused. So Slemmy kind of trying to give them the best opportunity to win the round. It didn't work out, but I mean, it's still a pretty good idea.
Well, it's just tough after that because they're both low on HP, and neither of them can really help each other effectively, right? If somebody peeks into CT, he's worried about being exposed to short. And so Stewie, he just gets wrapped on without really there being anything that Slemmy can do to help. So a bit of a tough spot, but still tied up 4-4 now. And Cloud9 once again half buy on pistols. Not quite enough money to go for the full rifle buy. And Yam intentionally putting the smoke deep, maybe trying to make it look like a mistake and bait a response.
But if you're coming in from the terrorist side, you only hear the smoke anyway. So you just hear the smoke bloom and you think, oh, well, they smoked it up. I can walk past. I mean, that could be a real thing. Classic execute coming through here, trying to see if they can create a whole wall there and try and see if they can get out main quick. And they're not faking it either, even though that is also an opportunity or it's a possibility. Stewie flashing through the smoke and a clean kill coming through on Ustillo. Following it up as well, Stewie unstoppable in the bomb site.
There we go, the playmaker hard at work. And the bomb is already ticking. The 3 players here who remaining for Renegades not gonna have too much luck, although JKS finds a nice headshot on Ska. Sponge pressing forward, takes out Stewie, who steps out into the open, but Shroud is there to trade, and Shroud with the double kill and the triple kill in the end. There's the difference maker. If Stewie and Shroud can play off of each other like this and come through for their team, I don't think the Renegades are going to be able to stand up to them.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Skadoodle was doing up on the railing there. That looked really confusing. It looked like he had no idea there was someone in that corner. But it works out regardless. With a 1-round lead for Cloud9, and even worse, the lack of money for Renegades here. Things are still not looking too good for the Australian side.
They aren't wasting time. It looks like Cloud9 really wants to try and keep the pressure up on Renegades. Now looking to take control of mid, a bit of a flash, but it's a stack in mid from Renegades. And Cloud9, have they sensed this? Do they have any idea? No, well, I mean, Slemmy running out there and spawning so many bodies, this has to prompt this team to run onto the B side, and it looks like it. They're right outside of it. Shroud leading. Not going to find anybody there. What they have to worry about now is vents, so long as they can keep vent control, they should be all right here, Cloud9.
But Renegades think this is an A hit because Stewie is over there. They're now trying to fight to kill Stewie, and I mean, it's a good job in the sense that they're getting 2 AKs out of this, but the bomb is down on the other side of the map, which means the round is lost. There's nothing that they can sort of do to get back in here. Still, I would say this is not too bad. You know, you've got really nothing, and you get a couple of kills and steal some rifles.
Actually finding 2 AKs, yeah, that is a pretty big win, rather. There's Skadoodle to open it up. Not going to be able to follow it up on Azza, who takes him out, but Shroud and nothing, breaking it right back. Yam trying to make the difference, but it's not meant to be. 2 kills for Shroud, he survives the round. It's gonna be a 6-4 scoreline now. Cloud9 pulling ahead here in this match. Renegades, after that round of eco, they will actually have the money for a buy, but man, it's not a pretty one.
No, this was a mistake from Renegades, in my opinion. I don't think they should have tried to push that 4v5 because 2 of their members had around 3,500 at the beginning of this round. Those were the 2 people that could have kept the AKs and then bought everything else. I really think that was a mistake from Renegades. I mean, they made it close, and that sort of makes it seem like, oh, you know, maybe it was worth it. Maybe another time they could have got it, but I think this could cost them almost what's left of this half right now.
Yeah. They're getting the read as well. Molotov's getting used. That Shroud boosted up. And Ustillo actually catches out Slemmy. Somehow we see the blood through the wall there. That's a little bit odd. It just appears by magic. Shroud is going to find Sponge, though, so they do bring it back to a 4-on-4 here, Cloud9. And JKS is going to have to move, and he gets flashed as he tries to step out into the open. Shroud hits the headshot, and it's a man advantage now for Cloud9. Ustillo trying to do what he can to bring it back, but it's just not possible. He's done some damage. But now it's about to be 3, soon to be 4 players just going right onto the B side, and Yam can't do a damn thing to stop him.
These flashbangs are working out so well for Cloud9. They got the kill in the middle because of it, and now on Yam as well. So really good job on a sort of very basic level. Shroud taking a safe route into the bomb site, putting it down, and again planting for his teammates. And the Renegades deciding it's not worth it, which they're definitely correct in. That is not a good idea to try and challenge that one. That's going to be 7-4 here, and what a shot. Stewie on the hunt, getting the one. Ustillo panicking on the other side. Stewie playing with him. That may be a bit of a dangerous game.
That was a nice try. Oh, missed shot from Ska. Ustillo, though, he's about to get wrapped by nothing, and they are willing to actually put quite a bit into this on the hunt, Cloud9, because they know that there's just no money left here for Renegades.
They absolutely should.
We might have a technical pause come in here after this. We'll see. Oh, yeah, nothing. Easy shot for him. Gets the job done. And we should have a technical pause coming in because I think Slemmy just dropped out of the server there.
Yes, he did. So obviously he will be back any second here. So overall, though, the first half here for Cloud9, 7-4, and Renegades without any money at all. I really think this is a bit of a problem. Like that one decision to not try and save the AKs, not worth it.
But that's, I mean, this is what it's all about, man. That right there, when you're having fun, that's when you know everything is right in the world. You're just going to go ahead and pick up the win. Unless Renegades can start actually, goofing off a little bit and getting some shots, obviously. I think that Cloud9 are set up really nicely here to pick up a 2-0 win. And no time wasted. Slemmy gets right back into it. Mac 10 on him. And this is, of course, going to be that round of eco for Renegades. Just no money whatsoever. And it looks like they want to change it up. They've been stacking mid. They've been putting a lot of focus over there. Now it's all about having 4 players on A. Flash wasted, useless, and it's turning into a firing squad. Shroud and nothing. Picking up 3 kills in the blink of an eye.
I mean, you don't want to overanalyze it, right? But when they can't even throw a flashbang into main, you start to have some doubts about what's going on, right? And here's the problem, right? All right. So again, not to overanalyze, it's not the end of the world, but it causes frustration on the team, right? Think, come on, this is just a simple task. It's a massive hole in the wall. Mm-hmm. If you cannot hit it with a flashbang, where are we going? What are we doing?
We're not talking about aiming here, side of a barn or anything. I mean, where is, it's just, you got to appreciate what's actually happening here for Cloud9. Everything seems to be working out right for them. They're just landing all the shots. Stewie, no, that's your teammate. Don't. And now they've spotted out Yam as well. No hope. Nades are sailing in, and Yam, is that going to be a bonus $600 here? Slemmy would love that. It's actually better for Yam to just try and sack himself, and he will survive the round. So,
great tapping from Shroud. We didn't see that the first time around.
Oh, that's gift material right there. That's gift material. Somebody make a gift. That's just like, ooh.
What I'm really interested in now, what I really care about now, is whether or not Cloud9, assuming that they can close out this game, which at this point in time it certainly seems like that's where we're headed. If they end up playing Luminosity, how many of them, I'm quite sure Stewie will continue with this kind of mentality.
Right.
How many of them break once they run into Luminosity? And, well, a great start here for Skadoodle. Not so great for Sponge.
Yeah, Luminosity, I mean, Renegades right now are just like, now Skadoodle's hitting shots? Like, what do we got to do? All right, there we go. Yam, he answers. He takes out nothing. It's all right, and Yam right on the edge looking for it. He's used this smoke before, trying to find... Oh, but Stewie, man, I love it. Stewie's just like, I know exactly what you're up to. No way! Get wrecked! Get out of the server, Yam! This is Stewie's turn! No respect.
My God. I mean, at this point in time, what do? How do you mentally get back after you're stabbed? Even you're trying to play around the smoke and be a little bit clever. It's just like a North American Snacks that we're looking at. Just a couple of years younger as well. I can't believe it.
Man, the potential is there. Well, what are you going to do, JKS? Not a whole lot, it seems. You're going to back off and
jump around?
Jump around.
Have a good time.
I'm kind of at a loss, though, because right now, I mean, Renegades are trying to be clever. They're constantly under duress. They don't have much money to work with in these rounds, so they're light on the nades. They're light on the buys. They can't really seem to get anything going for them, and they've got 2 rounds left in this half. So how do you, stop the hemorrhaging right now that is happening? Stewie is literally, stabbed Yam in the back. The guy's bleeding out. It's the Renegades in spirit right at this point.
I feel like this is such a good replay.
Boom.
I really feel like at this point that they're not taking enough initiative right now on the CT side. They're letting Cloud9 do way too much. Mid control has not really been a thing for them for a long time. They tried initially to try and sort of push into aim in a little bit, see if they could get something back right now. But they're letting Cloud9 run the pace of the game entirely, and that's not going to work.
No, exactly, and that's where that confidence comes into it. 3 players are moving towards A though, but then 2 of them wrap to short. So mid is again going to be a little bit of attention here on mid. They're going back to a bit more of a default hold, and they are going for the run boost. But I think that Shroud and Stewie were close enough to hear that.
They were.
They were definitely close enough to know that somebody's up on the box, and Nothing looks to punish it as well. And he still gets caught by a still-o. How does that happen? Come on, Nothing. Time to wake up. Shroud is going to be able to bring it back and take out Ustillo, but it's still a man advantage here. Although Slemmy hits the headshot on Azza, and their balance is restored.
That's a little bit sloppy, actually. You know, a team kill coming through. Shroud, so hungry, he has to take Slemmy with him before he kills Yam as well. And now it's back into a 2-on-2, trying to see if they can make this work, but not going to happen. JKS and Sponge on kill each, making it 9-5 and going into the last round of the half.
Chaos, man, chaos. I am so surprised. How did they not realize? We're going to see Shroud getting the team kill as well. Oh, he just sprayed. Oh, that's unfortunate. Slemmy trying to go for the play, I guess, through the smoke. Shroud not aware of that. But I'm surprised that nothing got caught off guard by Ustillo. Maybe they weren't able to communicate that information over to him. Which is basically a little bit of a facepalm moment, because that should be a freebie at that point. Once you know the guy's boosted, you should be, getting that kill every day of the week.
That's a nice pop flash. Not that one that I think we see too often, actually. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's hard to know how much the players hear, because obviously they're talking, there's the crowd, there's everything else, right? So you don't always know, but they were certainly close enough to hear the guy landing on the boost, which usually is a big giveaway.
Good thorough play coming out here, though, from Cloud9. Molotov into the vents in case somebody had been boosted up, and they even had people in position in not in brown halls, but in B halls, to just put some spray through the smoke. So JKS ends up taking a lot of damage, down to 24 HP already. And well, after that initial foray over towards the B side, it looks like Cloud9 are gearing up to go towards A, where they have been fairly successful. Azza, though, holding a very aggressive position exactly here in A halls. And so we have to see, it's a bit of a one and done spot, so he's gonna have to be quick. He's gonna have to get them to line up, and it's just not looking like it, although the flash could work. Stewie finds him first.
Oh man, Stewie's just on fire right now. Him and Shroud still on this map doing very well. Sponge, oh no! The exchange through the door, and it's gonna be Sponge coming out on bottom. You're still going down as well, and this round is not working out here for the Australian side. Yam and JKS left, and just JKS getting sprayed. Last bullet it seemed from Stewie as well. Picks up a triple and makes it to 10-5, favoring Cloud9. It's Shroud at 17, Stewie at 16. Just doing a very fine job still.
That's what we were saying, right, coming into it. This is Cloud9's turf. This is where you see the flashy plays, where they feel comfortable. And we're seeing that right now from Shroud, which is a real breath of fresh air, because that's exactly where he needs to be for Cloud9. He needs to be sitting at the top of that scoreboard, leading the way. But Stewie as well. Between the two of them, they've just completely wrecked the Renegades. They've got the noose around the Cowboys' neck right now.
Well, it was a bloody affair on the first half of this map. Stewie knifing Yam over by that B-bomb side, and we do see, both sides here. There's no representation from Renegades in the top players here. Shroud and Stewie just absolutely doing work on the terrorist side of Cash.
They've taken over.
That's just brutal.
They have taken over. Renegades just cannot hang with these guys. And this is, this is that star power that we've been talking about for ages. In Shroud's particular case, for a long time. Stewie now, it seems like he's finally coming into his own. He's playing a fantastic game here when everything's on the line. A chance to play against Luminosity in the finals tomorrow night. And so now, well, we have to see, can they hold the line? It looked pretty decisive on Cobblestone when Cloud9 changed halves and just decided, okay, that's it, end of the show. We're gonna own this map and end it.
Wow, look at the setup right now for Cloud9. They got 3 members already, Skadoodle in the middle right now. Renegades, they're going to try and rush through. It's not going to be so easy. There's a lot of people here on the CT side. Stewie holding the back line, USP in hand. There's one click, popping heads. Nothing going to get another one. There's a triple kill now going in for Cloud9, and Slemmy chiming in. It's all on Azza. Could he even get the bomb down? I really doubted at this point in time. And Cloud9, they're not going to waste too much time. Flashbang in, they're moving up. All 3 members from the same angle, and Skadoodle going to finish it there. Cloud9, no question about it. They had a great setup to deal with that incoming push from Renegades, and look at the shot from nothing here. That's just another day in the office for him.
Total and utter destruction. Just completely one-sided. Stewie doing mad work. Shroud will be endorsing Wild Wings of some sort.
All right, then.
Right. But
I mean, you can actually watch the games at Buffalo Wild Wings, can't you?
Apparently that's
yeah, TBS. That's going to be a real thing. So definitely exciting. Right now, we do have an 11-5 scoreline favoring heavily Cloud9 at the moment. Again, unlike on Cobblestone, which was our first map, this map tends to favor the CT side. It's not always clear cut, but if you're good at it and you know what you're doing, you should be able to get the majority of the rounds on the CT side. That means Renegades are in a really deep hole right now.
It's dire. It's not looking good. And you're right. I mean, 9-6, that all should work. But Renegades, they decided to back off as soon as that smoke goes down. Nothing was hearing some footsteps as well. This is a little confusing for him, but that smoke, the perfect timing there to just actually cause Renegades to change their minds. And so a minute left on this clock for Renegades to try and make it up and see if they want to try and head over towards that B side, or are they just waiting? Are they trying to bait some kind of response out of Cloud9?
Maybe Renegades, if they dig deep enough, they'll come out on the other side, on Australian side, you know? Sort of a way to get back home here.
Is that the idea?
I don't know. Again, very powerful setup on the A-bomb side right now. It also looks, I mean, if you look at it, Shroud is very much alone over here, so they're putting a lot of trust in him, but it's working out in these rounds. You got to wonder later on if Renegades realize there's a lot of people on this A-bomb side, we should just go B instead. So far, working out great. You're still with a couple of fantastic kills, but that bomb plant, oh no! It looked like Yam was about to go meet his people just off on a spaceship there, and it's going to be a 2-on-2. Slemmy trying to see if he can get any kind of a shot through with the FAMAS, and there is backup from Shroud. A quick rotation from him.
Exactly, that's all that matters at this point. Smoke goes up, that blocks off A main. They know that the second man, they know the information, but it doesn't matter. JKS and Azza hit the headshots. Saved the day, and that was a very cool flash to start things off. Actually, that setup was perfect for Renegades. Open the door, pop flash going off right in Stewie 2K's face, and Astillo just double entry. Renegades were finally seeing, or at least in that round, we saw just a glimmer of hope, what they're capable of, that explosive play to just run over onto a site and take it over.
It's very, very interesting, and I guess that's going to be frustrating for Cloud9 because there wasn't really a setup they could have had that would have been better than that one. They already had everyone there. They just couldn't win any other fights, so yeah, a bit of a slap in Cloud9's face here. Stewie's sneaking in with the Deagle. He's making himself known, and now going to try and see if he can fall back here. They do have a flash on Slemmy. Could they actually make that work? But so far, not really anything being tossed out. And you wish that he would right now, because that would have been a great pop flash.
They do have an incendiary. Do they actually use the Molotov? Because nothing is waiting in NBK corner right around the door from Squeak.
This is going to have to be Slemmy's flashbang. I think if anything wins this round, it'll be Renegades rushing right into that flash.
All patience, nothing somehow manages to make it across onto the site. And there's the incendiary going down. Behind the quad boxes though, and Renegades, I think that they're kind of Cloud9 and they're deciding to try and back off once again. Play for time, but they've used a lot of their nades. They're down to a single smoke grenade here to make their lives easier getting onto a site. Nice spot. And that was actually Slemmy taking quite a bit of damage, trying to get into Z-Link, into Z-Connector to actually pick up some info in mid. But it's still Renegades moving towards A, so they really have their hearts set on the pointy letter, Anders.
Skadoodle up on the railing. Great position if they come through main, but now that the door is open, you can see Skadoodle is a little bit uncomfortable, and that's the reason why. Just an open target there. Shroud in the middle of the map, and Renegades really pacing themselves in this round. They could tell that they wanted to just explode on the bomb side, right? That they really waited a long time, and you got to give them credit for that. That definitely helped them win the round.
I think that timing is kind of throwing Cloud9 off, because the Cloud9 start off with the perfect setup to deal with what Renegades are about to throw at them, and then eventually they start rotating off, they start trying to get information elsewhere, and Renegades then just still go right out onto the A site. Only difference is they only have to deal with 2 players instead of like 3 or 4 even. Shroud's in a bit of a cheeky spot here though. We'll see if he's lucky. Oh, and he just get a headshot onto Azza. Does not get the follow-up though. So Renegades 1 round closer to tying things up. They're still at 7. Cloud9 at 11 rounds, and Cloud9 should be definitely going for another round of eco here. They should not try and jump the gun. No need to force things. They have the lead. And I do like that Nothing is investing. He had a little bit more money, so he's investing in 2 flash grenades. So we'll see where they actually get used.
Yeah, again, that main flash, I mean, we knew obviously more than Cloud9 did, so it's easy enough for us to say, well, you should flash into main, but I mean, if you manage to get the perfect pop flash in there, maybe that deagle from Stewie does a lot more work. Instead, it's Renegades gravitating towards the B side of the map, and Shroud is here just to keep an eye out. He's seeing the grenades, he's seeing even more grenades, and there's nothing he can do about it.
No, there's not a whole lot, exactly. I think he did actually get the tag onto Yam there. That was pretty sick, through the edge as well. But the smoke goes down to block off CT, and this is pretty much where Shroud's show comes to an end. Stewie, however, hits a headshot on Sponge, and he's still alive. So the rotation will come through. 4-on-4 retake scenario here. Azza holding the line and check it though. He's just gonna hold down mouse 1 and get both kills. Fully blind. Not gonna get the third though. Stewie comes charging through, and that's a 3rd kill for Stewie. Now the pressure is on. Renegades, can they hold the line? JKS takes out Skadoodle. But Stewie, he's low enough. JKS, hardly any HP to speak of, and he just cannot get turned around in time to catch Yam coming in from B halls. But how close does it have to get?
The shot from the 2nd kill from Yam, or from Azza, is just fantastic, isn't it? But that's a bit of a problem for Renegades. You know, they win the round, but they lose so many members that it just digs a cuts really deep into their economy. And Cloud9 here, they got the rifles now.
Yeah, and I think he did get the shot on Yam through the edge of the balcony there. Sponge once again setting up, quick pressure in mid here, and he just wants to go charging out. Will look to take the fight. A bit like Get Right actually. Get Right tends to favor this kind of strategy as well. Through the smoke, flash, run straight under vents, and then hold that position and see if you can't catch somebody out on short.
Slemmy and Shroud right now, look at how aggressive they're being on this side of the map, just pushing in on what's normally controlled by the terrorist side now. I think Justillo has a good idea of what's happening. He's out in the middle of the map right now, and he's definitely watching for it, which is important, but still, this denies a lot of space too for Renegades to play around with. It'll be a problem as long as Shroud is here.
Exactly, and that Molotov isn't quite good enough. It's not going to force him out, and so he still gets to hang around and be a nuisance here for Justillo. JKS taking a bit of damage. Shroud still here. He's got the support of Slemmy as well. Shroud is the first point of contact. It's all about baiting it in, but then Slemmy steps into the angle, takes out Justillo. Shroud removes JKS, and there's just nothing that Renegades can do in this round right now that will work. Yam and Sponge comes charging in, but now Slemmy's got the drop on him. He's got the angle. They will never cross onto the bomb site so long as he holds this position.
Yeah, and the bomb is miles away as well. Skadoodle picking up the 1 kill then, and Yam, all he can do is damage, but that's not even going to be a factor. And another round for Cloud9.
And I'm very curious to see actually what's going to happen in the next round, because Cloud9, they also went for a boost with Stewie 2K on that A side in the last round, and so they could go back to that. Nobody from Renegades spotted it, and so they could try and rinse and repeat that strategy. But yeah, Stewie right now, he's gotten over that 2.0 rating. Now he's up to 2.12. 17 kills, 8 deaths, and a pretty solid headshot percentage, so young Stu doing work.
A full round gap here between the two teams, and Renegades, having already lost the first map, they really can't afford any more. Again, if Cloud9 just get 4 more rounds, they'll be live on TBS tomorrow playing against Luminosity, and of course, it's what everyone wants at this point in time here. Stewie inside the bomb side, a much more light defense on the A bomb side than it was earlier in the game. Shroud has got back up by Slemmy over at B, and Yam getting a chance to get an open duel there and taking out Skadoodle, and that's a nice start.
That's a beautiful start. Skadoodle should definitely be hitting that second shot, given the second opportunity, but Yami comes through for his team, creates an opportunity here for Renegades to get onto the A site. bit of pressure here put on Azza with that Molotov going down. Stewie, though, pressing it. Sponge gets behind quad boxes, and Stewie decides to just rush forward, try and close this gap. Trying to make it a little bit more difficult for Renegades to predict where he's playing from. As Slemmy goes for the push through B halls. That's not going to happen, and Stewie 2K has been shut down on the A site. So right back into the action here, Renegades, they bring it back.
Bit of a weird round. A lot of individual duels that happen quite far away from the bomb site, so not sure what that's about. And just Yam being able to walk in there and get that kill. Well, Shroud, what could he do except just try and hold on to the rifle here? He's got some, well, he's got like, what is it, $5,700 worth of equipment. You could tell that right under the logo up there in the left or the right-hand corner. So that always will tell how much equipment is on any given team. So it's worth holding on to this for sure. But Renegades, on the other hand, probably not enough money to fight too much. Yeah, they definitely wouldn't have had enough money to hunt him for too much longer. So probably just better let the clock run out there. 12-9 being the scoreline. This is not quite done yet. Renegades are actually showing a lot of promise on the second half here.
No, that was actually some wisdom being displayed. When you don't have a whole lot of money yourself, no need to risk your economy. They hold on to the one rifle. That's fine. You should be able to deal with that in the next round. What's important is maintaining your economy so that you can constantly keep buying if you're in Renegade shoes right now. So 9-12, Cloud9 still in the lead. 4 rifles forced here for Cloud9, with Skadoodle having to just sit on the CZ75.
Again, look at Slemmy and Shroud just pushing up so aggressively. They're getting so much information. Look, Slemmy's actually continuing into T-spawn. There's no way you still is going to see this coming out in the open. He still wins that fight. He turned that corner with the wrong weapon out. That's really got to tilt Slemmy. He must have known that if he gets that kill, Renegades have really no map control left at all.
No, there's nothing trying to do. It looks like they're going to get a boost for Shroud. Put him up into vents, but it's still 2 players holding solid here on the site itself. Skadoodle with that CZ can be lethal at this range. And he's got Stewie to back him up here with the M4. Sponge is caught out Shroud, so the boost in mid completely ineffective, but they're committed to the site now, Renegades, and Skadoodle steps forward, picks up the first kill, gets greedy, tries to go for the rifle. That's not going to work, but Stewie is still here, and is still right around the corner, already low. Wall bang there for Stewie to shut down that bomb plant, and he's still hungry for more, but Yam will finally shut him down.
Oh, and you kind of wish right at the end there that maybe Stewie would have waited a second, right? He gets the first 2 kills, but he continues with the 3rd fight before nothing even shows up. And that means now he's got a 1-on-2 in his hands. With the bomb being down, a good angle being held right now from Yam, and they're both going to peek at the same time. And that will be another round for Renegades. They're getting closer and closer right now. Look, if he waits right here, if he just pauses for a moment, he's so into this game.
Yeah, man, that's passion. That passion is evident. But I mean, yeah, you're right. If he does, that's one of those things where it's, experience is going to temper him a little bit. Yeah. And given those sorts of situations, the next time, yeah, he might pause. He might actually wait for the cavalry to arrive instead of, trying to force the issue and go for that 3rd frag. So, bit of a tough situation there. And well, right now, Renegades, they're putting up one hell of a fight here on cash. They brought it back to 10 rounds for themselves, 12 rounds still for Cloud9. But this is a round of eco coming in here for Cloud9, so a chance for Renegades to breathe and continue to close the gap. Now what I'm wondering about basically is how do Cloud9 adjust? They've gone for aggressive A main plays. They've been going aggressive in B halls. They clearly tried to make that work again last time they had rifles, considering it was so successful last time. You can see what they're trying to make happen. When are they going to try and go ultra aggressive in mid? Maybe get a counter boost or something like that, because they haven't really tried that strat just yet.
Yeah, it's definitely a viable option, I would say. Obviously, they need to wait till they have, rifles and armor and all the good stuff here. They have a pretty good stack going on right now on the A bomb side, even Shroud showing up. Unfortunately, the flashbang they had earlier on Slemmy, they've already used, so I don't see this being successful, but it'll probably do some damage to Renegades as they're going to be going down. And oh, Skadoodle picking up a second kill here. Renegades, they can't let this round go. JK is doing a great job holding on to it with a double kill of his own. Now, are they going to realize there's another 3 members stacked on this bomb site? They're waiting for Justillo to come up at a highway, and that's such a good move. Great communication coming out from the Australian team right now. And JK is waiting on the edge. They're essentially just zoning out all the positions right now using Justillo. This is great teamwork right now that we're seeing
A double kill from Justillo and nothing in the back lines here. 14 seconds, but they are going to find him. They even have a Molotov, and that's an easy kill. This was very, very, very smart. So basically what they managed to do is, because they have the positions that are coming in from main, as they let Justillo walk all the way up highway, there are very few positions left that Cloud9 can actually stand in. They end up standing in just a couple of spots, and that's easy enough for the rest of Renegades to spot out. They just know there's only 2 or 3 positions left they can be in, and Justillo is going to be able to relay them that information. So that's very, very clever play coming out of Renegades.
Well, I mean, Cloud9 continued to kind of fall short. Although, as I say that, they're going for it. There we go. That's actually some way to try and catch things off. Skadoodle is boosted up in Z right now to look over that smoke into mid, hoping that somebody was going to get boosted on Renegade's side. But Renegades continue to go for that same strategy. That Sponge keeps flashing himself out mid and getting up under vents, and then he's alone there. Although, has Yam been boosted just yet? I think Yam has been boosted. Yeah. So if they'd have actually committed to it for a little bit longer, it might have worked out for Skadoodle. Instead, Sponge is going to eat a face full of shrapnel, so that's always unpleasant.
Not going to be too happy. You see Justillo is in middle, still being a bit paranoid about the idea that there could be a push-up from B, and he's right to be a little bit paranoid, because they've done that a couple of times already. So that probably has an effect too. Good peek there from Slemmy to take out Sponge, and now Cloud9 can really play defensively and probably get away with it too. Even if they let go of this mid control, it's not the end of the world right now.
And now the game begins. Azza's still waiting around. He just heard footsteps in front of him, though. It doesn't look like Stewie2K is going to be paying too much attention to Squeak Door, but unfortunately for Azza, it doesn't play out. Stewie's able to dart out of harm's way just in the nick of time, and they're moving up short. And Yam, he's going to have that line straight onto the site. He'll spot them boosting as well. Easy shot, takes out Stewie. And now the second man alive, gonna have to do some work, and that's gonna be nothing. Steps out wide, takes out Azza, and he gets the follow-up as well. Nothing, doing big work, but that's where it ends. 2 kills for him, and the Rotator caught completely off guard. Shroud forgetting that, hey, there's a mid part to this map, and there could be somebody in there.
Yeah, just a little bit too aggressive for a moment now. Slemmy in main and jumping around the corner. Justillo making the same mistake that Shroud just did, and now it's a one-on-one. JKS on the other side, and Slemmy aggressive going for it. Either player has a double kill right now, and this could be a pivotal game, and there it is, a pivotal match point, or well, nearly match point here for Cloud9. But the money for Renegades, it's not, they have a little bit, but not that much. This is definitely a critical point in the game. Slemmy with the triple, and a 13-11 scoreline favoring Cloud9.
Right now, what is it going to take for Renegades to win a clutch situation and have something go their way? Because we're just not seeing it. They keep getting into these 1v1s, 1vx's, and they just, every time it's a 1v1, and it just happens to be JKS as well, he just cannot seem to lock it down for his team and end it. Instead, it's Cloud9 coming through for the win there, and Slemmy, that was a big play from Slemmy. I mean, when you look at Slemmy, you look at JKS, even though JKS has half HP, you kind of look to see, and you would like to say that JKS is the favored player in that sort of situation, that he should come through for Renegades.
Yeah, but at least there was a lot of determination on Slemmy's side. He just charged in there. There is a guy by Sandbags, but there's also a counter boost going up at Event Sponge. Oh no, wrong grenade out. Not going to be able to do it. And Shroud taking down Yam. JKS to fall, and Stewie waiting on the other side. Azza going from the smoke right into the fire, and then into Stewie. And Justillo, what can he do at this point in time? Ends up getting a kill on Stewie, but it's way too late. He's on 3 health, and this will be a 14th round for Cloud9. There's really not a lot left here.
Well, that was fantastically ugly. Skadoodle just totally out of position there. Justillo, though, still hunting. 3 HP left. And he's going to get flanked. I think he might have heard the footstep there for nothing, unless this is just timing for him, realizing that he's about to get flanked, but nothing. His teammates don't even need to show themselves. He's the guarantee. He's the security in that sort of situation. And it'll be nothing picking up the last round, or the last frag of the round. 14-11. And while Renegades, they're in a tight spot.
Stewie right now inching closer to another 30 bomb here, as he has got 27 kills right now. It's just 3 away. See if he's going to get them at the end before this match actually finishes here. Renegades, the really big problem and the heartbreak right now is obviously they don't have money to fight for the remainder of these rounds. And if they had the full equipment, it could still be a real battle, but they just don't have that. And it looks like they're going to go for a B rush. There's 3 people here. This is going to be a slaughter.
This is going to be painful to watch. Or very exciting, because Shroud is here. He needs to play a little bit of catch up with Stewie. So we'll see if he gets the chance or if he's going to step right into them. There's the flash, there's the kill. Shroud with 2. Can he get 3? He might be able to. Right through the smoke, he will end up finding the kill on Justillo. JKS does bring it back, takes out nothing, but it's not going to be good enough. At least he has the bomb, but he has no way out. Slemmy's already holding the back door. And an MP7 kill to cap things off, and match point now for Cloud9, 4 of them.
Well, I mean, they really came alive in the second half, Renegades. They ended up with at one point, they had a really, really good streak going where they were up 6-2, I think, on the second half. But after that, it was just, it's been Cloud9 the last 3 rounds in a row.
Something's gonna have to happen here where like Shroud, he keeps that haircut, doesn't change anything, right? Just keeps him, so he keeps hitting this kind of level, right? Just don't change anything. Underwear, socks, check, check, right? Haircut, check. But keep bringing the action as they go for the flash. Aggressive play, but they do manage to get the trade up. Doesn't look like there's gonna be that 30 bomb for Stewie2K. He's been snuffed.
Bit of a shame. Skadoodle, though, in a good position, picks up the one, looking for more. Nothing there with the crossfire as well. Great setup right now. The bomb is down as well. As they're going to pick up a kill, but that will be the last of it. Skadoodle ending up with a double, and it will be a 16-11 finish as Cloud9 make it to finish off against Luminosity.
Good chant there at the end. But Cloud9, that is what it's all about. We will get a replay of the last round. It was nothing to take that peak initially, and he just held the line with the help of Skadoodle. Between the two of them, they just completely annihilate this push coming in from Renegades. Right on the edge of the smoke. No hope for JKS. Oh, yeah. 2-0. Very clear win there for Cloud9 to put them into the finals versus Luminosity tomorrow night on TBS.
Yeah, absolutely impressive. I mean, I think Renegades caught off guard by how well Cloud9 was playing on that first map, and it's hard to recall from that. Even though they did do a really good job at the end of it, still was not anywhere near enough. That's going to be something they're going to have to go back and work on. Cloud9, on the other hand, they've got an even bigger task ahead, obviously. Now they have to prepare somehow to fight Luminosity, and that won't be easy.
Yeah, the work doesn't stop, right? The work doesn't stop here for Cloud9. They're going to be able to actually get that prep going. Another night of matches, and Luminosity, we'll have to see if they're going to be prepared to hang with the North American Hope, or if Stewie2K can bring this level. And Shroud, they can go toe-to-toe with Cold. Well, with Cold, basically. That's going to be it. We're going to go to break, and then we'll come back to break down that best of 3.
Well, there you have it. You can see that Cloud9, they are on Cloud9 right now after beating Renegades. They've sent the boys from down under, down in the dumps. We are on the desk. We got Moses and Dust here. We're going to talk about that game just a little bit. It was fairly comprehensive in the end. I mean, I think the scoreline maybe flatters Renegades a little bit.
Yeah.
Just a very polished performance by Cloud9. They're starting to get out that middle of the pack that they've been in for a while in North America.
Yeah, and they're doing it the right way. They're doing it, things you don't see other North American teams do. I mean, this is we talk about individual performances. Well, Cloud9's making all the right plays to let their individuals shine. Their T side was very